I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, November 12th, 2020. The time is 10:15 in the morning. I apologize that we're starting a little bit late. This hearing is being conducted live via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It is also accessible through Council Channel 13 cable television, being broadcast as we speak, and is also available on the DC Council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. I believe we also have this streaming on Facebook. This hearing is scheduled to go until 6 p.m. The pros and cons of having hearings virtual is that the witnesses don't have to come down here and wait in the council chambers or room 412. On the other hand, we have to adhere more closely to 2 o'clock. So this hearing is scheduled to end at 6 o'clock. We have 110 witnesses, and witnesses will be asked to limit their testimony to 3 minutes. The hearing is on Bill 23-736, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. The stated purpose of Bill 23-736, which was introduced on April 23rd, 2020, that's roughly 5 months ago, introduced at the request of the mayor, is to amend the District of Columbia Comprehensive Plan Act of 1984 to modify chapters 1 and chapters 3 through 25, including the future land use map and the generalized policy map. The council previously adopted changes to chapter 2, the framework element, last year, which had been, those changes were based on changes that had been proposed separately and earlier by the administration. The comprehensive plan is a high-level guide for future growth and development, used to inform public decision-making, including more detailed planning efforts, zoning regulations, and capital budgeting. The comprehensive plan addresses a wide range of topics that affect how we experience the city, including land use, economic development, housing, environmental protection, historic preservation, transportation, as well as chapters discussing 10 planning areas district-wide. The existing comprehensive plan was adopted in 2006 and amended in 2011. The Office of Planning anticipates it will conduct a full rewrite the next time the comprehensive plan is revisited. The currently proposed amendments reflect updated data and analyses, incorporate information from district agency plans, studies, and actions, and address the current challenges of housing, equity, resilience, public resources, as well as the COVID-19 public health emergency. The Office of Planning initiated public engagement in 2016 and has provided various opportunities for public comment. Formal public review of the proposed amendments was conducted in late 2019 and early 2020 through the Office of Planning, with the Office of Planning providing responses to Advisory Neighborhood Commission comments. Following that, as I noted, the Office of Planning transmitted the plan to the mayor, who transmitted it to the council for introduction in late April of this year. The hearing record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020. And let me explain that, particularly for those who may not fully understand the council process. The council process is one that's very accessible to the public, and the public, individuals, organizations, anybody can contact council members at any time, and will be able to continue to do so following the closing of the record. However, we have a requirement, administrative requirement, to file a record. And what we will be filing as a record are comments received up to today, testimony received today, and any additional submissions that we received before 5 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020. So there will still be time to interact with council members, but the record will close on December 3rd. There's probably more that I can say, but we have a lot of witnesses, and I'm going to turn to colleagues first to see if they have opening statements. I'll begin with Councilmember Pinto, because I believe she was here first.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, for holding 2 days of hearings for the public to share their feedback on the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. I really appreciate all of the hard work of the Office of Planning to update the comprehensive plan to better reflect our shared values and goals for the District of Columbia. And I know that this has been a huge undertaking that Director Trueblood and his team have worked hard to include the input of the residents from across the city. And I think everybody can also agree that this document is not easily understandable or accessible to folks who are not city planners, and future comprehensive plans should be more concise so that the process can be as democratic as possible. I am extremely hopeful in the opportunities that lie ahead for our city to improve our transit options, increase affordable housing, and build a more equitable place for residents, businesses, and visitors. And I'm very grateful for the heightened level of engagement. So I'm looking forward to hearing today from the witnesses today and tomorrow. And there has been a huge level of input and engagement from so many of our neighbors and interest from the residents. And it's very clear that our community understands the importance and the impact of the comprehensive plan. So thank you for these hearings. I'm looking forward to learning from our witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Councilmember McDuffie, and then Trayon White.
Sure. Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. I'm going to try to keep my remarks fairly brief. I know there's a lot that could be said about this hearing, but I do want to thank you for holding both days of hearings, Mr. Chairman. I know there are a number of public witnesses who signed up to testify over the course of these 2 days. As I've stated consistently, since this process began more than a year ago, we must take this opportunity to be bold and to codify our shared values into this document that will be the compass for the district for years to come. My goal for the comp plan is to produce a document which illustrates the district's commitment to normalizing conversations about race and operationalizing strategies for advancing and achieving racial equity in the District of Columbia. When I mention racial equity, I'm referring to a real problem that is affecting real people, that in spite of the population growth, or the rise in personal incomes, and in the midst of a prosperous city, low and middle class families in particular, Black families are still being left behind. I was happy to support the framework element, which not only defined racial equity, but also provided a roadmap for how to achieve it. Since the framework passed, I've continued to work closely with the community to ensure we're ready to meet the myriad of housing, economic, and social challenges faced by the city and the region. This means ensuring the comp plan positions the district to respond directly to the rapidly changing landscape created by the COVID-19 public health emergency. But let me say this. When I look at the comprehensive plan, I do not see a document that talks about land use. I see a document that describes this city's potential and shapes the future of economic growth in the district. I see a document that has the potential to determine how and where investments are made. More importantly, I see an opportunity to ensure that all residents in the district are given an equal chance to succeed in spite of their race or the zip code in which they live. That's why we must view the comprehensive plan framework not in a silo, but rather through a lens of racial equity, social justice, and economic inclusion. And as I wrap up, I want to say, Mr. Chairman, I think it is vital that the comp plan should do more than make broad policy statements. And as such, I'm going to be listening intently on a few things. I look forward to hearing, a number of witnesses, but also, the various members and others' thoughts on how the plan ensures racial equity and social justice is achieved as a city continues to grow. Is the plan approachable so that all residents can understand how it will affect them? And does the plan reflect the values that residents hold dear? And then the approved comp plan must prioritize those communities and neighborhoods that have historically been underserved. And I'm hopeful this hearing will yield, and tomorrow, an open and transparent conversation about how the plan will advance equitable growth, racial equity, social justice, and economic inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, everyone. As we continue this 2-day hearing on the comprehensive plan for the District of Columbia, also known as the comp plan, which is a high-level guiding document that sets the long-term vision for the district through the lens of its physical growth and change. And I know it's a very detailed document that's not easy on the eyes for those who may not be in the planning or be a professional planner. The comprehensive plan, guys, uses land use to impact zoning. It allows us to be intentional about how and where we change. It's going to guide us for the years to come. It is my goal to work together with my colleagues to make the comprehensive plan a bolder, more equitable document with the Office of Planning and the Mayor. In terms of area elements of the plan that connect to Ward 8, the major themes are enhancing retail services by encouraging and incentivizing more shopping options, particularly grocery stores. The plan's goal is to attract additional supermarkets, a variety of food retail, sit-down family-style restaurants, full-service gas stations, and general merchandise stores here in Ward 8. Another thing is supporting and expanding community resources, particularly around health. The goal is to develop additional healthcare and social service facilities to respond to urgent unmet needs for primary care, pre and postnatal care, child care, youth development, senior services, family counseling, nutrition education, and drug and alcohol treatment. In addition, this plan calls for more recreation facilities and activities for youth, which is particularly important for me in the ward as I hear from residents on a regular basis. Finally, the last major thing is to encourage equitable growth in Ward 8 by addressing concerns of displacement due to the new development. I'm particularly concerned about this relates to poor people in the district, also Black and brown people in the district. So I look forward to hearing the feedback and input from the community, because I have been getting emails and calls about the community getting more input on this plan, because it's truly their plan as we work for them. And so I know it's a very long stream process that the Office of Planning been diving into for the last couple of years, but we're at a place now where we want to ensure that this plan is a plan for everyone, and including those who've been in the city through the ups and downs and the worst. And so I want to thank you, Chairman. I look forward to hearing from the residents and those who have those stakeholders and businesses here in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds, if you have an opening statement.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I am very interested in hearing.
Can you turn on your camera?
Oh, sorry. All right, there. Thank you, Chairman. I'm very interested this morning in hearing from the witnesses. And I am particularly interested in whether or not our witnesses are focused on the comprehensive plan being a document that goes beyond just a land use. Can you see me? No? Okay. Goes beyond just to guide us through land usage in the city. I see this as an opportunity to hear about how service delivery is performing, so to speak, as well as to identify the amenities that communities feel are needed. Taking into consideration that this document hopefully will guide the zoning commission in determining where things might be placed that will lend the services that the community needs. So I'm looking forward to hearing particularly, of course, about housing and how we can address the current housing crises that is not something that is new just because we have the health pandemic, but it is something that has been ongoing for a period of years. In fact, perhaps I can say maybe a decade and a half. As our population has increased, we've found that we have not done as we could have in creating more housing that matches the income and the level of need, whether it's large families or small households. We just don't have the stock that we need. So I'm very curious as to whether or not the witnesses today will talk a little bit about the housing element in particular. And of course, you can't do that without talking about equity and how do we make our community more wholesome for all of the residents across the 8 wards. And so I thank my colleague, Councilmember McDuffie, for weighing in very heavily on equity, because that is where we are in our city and where the nation is. So I thank you very much for that. So thank you, Chairman, for giving me a moment.
You're welcome, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you. So I'm going to call in witnesses. We're going to do witnesses 10 at a time, and then 5-minute round for questions from council members. Want to remind everybody that we have for today 110 witnesses. So we're going to be moving along. Witnesses, well, I'll say this while witnesses are coming in. So Cheryl Court, Coalition for Smarter Growth. Alex Baca, who's the housing program organizer at Greater Washington. Ellen McCarthy, who's listed as principal of the Urban Partnership LLC, but she's also a former director of the Office of Planning. Garrett Hennigan, who's listed as a resident. Susan Kimmel, who's chair of Ward 3 Vision. Bob Ward, who's chair of the Cleveland Smart Growth. Corey Holman with ANC 6B. Brian Keefe, listed as a public witness. Dan Winston, commissioner for ANC 1B12. And Adam Kent, who's deputy director of LISC, which is Local Initiative Support Corporation. I'm going to look to Mr. Cash to see if all 10 are here. And I guess I'm waiting for everybody to sit down at the table, but that's kind of doesn't work when it's virtual. There's a, if you are in gallery view, you should be able to see the clock on in the top row. And I'm going to ask that you adhere to the time. It is very helpful. I'm saying this to you, but I'm saying this to anybody else. And there are 54 other attendees right now. It's very helpful if we have a copy of your statement, that is something in writing. If you've not sent it to us, you could send it to us now and we will try to identify it in the email and print it out so that I have it. And you should send it to the other council members as well. And with that, Ms. Court, do you want to begin? And
thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Council Members Pinto, McDuffie, White, and Bonds. Good morning. My name is Cheryl Court. I'm the Policy Director for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We are members of the Housing Priorities Coalition, which is engaged in this process that began 4 years ago. Together, we have urged the DC Council to pass the comp plan without delay. The plan makes clear commitments to racial equity, equitable distribution of affordable housing, and expanded housing opportunities around transit. This update is urgently needed to encourage more inclusive neighborhoods and begin to address the gaping racial disparities in housing and economic development. Even now, more than 1,000 homes are stuck at the Zoning Commission waiting for changes to the comp plan to move forward. Some critics have suggested that we need more process, but we have had extensive public engagement over the last 4 years. CSG is committed to good public process, and the process has been robust and multifaceted. I've attended meetings all across the city from Deanwood to Tenleytown. Office of Planning provided additional outreach and extended comment deadlines. To let this process to go on indefinitely beyond 4 years and counting is a disservice to the efforts of the many residents and ANC commissioners and stakeholders who have been involved. The 2006 comp plan is woefully out of date and fails to give us the guidance we need to build a more just recovery and address a legacy of discriminatory land use policies that have denied wealth, opportunity, and even health to our Black and Brown residents. The updated comp plan proposes to increase and equitably distribute housing options across the district, including setting goals for building more affordable homes in currently exclusive neighborhoods. The future land use map changes are also critical to the ability to address future housing needs and leverage new opportunities to create affordable housing. The map changes provide 15% more housing capacity focused around transit stations and corridors. Complementing these map changes is expanded inclusionary zoning, a proposal currently at the Zoning Commission. This would require up to 20% set aside of affordable IZ units in the case of an upzoning. Given the potential increased value created by the map changes, the 20% set aside is a value capture policy that combines needed increases in housing capacity with additional affordability. We are deeply concerned that the comp plan review process will slip into next year and mean even greater delay. We urge you to pass the bill this calendar year. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Court. Ms. Baca.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alex Baca, and I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Washington. GG Wash has been engaging our supporters with the comprehensive plan amendment process since it began in 2016. We so appreciated the council's dedication to passing the revised framework element in October 2019, and are asking you now to pass OP's amendments to the remainder of the comp plan, which reflect the revised framework by the end of the year. Our asks of the council are informed primarily by what comprehensive plans are and what they can do. Comp plans are fairly typical documents that guide, not regulate, general land use protocols. The comp plan on its own cannot make housing more affordable or stop displacement, but what it says is a necessary precondition to the legal or fiscal actions that may attempt to do so. Given the district's high housing prices, low housing supply, and what will surely be a protracted recovery from COVID-19, passing amendments to the 2006 plan as soon as possible is the most productive action that we can take right now. There are few conflicts in the district's comp plan between the comp plan and housing policy. We're a member of the Reclaim Rent Control Coalition. I consistently testify in support of more funding for affordable housing. None of these things are prevented by the comp plan. It doesn't influence housing policy generally, but rather land use regulations specifically. So the nexus, and Chairman, I know you're familiar with this, is that this is about zoning ultimately or other land use policy, and that's not in front of us today. Office of Planning's amendments are. So we support those amendments, not because they are objectively the best language, but because it's really unconscionable to extend this further than it needs to go. To that end, I do hope that the council will consider procedural reforms to clarify when the comp plan is rewritten or amended and what we can expect as residents when that happens. I do want to say that I understand why the comp plan garners so much attention, though this is an amendment cycle, most participants have experienced it as a full rewrite because of its length and the level of detail. The budget is really challenging, regulations are really opaque, but the comp plan, ours is more editorial than any other jurisdictions that I'm familiar with, says all sorts of things that tend to resonate with people and resonate with me. Governance doesn't really happen via prose, but the 2006 document is really prosaic. And I think in that way, it's kind of problematic. I think a lot of participants in this process have sometimes been misled about what comp plans can do. And that's something that I hope I'm addressing today. That said, I love this thing. I have the maps hanging in my house for reference. And, you know, I can see a lot of people on the witness list today who are, you know, typical participants. But there's a lot of people who are here talking about what they want to see in their neighborhood for the first time, and their support for the amendments and their sense of urgency, not necessarily mine, is what I hope you take into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Ms. Ellen McCarthy. You're muted.
Sorry. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am Ellen McCarthy, a resident of Upper Northwest for more than 30 years and a city planner for more than 40 years. Let me cut to the chase. I support OP's proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan and urge the council to adopt the plan in this council term before the end of 2020. I'd like to focus today on two areas in my section of DC, Upper Connecticut and Upper Wisconsin Avenues. Both arterials have sizable amounts of vacant or underutilized land, which could accommodate substantial amounts of new housing, especially mid to high rise, mixed use, multifamily residential buildings along the avenues. This new housing could provide street vitality, customers for retailers who are barely hanging on, and a chance to provide affordable units in high opportunity neighborhoods with good transit parks, libraries, schools, and grocery stores for our children and for those who live in areas without access to such amenities. The proposed amendments to the future land use map, the FLUM, for both areas call for increased land use intensity, conditioned upon the completion of area plans, which would guide any rezoning that would follow the adoption of the FLUM. These plans would address important concerns such as how to transition from higher buildings along the avenue to the lower density housing behind them, and whether there's a need for increased infrastructure to accommodate growth, and also identify tools to construct additional affordable housing. Councilmember Che specifically included funds in the OP budget to begin that planning work. A particularly dire situation I want to flag is Friendship Heights. The area was a lively shopping district. Now it is a disaster. Losses from real estate and sales taxes could easily top $10 million per year. Although the current situation is bleak, Friendship Heights has great potential to reinvent itself as a major residential-based mixed-use center, surrounded by walkable, attractive, desirable places to live, work, and be entertained. DC could have a reborn retail center with more than 1,000 new residential units, a substantial portion of which could be affordable. To accomplish this, we need the proposed FLUM amendments to be adopted by the council with one change. WMATA needs to redevelop their bus garage, and the current location is not the best use of the site. WMATA submitted a request to OP to add a stripe for local public facilities to the Lord and Taylor site, which OP did not include. Such a change would provide more flexibility to locate the bus garage in an appropriate location. The small area plan for the area should identify a location for a great neighborhood open space, along with retail, residential, and potential office locations to create a vibrant 24-hour center with a spot for the bus garage that would not adversely affect neighboring residents. Ward 3 has less than 1% of the affordable units in the city. Adopt the comp plan amendments so we can do our share and also reduce gentrification pressures in other city neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Mr. Hennigan.
Good morning, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Garrett Hennigan. Today as a public witness, a 7-year Ward 5 resident, and a lifelong Washingtonian. I'm here to ask the council to adopt the Office of Planning's amendments to support allowing greater housing density throughout DC and to approve the comp plan by the end of 2020. I love this city, its people, and its energy. It's so exciting to see our population growing and statehood closer than ever. But we can't avoid the reality that DC's prosperity is coming at grave cost to Black communities, communities of color, and our most vulnerable residents who face rising housing costs, displacement, and alarming changes in their neighborhoods. I firmly believe that the OP's amendments to the comp plan are critical tools to address these disparities in housing and economic opportunity. Since you're going to hear from experts better suited to talk details today, I wanted to share a recent conversation. Last month, visiting with my parents outside their Chevy Chase, DC home where my brother and I grew up, my mom was catching me up on neighborhood news. A house down the block recently finished a year-long rebuild and just had an open house. This newly refurbished 4-bedroom house on a small corner lot is advertised at a staggering $1.65 million, an unimaginable price compared to what my parents paid for their starter home in the 80s on a combined government and public school teacher salary. She was shocked. Is this what it takes to move into this neighborhood now? She asked, how could anyone but the most wealthy ever move here to take advantage of the neighborhood's local schools, fantastic parks, reliable transit, grocery stores, and all the other opportunities that I had growing up there? They could not. I could not. Chevy Chase needs more housing options that people can afford. Without them, she said, the neighborhood and its demographics could never change. Looking around, she was not worried about having more neighbors or larger buildings or any of the other objections people raise in opposition to density. Instead, she was struck by the brazen unfairness of our city's housing policy that hoards resources and opportunity for the wealthy where they are, then restricts those neighborhoods to the most expensive and inefficient kind of housing, single-family homes. She would gladly accept a duplex next door and more apartments to prevent displacement somewhere else. This anecdote is playing out all over the city, making housing deeply unaffordable for most people in far too many neighborhoods, and it's rapidly changing the demographics and culture of this city. The council cannot afford to draw out this process any longer. We need more housing at all affordability levels now, and the comp plan update is the tool to do it. Please say yes to increasing housing options and making our city more equitable by passing the comp plan intact in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hennigan. Ms. Kimmel.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning.
Members. My name is Susan Kimmel. I'm the chair of the Ward 3 Vision Steering Committee. We advocate for smart growth and vibrant neighborhoods, and we support the proposed legislation to amend the comprehensive plan for the first time since 2011. We urge the council to take swift action and vote it into law before the end of the year. Both the current pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement have shone a spotlight on the inequalities across the city, increasing our sense of urgency to redress the harms of exclusionary zoning and to provide more affordable housing without delay. Due to time constraints, I am cut short my remarks, but I want to say that my written record includes an analysis of the impact of the FLUM on the Wisconsin and Connecticut Avenue corridors. Cities across the country are grappling with housing shortages, homelessness, and high rents. Research shows that too much land regulation jacks up housing costs. These extremes are represented by San Francisco, where exclusionary zoning has led to skyrocketing prices, while Minneapolis and Portland have relaxed zoning codes to allow more dwelling units on single-family lots to encourage greater density. DC's Office of Planning has wisely followed the principles of transit-oriented development by recommending changes to the future land use map, otherwise known as the FLUM, which could allow parcels along the major transit corridors to be rezoned for higher density. This moderate approach enables change without forcing it. Changes to the FLUM are not a mandate. There is no obligation to rezone. The changes are not self-actualizing. The rezoning doesn't happen automatically, but each site would require approval by the zoning commission. But the FLUM does impose strong limits on development because it sets a ceiling for land use type that cannot be exceeded. Under DC law, zoning cannot be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan of which the future land use map is a key component. Ward 3 Vision applauds OP for taking the first step to lower the walls of exclusionary zoning surrounding Rock Creek West. Allowing increased density for new construction will create more inclusionary zoning units, and it's worth noting that under the proposal for expanded IZ, that will require 20% of the floor area to be used for affordable homes. Though we recognize that IZ units alone will not solve the affordable housing crisis, it is a beginning. Other programs such as use of city-owned land are additional tools proposed in the comp plan. But time is of the essence. And as I draw to close, I urge that you vote it this year before the new session begins. Delay means lost opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kimmel. Mr. Ward.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Bob Ward. I'm speaking on behalf of the steering committee of Cleveland Park Smart Growth. I'm here today to ask you to pass the mayor's proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan as soon as possible. I'd like to focus my comments on the future land use map, Amendment 2123, which proposes a land use change for from low density commercial to a mixed moderate density commercial and high density residential for the commercial area in Cleveland Park along Connecticut Avenue. Monday night, our group hosted a virtual event for over 90 area residents where we heard from Councilmember Che and representatives from the Office of Planning and the Historic Preservation Office. The meeting confirmed what many of us believed, which is this: wholesale maximum development of the commercial area in Cleveland Park is not likely given the constraints of our historic district, but there are opportunities for compatible growth. And so while preservation is not supposed to be a proxy for land use, the reality is otherwise. I ask that you at least allow for high density housing at our walkable transit served commercial area, even though HPRB will be the controlling factor of what gets built. Let's allow future projects and a robust community engagement to determine if we can both add density, obtain community benefits while fitting in with the neighborhood's architecture. There are many reasons why allowing the potential of high density in the Cleveland Park commercial area is a public policy we should all support. One is revitalization. The positive economic impact from a greater density of residents and daytime foot traffic at the commercial area is self-evident. Adding more customers is not a cure-all to the neighborhood's retail slump. However, the opportunity for placemaking and the new managed Main Street, coupled with the prospect of respectful development, increase the potential for revitalization significantly. Another is sustainability. Living close to work rather in the suburbs reduces vehicle miles traveled. Locating housing where people can live car-free, walk to transit, shopping, and entertainment is the best public policy. equity in growth is also very important. Since 2000, growth in other parts of the city has added pressure of displacement on low-income residents. Adding housing in Cleveland Park, where the amenities of good schools, parks, libraries, and shops are in walking distance, is an issue of equity. Expanded inclusionary zoning requirements would come into play in our neighborhood, as would the encouragement of PUDs and the prioritization of affordable housing called for in the framework element. Ward 3, Cleveland Park included, has a long history of exclusion that we should all be working hard to correct. And so for these reasons, our group respectfully asks that you approve the mayor's proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan as quickly as possible. And thank you for what you do for our city.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Corey Holman.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Corey Holman, Commissioner for 6B06 and Chair of ANC 6B's Planning and Zoning Committee. I'm speaking as an individual today. My testimony does not officially reflect the views of individual commissioners or 6B. I'll note that our ANC submitted a formal resolution requesting passage of the bill this council period and supporting the text and map changes that directly impact our ANC. For the past 3 years, ANC 6B has participated in the process that has led us to today. We've had subcommittee meetings, neighborhood meetings, committee meetings, full commission meetings, and commissioners and neighbors have spent untold hours discussing the current plan, suggesting changes, reviewing OP feedback, and on and on and on. In February, ANC 6B submitted our final comments to OP. Some of our suggested text and map changes were rejected, some were accepted, but all were addressed by OP, both in writing and in follow-up meetings. Never before have I seen the amount and earnestness of opportunity given by an executive agency. This bill is ready and has been ready to move forward, and I encourage you to mark up and pass it as soon as possible. One of the small things I wanted to point out in my testimony is that the impacts, there are small impacts that could have a large, small items that could have a large impact on my SMD. For example, the bill changes the FLUM and GPM designation for the temporary Southeast Boulevard stub. In next year's capital budget, DDOT is planning to include a request to spend federal dollars to widen this temporary road. We will, of course, oppose this funding and encourage you to do as well, but it's important that our opposition is based on inconsistency with the guiding land use document for the city, as well as transportation and environmental guidance. At some point soon, the city administrator will also advance a plan to move the MPD heliport next to Boathouse Row in my SMD. This is a PDR zone, and there is also PDR zone land nearby that is proposed to be changed to high density residential in the FLUM. And adjacent to that is a PUD that desperately needed design guidelines from OP but didn't have them. The comp plan seeks to stop this haphazard planning and land use in this area as a planning focus area, and the site to make substantial progress to creating 36,000 new housing units in the city. With that, I want to thank you and Ms. Costner and Mr. Cash and all council staff for creating these opportunities for discussion. You'll hear a lot today and tomorrow. I just wanted to make sure you are aware of our experience as an ANC and neighborhood through this process, and stress that while we support, or I guess I support the broad vision outline in the framework element and I also support the broad goal stressed by the council member opening statement, but our testimony was did not address those. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holman. Ryan Keefe. I'm told Ryan Keefe is not here. Dan Winston, who's a commissioner with ANC 1B12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have to keep moving forward. Campaigning a couple of years ago for ANC commissioner, back when it was safe to mingle with new people, I remember speaking with somebody who'd grown up on U Street. I only moved to the neighborhood in 2011. Of course, in just a few years, my beloved community had transformed. New buildings towered over row houses, luxury apartments replaced a hot dog store. The process, I knew, had been ongoing for decades before I arrived. I asked my neighbor, who had been around for so many ups and downs, what she thought of all the change. Some called it gentrification. I won't forget her response. We have to keep moving forward. And that, I believe, is what we are called to do today. As we revise the district's comprehensive plan, we have a once-in-a-decade opportunity to decide how we will keep moving forward. And we must move forward to even greater inclusion, sustainability, and opportunity for all. As ANC Commissioner, I'm privileged to represent the area around 14th and U Street Northwest. I truly believe that it is our nation's greatest neighborhood. I think most residents of DC would make the same claim. We live in a great city. People want to be here, but that means we must plan intentionally for the future we want to create. I chaired ANC 1B's comprehensive plan task force, and we submitted detailed comments. Thank you for taking them into consideration. I'm here today, not representing the commission, to emphasize a simple point. We should pass the comp plan with the Office of Planning's amendments intact. In speaking with dozens of community members across many public meetings that we hosted, I heard many views. One thing I didn't hear was, we shouldn't revise this document, or we should just hope things remain exactly as they are. Perhaps that's because some of the city's most wonderful projects are right in my neighborhood. Portner Flats integrates affordable and market-raising housing right along U Street. The renovated Grimke School will house an expanded African-American Civil War Museum, anchoring the cultural corridor envisioned by the Duke Plan. The comp plan must enable more of these projects everywhere. It's a statement of principle. Neighborhoods that have seen limited new development should grow, increasing density to welcome new residents and businesses. We can't allow some neighborhoods to be preserved while others are the sole recipient of an international influx of capital. That approach risks destroying what makes our communities so great in the first place. And it impacts longtime district residents the most. Let's invert our priorities. Focus on preserving and creating affordable housing. Grow our city, but especially in the wealthiest areas. There will be ample opportunities for future public engagement on individual projects, but we can leave that for the future. Now is the time to heed my neighbor's words. Keep moving DC forward. With OP's amendments, we will move forward towards the vibrant and inclusive future that our city deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Winston. Adam Kent.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Adam Kent, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and the Deputy Director of the DC Office of LISC. I'm here today to urge the council to approve and enact the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act before the end of 2020. LISC is a community development organization that has worked in DC since 1982 to help create healthy and resilient DC neighborhoods. During our nearly 40 years in DC, we have seen our city change dramatically, going from a city beset by population loss, disinvestment, to one that has become one of the most desirable places to live. In some very meaningful ways, this change has benefited the residents living in some of the communities where we work. Crime has dropped significantly. Neighborhood parks, recreation centers, libraries, health clinics, and schools are new, frequently used, and state-of-the-art. Commercial corridors are more vibrant. However, over the same time period, we have witnessed an extreme loss in affordable housing, coupled with increased displacement pressures on many DC residents, particularly Black residents and residents of color, who have disproportionately borne the brunt of our city's inequitable growth. We believe this type of inequitable change is not inevitable. It is, in part, a function of market forces acting within structures established by DC's current comprehensive plan. To address these dramatic inequities, DC needs an updated comprehensive plan that accurately reflects our city's priorities for achieving greater racial equity and access to opportunity, housing affordability, public health, and resiliency. We believe that the amendments considered by the council today represent a critical step in that direction. The proposed amendments seek to combat the pernicious effects of past and current planning on Black and Brown residents that have contributed to dramatic wealth, health, and housing disparities we see today. The amendments make specific and long overdue steps to address the legacy of redlining and racial segregation by prioritizing the expansion of housing opportunities in all areas of DC, while also elevating anti-displacement principles such as one-for-one replacement and build first. The amendments presented by the Office of Planning represent 4 years of work where proposed changes were rigorously reviewed, refined, and improved upon by many DC residents with varying perspectives and needs. Because of this level of engagement, this document does not contain many surprises. Instead, it honors and expands upon the framework element that the council has already adopted. We acknowledge and support the council's desire to review and affirm that the amendments reflect the community's values and will achieve our priorities across the district. We are confident that this can be done in a timely fashion because the community has done so much work already to submit a comprehensive plan worthy of adoption. We hope the council will treat review and adoption of the comprehensive plan as it deserves, as a time-sensitive priority to help thousands of district residents, employers, and other stakeholders succeed and have more sustainable opportunities to live, work, and grow. The time is now to move forward with the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. We will have, council members will have a 5-minute round for questions if they have any. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. Ms. Baca, not to single you out, but I thought your testimony was thoughtful, but it did prompt me to want to make a couple of comments. One is you say I'm looking at your statement, we support OP's amendments not because they are the objectively best language. And that got me to thinking, you know, the comprehensive plan is unique among legislation that we get. It's like the budget in this way. The council is unable to initiate any amendments to the comprehensive plan. So we have this submission from the mayor. The Office of Planning has indicated that it'll be several years, could be half a decade before we get the next proposed changes or amendments or a new plan from the Office of Planning. So if this is not the best language, we're going to have to live with it for the next 5 years or longer if the Office of Planning in the future does what Office of Plannings have done in the past, which is to miss deadlines for submitting amendments to the plan. And that makes it important that we consider it. Just so that everybody understands, this is the document that we have. I don't know if you all can see this. This is the document that we have, and it is not possible for us to mark this up in 2 weeks. But I have committed that we are going to move forward with the amendments first thing in the new year, and we have the ability to hold over what the mayor submitted, and so that we can take it up. And what I have said is that we will have this through the council or out of the committee before the budget. My goal is to do this in February, so we're moving quickly. We received this in April. We almost immediately went into the budget process. And here we are, and we will work on this and get this to the council in the next couple of months. But the next couple of weeks, particularly for a document that is admittedly not the best language, in the next 2 weeks is not possible. Let me turn to your colleagues. Councilmember Pinto, if you have any questions.
Chairman, am I going to be able to answer that? I am happy to wait.
Well, I didn't really have a question there, but I did evoke your name.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because I do have some responses to that. So, and I will try to be brief. Yes, I think that, you know, there's also parts of my testimony that talk about how sort of editorial and subjective, like points that I have made about this particular comp plan before is that it's very long. I very much agree with OP's recommendation that this should be shorter and more condensed at some point. I think we're more likely to get that through a rewrite than at this time. So yeah, I would not say that OP's amendments are perfect, but I would also say that like my suggestions would not be perfect. Like we're working with this big knotty document, and I think given the conditions that we have right now, passing what we have intact is great. We've also, you know, I've asked also for just the preservation, kind of like, I guess using OP's own words, like the sort of protection and enhancement of its language. I would welcome more clarity before the record closes on what is a major versus a minor change to the comp plan, because I hope to make your life and the life of, you know, the other council members easier when we're getting things submitted before the record closes, because I do know that people will have changes and we should make space for that. But given the document that we have, the trajectory that we have in the sort of current set of conditions, I think what would be most productive is to move forward with better standards around comprehensive planning, which is also why a number of offices, I think, have graciously spent some time with me to talk about procedural reform, which is of particular interest. And I'm happy to talk more about that later. Thank you.
Well, you do prompt me to remember a couple of the things I wanted to say, and there are 22 seconds left for me to say it. One of them is that we do have an amendment process that we adopted a couple of years ago, and there's no reason why we shouldn't look at that and see if we can't improve upon it. But the fact that we set forth a schedule that the Office of Planning has to do things doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. And so it is, I think, inspiring to suggest we can come up with a better process, but the reality based on experience, and one only has to look at the last couple of years for experience, is that in the end, the mayor, whoever that is, and the Office of Planning, whoever that is, will get us changes when they want to get us changes, and we can't make that any different, even if we put it into law. The other thing I would say is I am a little bit disappointed, and this sounds like I'm about to be critical, and I don't really want to be, but I had a conversation with the Office of Planning a year ago with the framework about the need for the document to be more concise. We did not ask for 1,500 pages of amendments. And so there was an opportunity to either avoid this degree of length or to be more concise, and it didn't happen. But I'm hopeful that we do see some conciseness a few years from now. Councilmember Pinto. I'm going to move on. Councilmember McDuffie, do you have any questions? Councilmember Trayon White, do you have any questions? Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions?
Chairman, I believe you were calling my name. I'm very sorry. Something's with my hearing on my computer.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember Bonds?
I do not have questions. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. That's fine.
Thank you. I can
Let me
barely
thank-
hear you, so I'm working on it.
Okay. Let me thank all of the witnesses. Again, if you want to supplement your comments, you've got 2 weeks if you want it in the record. That does not mean that you can't comment after that. So again, thank you all. I'm going to admit the next, actually, I'm going to go for the next 12 witnesses.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Scott Bruton, who's the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Melissa Bondi, who's with Enterprise Community Partners. Stephanie Leota Atkinson, who's Executive Vice President of Mid-City Financial Corporation. Talib Din Ukta is Executive Director of the 14th Street Uptown Business Association. Meg McGuire, who's listed as an individual. Parissa Norouzi, who's with Empower DC as the Executive Director. Andrea Rosen, Caroline Petty, both of whom are listed as public witnesses. Reginald Black, who's listed as Ralaustity owner. Caitlin Kostielova, who's a staff attorney with Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Nick Deladon, who's with the DuPont East Civic Action Association, and Renee Bowser, who is an ANC commissioner with ANC 4D02. I'm told that Ms. Petty and Ms. Kosolova are not here, so I'm going to call 2 more people, Barbara Kalo and Kirby Vining. Ms. Kalo is Secretary Treasurer of the West End Citizens Association, and Mr. Vining is Chair of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. And if Ms. Petty or Ms. Kosolova arrive, we'll let them in probably as the next panel. Mr. Bruton, do you want to begin? And again, remember 3 minutes. If you're in gallery view, you'll see the clock. I believe it's in the top row. If we don't have your testimony, written testimony, you can submit it during the hearing and my Cracker Jack staff will print it out for me. Mr. Bruton?
Well, thank you, Chairman.
Good morning.
I sent my testimony this morning, so the staff should have it. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Scott Bruton. I am the Vice President for Housing Policy at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. The Coalition's 170 member organizations fund, finance, produce, preserve, and provide affordable housing and neighborhood-based economic development in the District of Columbia. I am testifying today in favor of the passage of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. CNHED is a member of the Housing Priorities Coalition. Our coalition comprises advocates, policy analysts, and affordable housing developers who believe the updated comp plan is integral to addressing racial inequities in the district and prioritizing housing, health, and economic equity in our plans for recovering from the worst public health crisis in the past 100 years. We encourage the council to pass this bill as soon as possible. The existing comp plan is outdated and does not provide the long-term vision we need to address the district's significant racial disparities in housing, health, and economic opportunity. At the heart of the updated comp plan are provisions to increase housing options across the district, including creating more affordable homes in currently exclusive neighborhoods. The plan also includes policies and actions for COVID-19 response and recovery. The comp plan update is a key step toward addressing a legacy of redlining, racial segregation, and other discriminatory practices that have led to today's disparities in wealth, health outcomes, and housing security for so many residents of color. The district has significant shortfalls in housing affordable to households earning 50% of the median family income and below. Severe housing cost burdens are faced by very low income district residents, who are most likely to represent communities of color. The comp plan sets affordable housing goals for each part of the district to expand options for where low-income households can choose to live, shop, go to school, and work. It provides clearer guidance to the Zoning Commission in response to recent court decisions that have stalled needed new housing and prioritizes affordable housing creation and preservation and the prevention of displacement of residents from their communities. The comp plan update is a necessary precondition for producing more affordable housing, particularly in high opportunity areas. When paired with the Office of Planning's proposed changes to strengthen inclusionary zoning requirements for zoning map amendments, the comp plan update will add significant development capacity to these neighborhoods, thereby providing opportunities for creating both new, primarily affordable housing projects, as well as primarily market rate projects with significant affordable components. Without the update and given existing restrictions in the comp plan maps, such projects will not be possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Bruton. Ms. Bondi.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for holding today's hearing. I'm pleased to be with you. My name is Melissa Bondi, and I am the State and Local Policy Director for Enterprise Community Partners. Enterprise also serves as a member of the Housing Priorities Coalition, as mentioned by Mr. Bruton. Over more than 30 years in the District of Columbia, Enterprise has helped to create and preserve 14,000 homes and invested more than $780 million in support through our tax credit projects, capacity building grants, and many other programs. I mention this because as a dynamic partner to the district, we work within many neighborhoods in numerous roles that are guided by the comp plan. Enterprise recommends that the council approve and enact the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act as soon as the council's calendar allows. We are just one of those thousands of participants in the comp plan public process over the last 4 years. The act reflects a diversity of viewpoints, reflecting that level of input, while still reading as a far more consistent and modernized blueprint than the 2006 version we operate under today. Because of this level of engagement, this document does not contain very many surprises. It is easy to trace the principles of the council's framework elements adopted 14 months ago. So as proposed, the act meets our expectations in 2020 to be explicit and direct about the use of land use and planning tools to achieve meaningful, measurable progress towards racial equity, increasing housing affordability, and supporting an improved quality of life for district residents. These are fundamental to our urging for its adoption as soon as possible. OP's language touches so many systems, investments, and interventions regarding the district's present and future paths that makes the plan also fundamental to the district's commitment to address its own record of racial inequity. The proposed act offers updated superior value to the existing 14-year-old version now in place. It explicitly acknowledges the consequences of past and current planning practices on Black and Brown residents, including wealth disparities, health outcomes, and housing instability. It also clearly and intentionally enables opportunities to reverse the legacy impacts of redlining, racial segregation, and other discriminatory land use choices whose consequences remain with us today. The act addresses the need for substantially greater housing across the district for residents making up to 50% of median income, with protections from displacement through preservation and increased affordable housing supply. These are solutions that will work if allowed to be in place. Examples of concrete solutions enabled by the Act have been referenced by other speakers already this morning, so I will not repeat them. My mom taught me that neither bad news nor good solutions will get better with delay. The Act contains many good solutions. That makes it time sensitive. We appreciate the Council's commitment to move forward with the comprehensive plan as quickly as possible to guide all of us as residents and stakeholders moving forward. On behalf of Enterprise, we stand ready to work with all of you, and we thank you for considering our views.
Thank you, Ms. Bondi. Ms. Leota Atkinson, and good morning.
Good morning, Chair Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Stephanie Leota Atkinson. I'm an Executive Vice President of Mid-City Financial Corporation. Mid-City owns and develops multifamily housing in the Mid-Atlantic region, including 1,200 apartment units in DC. We also have 3 active development projects in the city. I'd first like to commend the Office of Planning for the process of updating the comprehensive plan and this bill. The comprehensive plan, as submitted, satisfies many important priorities, and it was formulated with an unprecedented amount of public feedback. With respect to the housing chapter, it's important to note that it's very costly and difficult to develop housing in the district. This in turn makes the district one of the most expensive jurisdictions to buy or rent housing. The comprehensive plan can help the market meet housing demand and increase affordability by encouraging production incentives and reducing regulatory burdens. For example, Section 503.4 of the housing chapter addresses production incentives. I recommend that the section be amended to include a detailed list of discretionary incentives and relief measures that agencies can rely upon in the review and permitting process. In this section, you might consider adding text that states, following and other incentives may be appropriate to facilitate development. Flexibility with zoning requirements, including height, density, lot occupancy and setbacks, entitlement and regulatory relief, permissive design review, reduction or elimination of parking requirements, expedited entitlement review and permitting tracks, fee waivers, tax credits and abatements, and other financing tools, unquote. Language of this nature would encourage the use of a broad array of tools to make development more efficient in meeting housing production goals and giving agencies more flexibility to facilitate that housing production. I'd also like to discuss the housing chapter's focus on preservation of housing. Subsection 509.1 of the bill states, quote, preservation of housing in the district, especially affordable housing, is perhaps an even higher priority than increasing housing supply, unquote. I think this statement goes a little bit too far. Much naturally occurring affordable housing is becoming functionally obsolete. And in many cases, new development is actually a superior option. Moreover, a privately owned apartment building that was utilized for 30 or 40 years as affordable housing cannot be expected to be permanently affordable beyond the expiration of affordability covenants on the property. Indeed, private owners and investors were induced to enter decades-long affordability covenants expressly with the long-term redevelopment opportunity in mind and as a return on the original return-constrained investment. The comprehensive plan must grapple with market realities such as this. And the way to do that is to prioritize the production of new mixed income housing all across the city, utilizing the city's inclusionary zoning requirements and driving down costs by allowing the flexibility I described earlier. My final comment is on the future land use map. I strongly encourage and support the proposed FLUM. I don't think the council should amend that map as submitted, but if you do, I recommend that you enhance density and flexibility around transit sites, major corridors, and sites that allow infill opportunities. In conclusion, I would encourage the council to pass this legislation in 2020. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Leota Atkinson. Talib Din Okta.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee of the whole. My name is Taladin Okta, founder and executive director of the 14th Street Uptown Business Association. We represent 13 owners and entities of 32 commercial properties located in the 46 and 4700 blocks of 14th Street between Buchanan and Decatur, across from the Northern Division Bus Garage. 14UBA supports the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020, but with serious issues of inequity, integrity, and fairness that we want the mayor and current director of OP to address and honor. OP's director needs to keep and maintain the position of his agency's 2 previous directors and effect the zoning map change in our 2 blocks. And the mayor's office needs to recommit itself to its affordable housing policy and not allow Ramada to redevelop a 4.5-acre site back into a diesel fuel bus garage in a residential neighborhood when there are other alternatives. In 2009, over the objections of OP and DEMPED, 1-4 UVA, with the help of then Councilmember Muriel Bowser, was successful in having 14th Street from Spring Road to Longfellow declared a target area that eventually led to Great Streets designation and the creation of a revitalization small area plan for 14th Street, approved by the council in 2012. Components of that plan, dubbed Node 2, recognized then that continuing a low-density classification for our 32 commercially zoned properties was counterproductive to our city's revitalization efforts, that the key to our success could be found in a more moderate density classification, and we all agreed. The upgrade was more appropriate in both land use and zoning, and that our 2 blocks could remain competitive with other corridors along Kennedy Street, 14th Street, and the redevelopment of WMATA's Northern Division bus garage. But today, that's not the case. The comp plan's land use map reflects the moderate density classification we fought for, and that's good. We thank them for that. But now OP is waffling on affecting the change in the zoning map classification we need to move forward. It's now saying they can't see the justification for it. They can justify doing it for the McMillan Reservoir or Walter Reed projects, but can't find that same justification for a cadre of Black and minority-owned commercial property owners like myself, not even after promising for over a decade to do so. So there's no honor in that. We ask this committee recognize our continuing efforts to improve our city and help the mayor's office and OP to find the justification it needs to honor its commitment to the city and us. We thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today, and we'd be glad to answer any concerns or questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ukta. Ms. McGuire.
I am Meg McGuire, a Ward 6 resident for 40 years and now a resident of Ward 3. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on myths and mirage of the comprehensive plan rewrite. Enumerating mythologies driving too many of these amendments is beyond the scope of my brief remarks, but here are 3. Myth number 1, citizens who file pesky land use lawsuits are to blame for lack of affordable housing and must be disempowered so that unfettered development can proceed. Really? The Court of Appeals did not fault citizens for bringing these suits. Rather, it rebuked the Zoning Commission for failure to justify project approvals. Yet the Office of Planning seeks a radical shift of power from residents to the mayor and the unelected Zoning Commission by wholesale upzoning throughout the city and by emasculating the verbs. Protect, a meaningful verb, becomes respect, an attitude. Retain becomes encourage. Ensure, should. Must, should. Shall, should. The city will be so busy respecting, encouraging, and shouldifying that city officials, especially the Zoning Commission, will be able to rubber stamp whatever development it wishes. A vote for these amendments as written is a vote to disempower the residents of the District of Columbia to have any meaningful role in planning. Myth number 2, the amendments will produce the affordable housing the city needs. In fact, the goal of 36,000 new units, only a fraction of which are for those who need it most, is dependent on massive matter of right market rate developments for trickle down affordability benefits. The council can transform housing mirage and inequity into housing equity by adopting the bold housing justice priorities that the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition will submit during this hearing. Myth number 3, digital billboards in designated entertainment areas will enliven and animate our city. Buried deep within the historic preservation element, where it does not belong, is policy HP 165, commercial signage that will overturn the city's model law prohibiting construction of new billboards. Continuing to allow billboards in so-called designated entertainment areas will open a floodgate of industry-sponsored sales pitches that billboards enhance economic vitality, even as these electronic blasts interfere with work and sleep. Digital billboards belong inside ballparks, not in the public realm. Remember the Evans saga? The protests of Gallery Place apartment owners and office tenants who despised the direct and bounced light they must endure? And the court battles with Digimedia. Signs of more trouble to come. Joni put it best, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. Ms. Naruzzi?
Hi, my name is Parisa Noruzi. I'm the Executive Director of Empower DC, where since 2003, I've worked citywide with residents impacted by gentrification and displacement and the need for deeply affordable housing. I joined the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition today in speaking against the current comp plan before you. It does not do enough to address displacement, low-income housing, nor to promote community-led equitable development. Let's be reminded that DC has a well-established track record of inequitable development driven by the influence of developers and the cozy relationship with the mayor's office. The Zoning Commission had approved nearly every single PUD that came before it for many years. The Office of Planning abetted that by ignoring the city's failure to meet the low-income housing goals. As a result, we lost 40,000 or more Black residents between 2000 and 2010. We were named the most rapidly gentrifying city in the country. The need for housing has been well overstated by the Office of Planning and the comp plan. It is focused on in-migration. It's focused on a growing population that the city's chief financial officer itself has stated is not the case any longer. Since 2012, the in-migration has decreased every year. In 2019, we gained only a few hundred new residents. So with the mayor pushing to build 36,000 new units, we have to question who is that housing for? And we have to ask because we know it is not for the 51,000 current households in the city that cannot afford more than $900 per month. We know that there is no new policy in the comp plan that will require low-income housing. Anything above the inclusionary zoning requirement, which does not go below 50% AMI. There is no enforceable policy in this new comp plan that will address anything above that. So then we have to talk about racial equity. Everybody loves to talk about that. But if we're not stopping displacement, if we're not building housing that Black people in the city can afford, and if we're not empowering Black communities to be on the front end of development, then how exactly are we furthering racial equity? We have 14 public housing properties up for redevelopment. We have no policies in place to assist these residents with being on the front end of community planning or ensuring that we have community development strategies like land trust, cooperatives, equity sharing, home ownership, for instance. And I would, in my last couple seconds, I will say that the comp plan should be the first bill reviewed by a racial equity impact statement under the new REACH Act. I hope to work with you on amendments to strengthen these priorities as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naruzzi. Andrea Rosen.
I'm Andrea Rosen, Ward 4 resident. OP's ward level meetings and surveys around their plan were scripted top-down affairs, heavy on smart growth talking points and devoid of community-specific detail. The only engagement around changes to the FLUM, ground zero of OP's amendments, was done at roundtables held by the Grassroots Planning Coalition last fall in each planning area, which means communities have been circumvented, even though the changes to zone definitions in the framework, text changes in the body of the plan, and changes to the maps harm residents' ability to leverage benefits through PUDs. OP has replaced the few mandates in the current plan with aspirations. The changes at once give the Zoning Commission free rein and eliminate all solid footing by which residents can appeal zoning approvals. This is a 180-degree flip from what most witnesses asked for in testimony about the framework in March 2018. OP betrays its lack of seriousness about meeting the needs of housing-burdened and unhoused residents when it removes all specificity in the plan regarding levels of affordability from public to workforce housing, treating affordability as a monolith. This is important because the framework makes affordable housing preeminent among goals, so sweeping aside competing interests can be justified even for projects that provide only trivial numbers of small units at 80% MFI. Except in the Rock Creek East area element, references to preserving neighborhood character are purged. OP ensures that the built environment of our personal and community histories is respected only until the front loader rips it to shreds. Increasing density is portrayed as the only mechanism to attain affordability, yet we don't see affordability resulting from all the new, denser construction on the ground, despite the fact that some of it is uninhabited, leading housing providers to report that they're offering months of free rent to entice tenants. OP has it backwards, for as Jane Jacobs observed, neighborhoods must retain old building stock to preserve affordable homes and commercial spaces, since new construction is always more expensive. The very upflumbing of land immediately raises its market value. Big new projects displace people and small businesses, and they cannot afford to return. Residents are meant to take solace from the fact that their homes and neighborhoods are being rendered into something else for someone else in the name of equity, although there is no equity guaranteed. The dynamic reminds me more of the 1960s fight against white men's highways through black men's homes. Moreover, upflumbing is not the result of actual planning, let alone community-led planning. Changes to the flum were done at the behest of commercial property owners. Widespread upflumbing will have the effect of cutting communities and ANCs out of negotiating community benefits, including additional affordability. If the mayor were serious about gaining affordability, it would downfund the city, exerting pressure on developers to provide significantly more affordability for greater density. With in-migration to DC already in decline before the pandemic, and a pandemic, not the last, that is upending behaviors and laying bare the life and death disparities experienced by different DC communities, passing this crude developer's rewrite of the comp plan would be irresponsible. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for holding these hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Caroline Petty was not here when we called folks in. Reginald Black.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Reginald Black, and I'm a native Washingtonian, the Advocacy Director for People for Fairness Coalition, a former Ward 7 and 8 resident. I currently reside in Ward 4 and am a voting member of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I appear before you today to express support for some of the concerns raised by my colleagues, the Grassroots Planning Coalition. I oppose the notion of passing the comprehensive plan amendments as is because the Office of Planning has not taken into account the negative impacts of displacement and gentrification that are contributing to the loss of the Black populations of low income. During the comment period, we also produced comments and a resolution about ending housing instability, which were also reflected through our housing justice priorities. Within our housing justice priorities document, we have identified how we can use the comprehensive plan to support the unhoused. Ending housing instability and supporting the unhoused, the DC comprehensive plan will call for actions and policies in housing, land use, and the economic development elements to end homelessness in the district. Additionally, the comp plan must contain specific concrete goals to end homelessness and identify clear deadlines for accomplishing the goals, including housing production complementary to Homeward DC, which calls for a total of 6,000 units. Also, we support community-led equitable development. The amended comprehensive plan must expressly endorse community-led and racially equitable development and augment pending council legislation titled the Racial Equity Achieves Real Change Amendment Act, and advance the creation of an office to guide community-led and racially equitable development. I'm a native and I just won't let DC be at its worst. I want a city that works for us. This is why I support the housing justice priorities produced by the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. I'm currently working to end poverty and homelessness, and I do what I can to give public oversight to the construction of new housing and want it for all residents, especially natives of African descent. That is why we propose the definition of universal housing, housing that is only 1/3 of a person's income, no matter where that income falls. Some of it is from the basis of the idea of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights signed in 1948. Article 25, I want to note, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, and housing, housing, and medical care and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his or her control. I implore you not to just pass these amendments without our priorities for housing justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Ms. Puslova was not here when I called, but I understand she'll be here for the next panel. Nick Deladon. Mr. Deladon.
I'm here. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Nick Deladon, and I'm the president of DuPont East Civic Action Association, a nonprofit association dedicated to community engagement and civic action, particularly in the areas of development and historic preservation. Thank you for this opportunity to express our views on the mayor's proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan. We have partnered with Empower DC and concur with the housing justice priorities developed by the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. DuPont East Civic Action Association joins the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition in testifying against the passage of the comp plan amendments as proposed. They do nothing to stop displacement, provide affordable low-income housing, or promote community-led equitable development. As the council moves through the markup process, we urge three things. Number one, strengthen the language that the mayor has weakened throughout the bill by changing directive language like must into discretionary language like should. Second, incorporate language that reflects our top housing priorities, including public housing, rent control, subsidies, housing the homeless, and community-led development. And third, require development based on existing housing needs versus perceived future needs. Require reporting of housing vacancies, and require the study of the impact of development on other systems in the city like education, transportation, environment, and so on. Mayor Bowser, along with DC's major developers and the so-called smart growth faction, have worked hard to manipulate the narrative behind the amendments. What we are getting, unfortunately, is not smart. DuPont East Civic Action Association supports the provision for small area plans as a way to engage communities in their own neighborhood, in their own behalf. But I would like to pick up on a discussion that Chairman Mendelson and our association had last week in a discussion about the enforceability of the comp plan and what we should give attention to. You mentioned, Chairman said that, of course, zoning shall not be inconsistent with the comp plan. You cautioned that language on housing, rent control, transportation, and the environment are not per se zoning. And you warned us that not to be unrealistic in our expectations. The Court of Appeals disagrees with you on some of this and has rebuked the Zoning Commission repeatedly For example, for not requiring environmental impact studies in developments in the city.
Mr. Deladon, you need to conclude your testimony.
Okay, I didn't realize it was going over. Well, thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you. Ms. Bowser, Renee Bowser, Commissioner ANC 4D.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning.
All council members attending today's hearing. I'm Renee Bowser, a Petworth ANC Commissioner, SMD 4D02, and a member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. I'm testifying in opposition to the passage of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020 in its current form and ask the council to make the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition's housing justice priorities the foundation of the comp plan amendments. I'll address three severely deficient areas in OP's amendment process and the substance of the agency's amendments. First, the Office of Planning has violated the law and regulations in presenting comp plan amendments for passage by DC Council without providing a detailed explanation of the impact of the current provisions and the need and impact of its sweeping proposals. Council should demand thorough explanation of the changes so as to clarify their likely impact. Second, the comp plan amendments must be improved to expressly endorse community-led and racially equitable development, defining clear directives for implementing equitable development and setting forth procedures for monitoring and enforcing desired outcomes. Community-led development is needed to reverse the decades-long displacement development model that has pushed out more than 40,000 Black residents out of the district. Third, the comp plan amendments must reinstate the commitment deleted by OP to preserve and improve existing public housing and build additional public housing that will also provide extremely low-income families with an equity stake in that housing. The amendment process was not started to increase affordable housing throughout the district. Rather, OP pushed to weaken the comp plan to respond to developer outrage that in 2016, community groups defending their communities from displacement development used the comp plan to get the Court of Appeals to overturn 2 zoning commission orders for the first time in more than 20 years. That's why OP embarked on this massive amendment process without engaging in the exhaustive examination and review of existing provisions and justification for proposed provisions that the law and regulations require. As an ANC commissioner, I attended many of those meetings, including meetings directed at ANC commissioners and those directed to the public. So I know how cursory and conclusory they were. Over many decades, district finance economic development has steadfastly ignored low-income communities and communities of color and their expressed needs for housing stability, affordable housing, and the public services they need to grow and prosper. For example, the Navy Yard development displaced 70% of its Black population in that area from 2000 to 2018. The city's displacement included the demolition of a large public housing community and the failure to provide one-for-one replacement. Last year, the council voted a $47 million subsidy for Mid-City, for the developer named Mid-City, who will redevelop 535 unit rental housing complex at Brooklyn Manor. Even though the development retains the number of subsidized units at 373, it will displace large intergenerational Black families that called Brooklyn Manor home because it eliminates all 4 and 5 bedrooms and reduces the number of 3 bedrooms, thereby reducing large units from 209 to 64.
Ms. Bowser, I need you to conclude, please.
This development ignores DEMPED's own 2019 study that found an acute need for 3 or more bedroom units. I will conclude by saying that nothing in OP's plan puts the brakes or remediates the current displacement development model. And we have to counter the falsehood that building more and more market rate housing will add.
Thank you, Ms. Bowser. You're over.
Okay.
You far exceeded your time.
That's how cursory this has been.
Barbara Kalo,
Thank you.
Barbara Kalo, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know why you don't see me. I, Barbara Cato, live in the Foggy Bottom West End part of Ward 2. Today I'm representing, here it says, thank you. I'm representing the West End Citizens Association, one of the oldest citizen associations in DC. I'm testifying in opposition to the bill. Today I'll discuss 3 objections. 1, widespread upzoning to allow out-of-scale development projects which are incompatible with existing low-density residential zoning. 2, threefold expansion of the downtown at the cost of environmental protection analysis and affordable housing, which should be in all parts of DC. And 3, protection of Foggy Bottom DC land in Foggy Bottom, which was made and then retained as permanent park land in each past comp plan since 1994. Before I discuss these 3 objections, I want to note an April 23rd Washington Business Journal report that only 16% of the community proposed changes were adopted by OP. That justifies the council's not rubber stamping this bill without making very much needed changes. First issue, widespread upzoning to avoid possible lawsuits and change neighborhood character. 10 years ago, a Ward 5 ANC commissioner asked me to help oppose a proposed clearly out of scale PUD in Brooklyn for 901 Monroe Street. The 200-footers filed 3 DC Court of Appeals cases, resulting in remands and finally a full repeal of the zoning commission order. The repeal was largely because the proposed development was clearly inconsistent with the comp plan's flow. The comp plan bill, which would use unprofessional spot zoning to upzone this site and many others across DC, that would be unfair to the residents in those neighborhoods. Second, expansion of the downtown with key exemption from key protections. The WCA objected to OP's redefining downtown and central area into a 3-fold expansion, including into parts of our area of the statutory central employment area, CEA. It would exclude this larger area from NEPA required environmental analysis, and we understand from the desirable IRV requirements. We hope the council wants more, not less affordable housing, and we ask the council to please add an IZ requirement to the existing for the entire area. Third, threat to permanent Foggy Bottom parkland. WCA asked for retaining current law, which since 1994 has defined the publicly owned federal and DC land between M Street and Virginia Avenue, between 26 and 29 as permanent parkland and which cannot be developed. The WCA is opposed to OP's revision to this current law by removing the protection shall be retained as parkland and should not be used for development or highways. This is flatly unacceptable. The WCA also opposes OP's addition for a larger study. We recommend the council retain the current language, delete all of OP's drastic and impractical changes. The community is united in opposition to any development in this area. 2 witnesses that will follow. The Barnharts are the only ones who are in favor of it, and they would economically gain. So please protect our parkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalo. And Mr. Vining. Kirby Vining.
Kirby Vining, Chair of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, presenting testimony on behalf of the Committee of 100 with some main points we suggest the council consider in changing the amended comprehensive plan as presented to you, to be followed up by lengthier comments on more specific policies and actions in the draft plan that we will submit later before the record closes on December 3rd. The land use element is the cornerstone of the plan and controls much of the rest of the plan in a very real sense, and is thus a primary focus of our review. Housing and historic preservation guidelines, for example, depend on getting land use right, and the supporting area elements do as well, and that structures our approach. Residents of our city depend on continuity and predictability of the plan because of the impact it has on neighborhood character, security of tenure for tenants, and the means to negotiate changes proposed to the places where we live and work. We have argued that this amended plan is so flawed that it should be sent back to the Office of Planning. The council is, according to law, the ultimate arbiter of this plan, and we trust the council will make the corrections that are badly needed. It appears that many of the flaws we find are made to accommodate the mayor's housing initiative for 36,000 new units for 2025. We question how much of this or any plan should be changed to accommodate the administrative wishes of any one particular administration. Language in the plan supporting this initiative uses outdated 2017 census data, not the available 2019 data that shows our population growth may be over or even declining. And neither the initiative nor the comp plan have been revised to incorporate these realities. There's a footnote of where that came from. Extremely low or negative population growth do not support the mayor's initiative now. Planning must include not only newcomers to the city, but careful consideration of the people, neighborhoods, and voters already here. Below are some examples of the key points we recommend the council look at before we submit more extensive comments on policies and actions for the council consideration. I'll just cite one here. Many specific terms in the plan have been changed to weaken the protections of both the character of our existing neighborhoods and the image of the city itself. For example, in action land use is LU 1.1, neighborhood character is no longer to be protected, but is now to be respected, whatever that means, as in policy land use 2.1.3 and elsewhere. And the term is eliminated entirely in land use 2.3.4 and elsewhere. Is this antecedent to changing the name of one of our boards to the Historic Respect Review Board? Erosion of clarity and intent in the plan erodes predictability for citizens, boards, commissions, and the courts, and begs the question of what city policy is, turning intentions into suggestions or no plan at all. Who is to benefit by the changes made to the comp plan? The most equitable action by the council may be to restore the current plan, flawed as it may be. The council is under tremendous pressure to pass the amended plan from the building industry and others, but we hope you will consider who benefits from these proposed changes in your deliberations. In the appendix to this testimony, you'll see more specific examples of what I was just speaking of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vining. I want to note there were 4 witnesses in this panel who did not submit statements, and it puts us at a disadvantage. Commissioner Bowser, Mr. Deladon, Mr. Black, we didn't receive statements from you, and Ms. Neruzzi, we don't have your statement, nor do we have the Housing Justice Priorities document that several witnesses spoke to. So if you would please submit those, I would appreciate that. I do have a question or two for Mr. Gupta regarding your testimony in the 14th Street Uptown Business Association. I don't fully understand whether you're supporting or opposing the plan and the proposal, particularly as it affects your business area. Could you explain?
Yes, sir, I certainly can. Throughout this process, we have been promised by the Office of Planning that they would undertake the zoning changes that are required after they produced the land use map that shows an upgrade to our 2 blocks from low density to moderate density. And so what we're looking to the council for at this point is to hold OP responsible for what it told us, has been telling us for over a decade that they would do. Now that process seems to have changed, and they're looking for justification for doing what they said they were going to do.
So, if I can interrupt, so the revisions to the future land use map do not show your part of 14th Street as moderate density commercial?
No, the land use map, they have recommended to accept our proposal. Matter of fact, it's in the 14th Street small area plan that this takes place. So they adopted that straight from the plan.
So what's the issue?
The issue now is that we need the zoning change. The land use, I mean, that's good, but it's left us in a posture where they're now talking about leaving it up to us as property owners to go before the zoning commission to have that change effected.
Okay,
and what
well,
that's going to.
if I can interrupt again. So it's fair for you to use this hearing to make that point, but we don't do zoning. The closest we come is the comprehensive plan. And what you're saying is that the Office of Planning's proposal does reflect what you want, which is moderate density, commercial.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Well, it's still on you or
stops.
somebody to do the zoning. We don't do the zoning.
No. And I do understand that, but we're bringing to the council's attention how the small area plan, which OP claims it's going to adopt, they're not doing that. And it's leaving us in a poor position because the bus garage is going to be restored directly across the street from us. And we're not going to have the opportunity to be able to compete with the 27,000 square feet of commercial space that they're planning on putting in there. So, I mean, all this time that we've spent trying to help our area and our city, to become revitalized, it's just been a waste of time.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but what I'm hearing is that with regard to the comprehensive plan, you're not objecting to what is before us. It is
No, I'm not. No, we are not. We are not objecting to what is before us because we cannot afford, after over a decade, of trying to get this done, to delay it any further.
All right, thank you. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember McDuffie, do you have any questions? Councilmember Trayon White, do you have any questions?
Not at the moment, Chairman. I'm just in a listening capacity, taking notes, and my staff has also joined us.
Great. Councilmember Che, do you have any questions? If I don't hear anything, I'm going to move on. Well, then let me excuse each of you witnesses. I appreciate your testimony and your time. And those of you who didn't give us statements, please do so. Written statements, I mean. And let me call the next 12. Let me call the next 12 witnesses. Dennis Williams, who's listed as a public witness. Matt Fruman, who's listed as C4DC. Keith Hassan Towery, who's listed as being with the Marshall Heights Civic Association. Surya Shahanti, who's listed as a resident. Meredith Moldenhauer, who's with an attorney with the firm Cozen O'Connor. Eric DeBear, who's listed as a public witness. Randy Speck, who is chair of ANC 34G. Glenn Engelman, who's listed as president of the DuPont Circle Citizens Association. Eric Fidler, who's listed as a public witness. Pierre Hines, who's ANC commissioner for 5CO3. Mark Rosenman, who's listed as a public witness. Charles Bien, I'm guessing is an architect because it has AICP after his name, listed as a witness, public witness. Pamela McKinney, listed as a public witness, and Donnie Crawford with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. And I neglected to call Caitlin Kosolova, who's a staff attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. I'm actually going to begin with Ms. Kosolova because you were earlier in the witness list. And hello again.
Hi, good morning, Chairman. Thank you. My name is Caitlin Kachalova. I'm a staff attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless and a member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition Steering Committee. I'm also a Ward 1 resident. The Legal Clinic envisions a just and inclusive community for all residents of DC where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. We support the housing justice priorities put forth by the Grassroots Planning Coalition that you should now have, Chairman, and are against the passage of the mayor's amendments to the comp plan as proposed, as they will not stop displacement, expand and ensure affordability for people with the lowest incomes, or ensure community-led, inclusive, equitable development. Particularly, we urge council to reject OP's position that the comp plan should be a flexible guide with weakened language, incorporate more language around specific housing asks, and require our planning agencies do analyses of needs and current housing stock, not just market demand. Council has an opportunity to oversee and legislate provisions of the comp plan, which according to the intro, is meant to be a plan from which all plans relating to the district's physical development should take their leads. Rather than shifting power from the legislative to the executive by weakening its language, council must continue in its efforts in accountability and decrease spending inefficiencies by maintaining stricter language. We know that lawsuits that are frequently referenced as a reason for justifying changes to the comp plan are actually the result of a zoning commission that has failed to comply with laws and regulations mandating that we actually do this accountability work. It should be noted that these same lawsuits, however, may be able to take credit for DC dropping from number 1 to number 13 on the list of most intensely gentrifying cities in the US. With the changes OP has proposed, it seems as though DC is clamoring to get back on top of that gentrification list by allowing for unfettered development with less definitive checks and balances. How else do we reconcile conversations about building more housing, 24,000 more luxury units, when there are already myriad housing units available and vacant units that are not being filled? Truly, who are these apartments being built for? It isn't our clients or the community members that we organize with. Even with vouchers, they're nearly impossible to access. The community members we work with are rather subject to a new form of urban renewal by being kicked off their encampments when new developments go up to make room for people like me a few years ago, students who use their government loans to subsidize and afford luxury units. I'd love to see in practice humility by those who have been responsible for planning in a way that pushed tens of thousands of Black and poor people out of the city, as these aren't natural cycles and are actually the subject of pending litigation. As we continue to pontificate about things like redlining, we must recognize the tactics being used today by our own planning agencies that'll perpetuate the same cycles in a more hidden way. Until we start breaking down planning in terms of matching the actual demand, the actual need to the units being produced, we'll continue to build for the sake of building, for the sake of continuing and furthering a market that doesn't work for people with the lowest incomes. The results we see today of people doubled up in shelters on the street are the result of planning that's failed to meet their needs. So we'll be submitting more detailed testimony on the specific recommendations on proposed provisions. And I have no doubt the amount of work that went into producing the amended document before you, but the result of that work without adjustments will not achieve the stated goals of racial equity and inclusivity, especially not across economic classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kosolova. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today representing the Tenley Neighbors Association, Tenleytown Neighbors Association, which urges the DC Council to reject Bill 23-736 in light of new data challenging the plan's overly optimistic population estimates and the plan's failure to assess the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the district's future. Population data are the foundation of the plan's socioeconomic estimates. Between 1950 and 2000, the district's population declined in every decade. The new century brought 5% growth through 2010, followed by 17% growth through 2019. Despite no clear pattern of population growth since 2000, the framework element takes a leap of faith by projecting another decade of double-digit growth, leading to a population estimate of 842,000 by 2030, the highest level since 1950. Reflecting this upbeat assessment of the growth in the district, the plan includes 21 amendments in the future land use map for Upper Wisconsin Avenue, where our members live. If approved, these amendments would encourage developers to invest in high-rise, high-density developments all along Wisconsin Avenue from Friendship Heights to Tenleytown. A recent analysis of net migration in the district, which is a key driver of population changes, suggests that high-density development may be risky. In January 2020, the district's chief financial officer reported that net migration has been declining for the last 7 years, from a high of 10,700 in 2012 to 400 in 2019, resulting in 2019 having the slowest rate of growth in 12 years. According to one private forecasting firm cited in the CFO report, this trend could lead to net out-migration of 6,000 by 2030 and a total population that is 98,000 less than the estimate used in the framework element. The plan also makes no attempt to forecast the long-term impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. That impact could be dramatic. As reported by Stephen Prostian in his October 4th story in the Washington Post, quote, in the short term, the pandemic is likely to accelerate outmigration of jobs, people, and capital to the suburbs, unquote. But once rents and real estate prices decline, a process that could last for a decade, cities like Washington, quote, will be able to rebalance themselves for a post-coronavirus world of slower growth, less density, and lower prices. These very different scenarios present city council members with a clear choice: to approve a plan that forecasts robust population growth despite recent trends, ignores the potential effects of the pandemic, and encourages high-density development that many residents oppose and that might well fail in a post-pandemic environment, or reject Bill 23-736, leaving the existing comprehensive plan in place until time and the 2020 census provide a better understanding of population trends and the likely impact of the pandemic on the economy. This option will also allow developers to pursue mixed-use projects now that are consistent with a more affordable post-pandemic world of slower growth and less density. TNA urges the City Council to follow the second path and reject Bill 23-726. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Fruman. If you're speaking and I can't tell, you're muted.
All right, now I'm here. Am I good? Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm going to testify not about the land use issues that are the major focus of this discussion, but about the education facilities element that is supposed to create a vision for what our education infrastructure will look like in the coming years and decade. Setting a clear vision in this area is critical, and everything else in the comprehensive plan depends on the success of our education system. There's much to commend in the proposed education facilities element, but there are also things that can and should be fixed by the council in its review process. One thing is that the plan should unequivocally establish that the key priority in the next decade is to ensure excellent matter of rights schools from pre-K through high school in every community. Achieving that goal lay at the heart of ensuring equity and fairness and supporting the long-term growth of the city. The goal is almost universally endorsed, but rarely followed through on. The current draft endorses the goal, but then, as is all too common, significantly undermines it with specific proposed policies. Second, there needs to be a rational connection between expected demand and the idea of creating new capacity. The plan implies the need for significant new education capacity, but we know that we already have more than 20,000 empty seats. We also know that the growth in enrollment in recent years has been much slower than anticipated. The creation of excess capacity drives up costs for every school and every LEA. We need to efficiently use the capacity that we have. The current proposal embraces the 2018 Master Facilities Plan, which the council specifically declined to embrace. And one of the significant things in that plan is the affirmative encouragement of co-location of charter schools in DCPS schools. There's been a lot of discussion about this, and there's been a lot of discussion about how various things have not affirmatively encouraged that. Affirmatively encouraging that will definitely undermine the ability to have a successful matter of rights system in every part of the city. That part of the proposal should be excised. Lastly, we've done great on the modernization of schools, but we need to support our schools in low-income communities. There's 21 schools that are not in the queue to receive full modernization. The vast majority of them are east of the river. We need to set a marker down that says we're going to modernize all of those schools within a date certain, and we're going to support those schools. For years, there's been a loud call for the success of the education system in the city, and a call for forming a vision of where we're going to go. A comprehensive plan is a great opportunity to achieve that. The council should work with the draft that exists. We'll provide you a red line edit that you can use and make changes to this proposal that would really serve the city over the long term, as opposed to just rubber stamping what has come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fruman. Meredith Moldenhauer.
Good morning, Chairman, Council members. My name is Meredith Moldenhauer, Land Use Council at Cozen O'Connor and resident of Capitol Hill. I'd like to start by thanking the Council's strong efforts in updating the framework element of the comp plan. And now as the Council turns its focus towards the remaining comp plan and future land use map, I'm encouraged with the Mayor and the Office of Planning's focus on housing. As residents zoom into today's calls from houses and apartments all over the city, housing is critical. And I ask the Council to approve the comp plan submitted by the Office of Planning with one markup that would provide an opportunity for more housing and economic growth in Ward 5. With the support of ANC 5D, I am testifying on behalf of the owner of 500 to 520 Florida Avenue to request a change to the future land use map for these two lots on Florida Avenue, which are referenced by open call number 1358. This change would request a flume increase to medium density residential and high density commercial. The current underutilized property is out of character with the 2020 Union Market neighborhood, which has emerged as a bustling mixed-use community with high-density buildings, and the flume has played a major part in this transformation, as many of the surrounding lots have been approved through Zoning Commission plan unit development processes. However, the current flume recommendation for the property is more restrictive than its abutting Union Market neighbors. The current flume designation restricts future development and does not provide the needed incentive to change this undesired industrial land into housing. The ANC shares in this desire to not have by right production and distribution uses at the entrance of Union Market, but rather to encourage high density that is consistent with this Ward 5 neighborhood's goal for inclusive housing. While the initial submission to the Office of Planning did not have ANC support for this flume change, during the extensive open call process and time period, the ANC did submit its own resolution encouraging this flume change. In our discussions with Office of Planning, the draft before you does not include this change because the ANC's resolution, which was filed during the comment period, was overlooked. I asked the Council to support the Office of the ANC and the owner, and the ANC's endorsed request for this flume change, which is consistent with the Mayor's Housing Equity Report, land use policies, the framework element, and the near Northeast area element. This request is consistent with the framework element passed by the Council this past year. Its policies which specifically encourage redevelopment of underutilized industrial sites and increased density during corridors and transit sites just like this one. For these reasons, we believe the Council should mark up the flume map and accept the ANC's recommendation for 500 to 520 Florida Avenue and provide the appropriate location for economic opportunity and inclusive development. We thank you for your time and consideration. My testimony will be filed later on today.
Thank you, Ms. Moldenhauer. Mr. DeBeer.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Eric DeBeer, and I'm a land use attorney from the law firm of Cozen O'Connor, as well as a district resident for over a decade. My colleague, Ms. Moldenhauer, just spoke, but I would like to make some general comments on the proposed language in the pending legislation. Before that, I want to acknowledge and thank the Mayor, the Office of Planning, and the Council for all the hard work that has gone into the comprehensive plan update. As the Council knows, this document is a vital part of the district's civic and economic life. We are greatly appreciated for the thought that goes into it. I'd like to highlight a few changes in the land use and housing elements that caught our eye. First, I want to commend the removal of language that creates obstacles for thoughtful development near low and moderate density neighborhoods. In particular, the changes proposed under Section 307 in the land use element. These changes encourage development near metro rail stations and along multimodal corridors, even when adjacent to lower moderate density areas. This is excellent planning policy. As the amount of developable land dwindles in the district, we must take advantage of the existing transit infrastructure to create lively and walkable neighborhoods throughout the city. These policies can be encouraged without harming stable, low, and moderate density neighborhoods. With regard to the housing element, we applaud the increased emphasis on affordable housing, which continues to be a preeminent issue facing our city. The proposed language reflects the city's priority to address this issue through various policies and programs such as inclusionary zoning. With that being said, we urge the council to be mindful of the delicate balance required to incentivize the creation of more housing. The cost and time to develop in the district is already considerable, as you've heard today. Tipping the scales too far against market forces may dissuade developers from pursuing projects in the district, instead opting for other nearby jurisdictions. These goals are not mutually exclusive, and the comprehensive plan should be written with both goals in mind. Finally, we also commend the policies in the housing element, encouraging more family-sized units as part of the district's housing stock. Providing more family-sized units will make the city a more realistic and desirable option for families to live and work here. In that regard, we would encourage council to continue its focus on investing in schools throughout the city so that the demand for family-sized units continues to grow and we keep families in the district as they age. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeBeer. Commissioner Speck.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson. I'm Randy Speck. I'm Chair of ANC 34G, and our commission approved this testimony at its November 9th meeting. We generally support the significant aspects of the proposed amendments as they relate to the Chevy Chase Gateway, and that's the area between Chevy Chase Circle and Livingston Street. These provisions mostly align with and are consistent with the commission's recommendations and will provide guidance for any future development in that specified area. We have significant reservations about some other proposed parts of the comprehensive plan elements, but we do not oppose the council's approval. We focus particularly on the future land use map as it related to our neighborhood, and it proposed a moderate increase in density along Connecticut Avenue. We suggested to the Office of Planning, however, that there should be a small area plan specifically for this area. And that with that kind of planning, we could define better the areas that could be developed and the kind of affordable housing that would be developed. The Office of Planning accepted this condition and revised the generalized policy map accordingly. Furthermore, the council appropriated $150,000 to the Office of Planning for this small area plan, and the work has actually already begun. Thus, the proposed comprehensive plan amendments related to the Chevy Chase Gateway have incorporated that aspect of our commission's recommendations, and we support that portion of the plan. We are particularly interested in the development of affordable housing in this area, particularly with regard to the community center that's going to be modernized and the Chevy Chase Library, both of which are going to be new buildings. We think affordable housing can go over those buildings. We are now working on very specific recommendations that we will make to the Office of Planning in that regard. We have two serious reservations, however, about the plan. The first relates to the assumptions about population growth, and Dennis Williams has described those earlier, so I won't go over those again. The second relates to infrastructure and the need for specific planning for the infrastructure that will support the growth in our neighborhood. And we're particularly concerned about schools. We're already in a very crowded situation in Rock Creek West with the Wilson High School feeder pattern, and more planning needs to go into that. Finally, we do not oppose the council's approval of Bill 23-736 based on representations that the comprehensive plan will be completely rewritten in 2025, when the Office of Planning will better understand the long-term impacts of population growth and COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speck. Mr. Engelmann?
Thank you. My name is Glenn Engelmann. I'm the president of the DuPont Circle Citizens Association. DCCA would like to thank the chairman, the rest of the council and staff for the opportunity to testify today and for considering postponing your final decision on the proposed amendments until the next council session. DCCA testified on the comp plan in 2018, and we were pleased that the framework passed by council addressed some of our concerns. In particular, the framework adopted in October 2019 strengthens language, giving priority to the plan to provide oversight for the zoning commission and thereby allowing citizens to appeal zoning commission decisions. DCCA also submitted comments on the amended plan released in October 2019, in which we focused on the near northwest element. The plan now under consideration did incorporate significantly one of our suggestions, which was to restore to every area element the section entitled Planning and Development Priorities, in which communities detail their hopes, desires, fears, and aspirations for their neighborhoods. While the plan has improved in some areas owing to the feedback received from ANCs, community organizations, and individuals, DCCA has remaining concerns with the plan as proposed. We urge the council to postpone consideration of the plan, as others have, until it is possible to assess the long-term impacts of the COVID-19 epidemic on how we live, work, and commute in DC. In particular, we question the need for a large increase in market rate housing as projected by the plan. Second, although the framework now includes additional language on housing equity and affordability, as others have pointed out, these principles are not adequately incorporated into the amended plan. The plan should include specific plans for community-led equitable development and much more emphasis on the preservation of existing affordable housing and the building of new affordable housing in all wards. Affordable housing should be clearly defined to include housing that is affordable to families, existing residents, and people with low and moderate incomes, such as city workers and restaurant employees. At the community meetings in 2019, near Northwest residents expressed a strong desire to prevent future giveaways of city-owned land without adequate public benefit. For example, significant amounts of housing that is affordable to low and moderate income residents, and the creation or preservation and maintenance of public green space. This matter is of particular concern to us given the pending conversion to public-private use indicated on the flum of the Reeves Center at 14th and U Streets, parcel 9813. And the Ward 3 police station. Our borders include 5 historic districts, and we are happy that with the flum proposed for our neighborhood reflects our desires. We would suggest, however, that commercial consideration be given to mixed-use housing south of DuPont Circle. And last but not least, as noted by several other speakers, some of the language in the plan as proposed is concerning replacing words consistent with to sensitive to, and then changing words require and ensure to encourage. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fidler?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Eric Fidler, and I'm an 11-year resident of LaDroit Park and a 4-year participant in this comprehensive plan amendment process, having participated in community meetings, submitted feedback, and testified in support of the framework element in 2018. I'm testifying today to support OP's proposed changes to the comp plan, and I'm asking that the council pass OP's amendments this year. I'm particularly pleased with 2 areas of OP's proposal: the expanding housing supply section, that's H1.1, and map amendments for Howard University Hospital, which is my next door neighbor. OP has rightly prioritized the expansion of the housing supply as an important, but not sole, means to address housing affordability. New housing is not a threat, as some will state, but an opportunity to give ever more people places to live and thrive in DC. Furthermore, restricting the creation of new housing will not magically make housing affordable. A zoning-enforced scarcity of housing will mean that residents will outbid each other for the limited supply until what's left is only affordable to a few and unaffordable to the many. One issue literally close to home to me. OP proposes a flum amendment to reclassify Howard University Hospital from institutional to a mix of uses. As you know, Howard University is planning to reconstruct its hospital a few blocks north of the existing hospital, and the university envisions redeveloping its existing hospital site once the new hospital opens. I support Howard University's goal. In the proposed FLUM, the western half of the hospital site, fronting Georgia Avenue, would go from institutional to medium density commercial, high density residential, and institutional. The eastern half of the site, backing on 5th Street Northwest and LaDroit Park, would go from institutional to medium density commercial, medium density residential, and institutional. Unlike witnesses who testify against density, I enthusiastically support this change. In fact, I would support high density residential for the entire site, not just the western half. Whereas some people become part of a neighborhood and immediately slam the zoning gate behind themselves, I'm a neighbor who welcomes more neighbors. We have waited several years for this comprehensive plan amendment process to conclude, and I urge the council to pass OP's proposed update this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fiddler. Mr. Pierre Hines.
Hello, my name is Pierre Hines. Thank you for having me today. I'm the ANC Commissioner in 5C03, which is in Ward 5, Fort Lincoln neighborhood. I'll be brief. I know a lot of the comments that I've heard are about sort of themes they want throughout the city. Some of the comments are about specific areas in their neighborhood. My comments are just a little more targeted. So my main concern is that the definitions are changing, particularly in the future land use map. So for example, if you look at local public facilities, the definition used to be any building used to deliver local government services, and then it gave a list of examples: schools, police stations, senior centers. And now the future land use map has changed that definition to make it much more expansive, and I believe to have non-governmental uses. And so, you're gonna get, this council can only do so much, but I believe you really can't rubber stamp this thing. But if you wanna focus on areas that are important, focus on the definitions. As an attorney, when I open up a contract, the first thing I look for is the definitions. And so if I were the council, I would focus in like a laser beam on definitions and how those definitions are changing, because even if the map doesn't change, the definition is really getting expansive to allow all types of things. And the Office of Planning is just one office, and it's going to set the stage for the next 20 years for the entire city. My experience has been when you go to BZA sort of looks to see if OP agrees or disagrees. And so the Office of Planning is really controlling our whole city. And so this is the time where the council can be that check and that balance to make sure it's done right. And so I'd urge you to focus on definitions, including local public facility definitions. Don't just look at the map. The last point I'll make, and I think it was mentioned before, is there's a lot of language that keeps changing. So in my example in Fort Lincoln, you had to develop with approved plans for the site that were consistent with our approved plans. And now that's been changed to compatible. I think any of those changes that we see throughout the document, we should focus and question why are we making it more expansive, where in my view, it really becomes meaningless. I don't know what compatible is supposed to mean. So I thank you for your time. And I ask that you focus on these little things that affect the entire document. And that way, the council could have a much bigger impact in my view. But overall, I think, I appreciate the efforts of the council and of everybody else involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Mark Rosenman, you're muted.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for the chance to speak to my deep concern about elements of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act regarding the Cleveland Park neighborhood. I have lived there. I'm sorry, I just saw a pop-up that mystified me. I've lived there for 22.
You managed to turn off your camera, but when you unmuted yourself. So we're glad you unmuted, but Be nice to see you.
And here I am in living color.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Can we reset the clock to make up for my errors?
Oh, just keep going. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you again, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for the chance to speak to my deep concern about elements of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act regarding the Cleveland Park neighborhood. I've lived there for 22 of my more than 50 years in the district and believe that proposed changes would harm my small community while being of little benefit to no benefit to the district as a whole. And I urge the council to reject them. The proposed changes would significantly weaken historic preservation in Cleveland Park, allow the development of our Connecticut Avenue corridor with mixed-use buildings of over 120 feet in height, and through the promotion of what has been perversely called gentle density, abrogate single-family zoning on our side streets by allowing the construction of 4- and 3-story apartment buildings and other multi-unit structures. It would very dramatically change our Connecticut Avenue strip between Macomb and Porter Streets from low-density commercial and residential to medium-density commercial and high-density residential. OP attempts to justify these changes to Cleveland Park in great part as being necessary to the district's commendable goals to increase the stock of affordable housing and to advance diversity and equity across the city's wards. I support those goals, but this is a specious argument for any number of reasons. Newly allowed development would produce genuinely few affordable units, while greatly increasing the number of market rate units and even displacing low-income residents. There are much better ways to increase truly affordable housing and diversity in Cleveland Park, objectives for which I actively work, using available housing stock and more modest development. As others will detail, Cleveland Park is being singled out inappropriately, while some neighborhoods adjacent to metro stops, including those in the historic districts, do not face similar increases in height and density. Revealingly, when affordable housing is mentioned in the proposed plan, moderate income housing has been added. There also is a spurious argument that our small, locally owned and neighborhood serving retail establishments can best be served through increased development. OP suggests that challenges faced by the Cleveland Park businesses are attributable in great part to limited population growth. Yet we know from a 2016 DemTed study of Cleveland Park businesses and much more recent testimony of business owners regarding the COVID-related closure of our service lane, that the vast majority say that parking is the most critical issue. The development of 9- and 11-story apartment houses on Connecticut Avenue will literally cast shadows over neighboring residences and businesses, and it is not the answer to the problems of commerce or of truly affordable housing in our neighborhood. Neither is the destruction of single-family homes on our side streets. These proposed amendments for Cleveland Park should be rejected by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenman. Charles Bien.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Charles Bean. I'm a certified community planner for over 50 years, planning all over the country. The paper in front of you lists a few of the more exciting and challenging positions I've fulfilled as a planner. Excuse me while I click here the right thing. In the limited time I have here today, I would like to stress a couple of points that show why replacing the existing plan with the proposed plan amendments will release a torrent of development that will forever depreciate the quality of life of DC neighborhoods. One, the plan amendment fails to take into account the impact COVID-19 will have upon DC land development and use. Working at home computers could become the norm, not an aberration. This might result in a drastic land use demand changes throughout the city and the metro area. We all know the impact computer shopping has had on brick and mortar commercial. A similar transformation might be possible from working at home. There is much discussion in the planning community about COVID-19's impact. For example, the 2020 American Planning Association Convention had 3 separate sessions devoted to this topic. Also, our WashCog has supported a recent study on the subject entitled Employer Coming and their Employer Telework Survey. Both agree that change is coming and there might be less demand in for inner city offices, commercial and residential space. Excuse me. There is some thought that as Generation X and Z families form and grow in cramped inner city apartments, movement to the inner city will slow and some reverse movement might occur. The point is, we all know change is coming and we should wait until we have a better handle on how much and where and when before we adopt a plan that will have permitted helter-skelter new density increases and elimination of the DC quality of life that has become the envy of the world. The plan fails to take into account the huge impact it will have on additional public services and major new public projects. One of the major examples is found in the Parks and Recreation and Open Space element. It references and uses as the standard what is referenced in the 2014 DC Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The Parks Master Plan set a standard of 12.4 acres per 1,000 residents when the DC population was little more than 630,000. The framework section of the plan amendment calls for a population of 986,000, almost a million, but only calls for 180 additional acres of public parkland when an additional 4,418 acres are needed to maintain the current standard of 12.4 acres per thousand. The plan amendments are replete with such omissions. Traffic congestion. For example, New York and Florida Avenue is gridlock nowadays.
Mr. Bean, your time's expired. If you can conclude.
I'll be very quickly. That basically concludes I did want to make one other additional statement, if I may, with one sentence.
Well, you're kind of out of time. Let me go to the next witness. I'll ask you a question for you to answer very quickly. Ms. Kinney?
Hello, my name is Pamela McKinney, and I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a member of Southwest DC Action. Thank you for your time today. The proposed amendments do nothing to stop displacement, expand affordability for low-income people, or promote community-led equitable development. Last winter, members of Southwest Action submitted their own suggestions to the proposed amendments, particularly Chapter 19, which regards the Southwest community in Ward 6. 168 community members in Southwest signed on to our recommendations. Those recommendations noted that socioeconomic diversity remains important to residents, but the type of the development that has taken place since those documents were created has not catered to those ideals. Our group strongly encouraged the Office of Planning to retain some of the language in the original document, such as that of Section 1907, which is now part of Section 1906 in the amended version. From the original plan, quote, revitalizing the waterfront must not be done at the expense of the established communities that exist near its shoreline. Existing neighborhoods and important community institutions should be conserved and should be the focus of reinvestment during the coming years. Residents must have a say in the future of the waterfront and should be protected from displacement as change occurs. Within new neighborhoods, diverse housing choices should be provided so that a mix of household types and incomes are accommodated. Affordable housing for working families and for the city's poorest residents must be part of this equation. Social and economic diversity must be respected, end quote. All of the must in the amended section are now should. For example, it now says, quote, residents should have a say in the future of the waterfront and should be protected from displacement as change occurs, end quote. Should? How is that a stronger document? Or these changes in section 1906.3, quote, affordable housing for working, moderate income families and for the district's lowest income residents should be part of this equation. Social and economic diversity should be respected, end quote. I hope we would all agree that residents, especially lower income residents, must be part of the conversation and equation for affordable housing. We don't want segregated communities, so social and economic diversity must be respected, not should. Why was this language changed? If we truly believe that Black lives matter, then Black homes must matter, and the comp plan language and initiatives should reflect this. When policies lead to racial disparities in outcomes, the true intent of those policies speak for themselves. The suggested amendments to the comp plan does not preserve public housing, promote cooperatives and land trusts, or prioritize community-led equitable development. It rather says, hey, you could do this, but it's also cool if you don't. The ratio of affordable to market rate units continues to be proportionate towards more market rate luxury dwellings. The majority of units in Southwest, for example, are luxury market rate rentals with a high proportion of studios that are unsuitable for families. This has impeded the neighborhood's ability to evolve equitably and helps to explain why we have seen a decrease in the youth and Black population in Southwest since 2000, while white professionals without children has grown. Oh, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. And Donnie Crawford.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Donnie Crawford, and I'm a policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. I'm here today to urge the council to pass OP's amendments to the comp plan intact as soon as possible. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I care deeply about ensuring that DC is a place where all Black and Brown residents can live without fear of involuntary displacement and have the same opportunities to experience positive life outcomes as historically entitled to most white residents. District planning policy is a way to achieve this. This week, the council passed landmark legislation to incorporate racial equity as a key focus of DC government as envisioned in the REACH Act. It is therefore timely that the comp plan update is before us today, because the comp plan is one tool that can be used to help dismantle the structures and policies that make Black communities and other communities of color face the greatest housing, economic, health, and environmental inequalities in DC. It can also be used to remedy deeply entrenched racial residential segregation that results in a built environment that leaves many Black residents with poor air quality, limited access to full service grocery stores, and even intergenerational trauma. Racial inequities in DC have gotten worse and continue to be exacerbated by the public health crisis. This is not an accident, this is by design. Black and Brown communities have been neglected by public policy for far too long, and we now have the responsibility to ensure that these communities are not further displaced as the district continues to grow. As a result, any new amendments to the comp plan should support DC Housing Priorities Coalition guiding principles that will encourage the equitable distribution of affordable housing, especially in affluent neighborhoods, meet housing needs at all income levels, especially deeply affordable housing for families with the lowest incomes, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Any new amendment should also support DC Grassroots Planning Coalition guiding principles that will urge the comp plan update to benefit residents and communities of color, especially Black communities, aim to prevent displacement of those residents, and prevent the exacerbation of poverty and racial wealth disparities. We support the council's desire to review and affirm that the comp plan reflects the community's values and will achieve our racial equity priorities across the district. Given that OP has signaled that a full rewrite of the comp plan is on the horizon and will conclude by 2025, the council should consider incorporating language into this update legislation that will simplify and make that process more accessible and inclusive of residents. As a paid advocate with a broad policy agenda, this 1,600-page plus redline document was not easy to follow and wonkier and weedier than even I prefer. The council can legislate that the forthcoming rewrite incorporate national best practices in comp planning, including that it be accessible and user-friendly, be nimble, have mandated specific timeframes for commencement and completion, and be community-driven and formalize more equitable engagement practices. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We have a 5-minute round for questions from members. And before I turn to colleagues, Mr. Bean, I cut you off. If you can conclude very quickly, I'll give you another minute.
I just wanted to add to my testimony, having listened to previous testimonies, I think another reason for rejecting this plan is very clear. Increasing housing density does not increase low-income housing. What it does is cause gentrification and displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Mr. Hines, you emphasized definitions, and I was reminded by staff that we did make some adjustments to definitions. They're in the framework element, so they may not be in these other chapters that are before us now, but they are part of the plan because we put them in the framework element. And I suggest you refer to that, and then if you still think that there's a problem, you should let us know. Commissioner Speck, and actually you weren't the only one to emphasize the fact that you have concerns with the plan, but the fact that it will be updated in 2025. So I want to comment on that. And I touched on this with the first panel. There were some others in this panel who kind of talked about 2025. When the council adopted a new comprehensive plan in 2006, we set forth a process for updating and replacing the plan. It was to be updated with amendments every 5 years and then a complete replacement sometime around 2020. Well, we've seen how that goes. Now, the council doesn't have any ability to force the mayor to submit the plan or amendments to the plan. And we cannot, on our own initiative, take up any amendments to the plan unless, well, we can't on our own initiative, period. We can only act on the plan when the mayor submits it. So any reliance on 2025, I would say is aspirational. When we get to the director of planning tomorrow, I will probe him about this. But even if he swears on his firstborn, secondborn, and allborn, he may not be the director of planning in 2025. And even if he is, and Mayor Bowser is still the mayor, there could be something that comes up so that they don't submit the plan. So everyone should be mindful that when they talk about 2025, that is aspirational. I want to remind roughly a half dozen of you that we did not receive copies of your statements. Mr. Fruman, and you had some good things to say or helpful things to say about education, but I don't have it in front of me. Ms. Moldenhauer, I think you said you'd be submitting later today. Mr. DeBeer, we don't have your statement. Mr. Fiedler, Mr. Hines, Mr. Rosenman, we don't have statements from any of you. And finally, I would just like to note that I hope everyone here and those who will be following and those who preceded note that the nature of the testimony that we are getting, some say that we need to adopt the what the Office of Planning submitted as is because it will promote affordability and help retard displacement and do all kinds of things. And then there are other witnesses who say exactly the opposite. The proposed amendments do nothing to stop displacement or expand affordability. Very opposite views with regard to the same document. And that's the challenge that we as a committee have, is to sort through all this and come up with a recommendation to the full council, as I said earlier, early next year.
A small point, if I may, Mr. Chair. I did submit testimony and it was acknowledged. Rosenman.
All right, we will look for it.
Yeah, and I did as well, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that's why I outed you so that you could then out me. We will look for the statements where you.
Mr. Chairman, may I make one statement about the aspirational aspects of the 2025 rewrite?
Only because you're the commissioner and I have 20 seconds left.
Okay. We recognize that it's aspirational, but I think all of us need to put pressure on whoever the mayor is and whoever is the head of OP to do that, because there are going to be significant changes between now and 2025. They're already in place and they're happening right now. And we need to make sure that our comprehensive plan reflects those changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn to my colleagues. Councilmember McDuffie, do you have any questions? And if I don't hear from you, I'm going to ask Councilmember Trayon White if he has any questions. And if I don't hear from him, I'm going to ask Councilmember Che if she has any questions. And if I don't hear from any of you, I'm going to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony and your time. You're excused. I think you can continue to watch as an attendee, but we're going to call the next set of witnesses. Again, thank you, each of you. So I'm going to call the next set of witnesses. I'm told that Keith Hassan Towery from Marshall Heights has joined us. So if you would please come. Carol Ayton, who's listed as a public witness. Rick Nash, who's president of the board of directors of the Cleveland Park Historical Society. Rosie Hepner, listed as a public witness. Dale Williams Barnard, who's listed as Foggy Bottom Future. Peyton Chung, who's with the Sierra Club DC chapter. Aquarius Van Grazi, who's with Potomac Gardens Family Resident Council. Michael Whalen, Natalie Avery, both of you are listed as public witnesses. Japer Bowles, who's chair of the ANC Rainbow Caucus, and I know he's an ANC commissioner. John Nelson, listed as a public witness. Gary Pierce Barnard, who's listed as Barnard Family LLC. Emily Hamilton and Nolan DeFrancesco, both of you are listed as public witnesses. Pause for a moment while folks are let in. We're missing 42, 44, and 45. Well, then I'm going to call one more because I'm told there's 3 people who are not here. Aiden Jones, who's an attorney. If you would join us. We'll begin with Keith Hassan Towery. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Oh, you pronounced it perfectly. Thank you so much, Chairman Middleton.
Good afternoon.
And to all the other distinguished council members that's there with you. My name is Keith Santari. I am the current chair of the Marshall Heights Civic Association. The one thing that we strive and we believe for in our Marshall Heights Civic Association is that there's a beautiful partnership when the government comes together with the community and also key players in the administration. We've been very fortunate to have had the opportunity to work with several organizations so we can submit these amendments to the plan. Thank you so much to my colleagues in ANC 70 as well for backing a lot of the recommendations that we provided. To make this story as short as possible, the reason why I wanted to come out to testify today was just to express the importance of us here in Ward 7 with one of the last remaining opportunities we've have here to, one, increase housing, but most importantly, to make sure we can get some much needed commercial development here in our community. I'm talking about the particular site of Fletcher Johnson. In the amendments, you'll see that we submitted a plethora of items regarding Fletcher Johnson. We understand that in order to try to attract retail and other commercial industries, we need to have an increased density for residential. And we hope that we made that abundantly clear within our submitted amendments. And particularly though, at the Fletcher Johnson site, we really would like to have an opportunity to have more retail space. And we will hope that this will be an opportunity to also attract some more government buildings there. So we've also requested a government use for that particular piece of parcel there. Fletcher Johnson is about 15 acres large. It's the former site of the Fletcher Johnson Middle School. And way back in the day, it actually served as the Payne Cemetery. The other thing within our information that we've submitted about our area in general is that currently Fletcher Johnson, it doesn't have a particular neighborhood or sub-neighborhood that it belongs to. We do want to make sure that it's explicitly clear, as we put in the comments, that we believe Fletcher Johnson to be part of the Marshall Heights neighborhood. And we do hope that as you guys are working on the remaining of these amendments that you consider labeling it as such. Lastly, there was a Marshall Heights zoning study that took place about 10 years ago. And within that zoning study, we talked about stopping the abundance of so many apartments that were taking place in Marshall Heights. We still believe wholeheartedly, as we want to raise the amount of residents that we have in the community, that we still would like for the council to honor that moratorium on apartments here in the Marshall Heights community, especially to the point until we have more resources to be able to properly accommodate the new and also the existing residents that will belong here in the Marshall Heights community. We gladly welcome all new neighbors, but we definitely want to make sure we have an even keel of commercial and residents. Thank you so much.
Listen, I can't have any sound going on from the thing. You have to turn it off when I go on.
Mr.
Okay?
Nelson, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you, Mr. Santari. And I don't believe we have a copy of your statement. If you could please provide that.
I sure will. I'll make sure I send it this evening. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Ms. Ayton?
Thank you. My name is Carol Ayton. I have lived in the Washington area my entire life and in the District of Columbia for the last over 50 years. Excuse me. I see these proposed amendments as changing the vision for our city. And I urge the council to look beyond the many individual changes, many individual changes, and consider their cumulative impact and decide if this is your vision for the city as well. I hope not. The vision of Washington as a city that values its varied and interesting neighborhoods and has a cohesive central business district is being unraveled by amendments that undermine neighborhood protections, change the land use map to allow significant upzoning, redefine the central employment area as a sprawling mashup, make unrealistic assumptions of huge population growth, conflate affordable housing with equity when equity is so much more than that, and diminish the role of residents in planning for their city. I'll comment on a few of these, but have submitted my full statement for the record. The public involvement touted by the planners was not public engagement. We were given canned presentations, invited to blindly submit proposed amendments absent a framework element with new data and focus, and provided the opportunity to comment on extensive changes in a 1,500-page document with most of our comments then summarily dismissed. The 2006 plan that is being amended was developed with citizen workshops, meetings with stakeholders, working with ANCs, and other meaningful interactions with communities, a far cry from this amendment process. Further discounting citizen input, the important planning and development priorities sections specific to each area element of the 2006 plan were all deleted in the initial draft. After commenters noted that these sections provided important community context and direction, were still relevant, and had been developed with extensive community involvement, they were reinserted in the version before you. However, despite articulating many still relevant planning and development priorities for the area, they are summarily dismissed by a new statement at the beginning of each section that basically says things have changed and these are 2006 history. With that quick paragraph, the resident voiced priorities in the underlying plan are discarded and ignored, a further blow to public engagement. Others have commented on the methodical replacement of clear words with weak, vague, and judgment-based words like require and ensure, change to encourage, and consistent and inconsistent, change to compatible and incompatible. These are not minor semantic changes. Words have meaning. Encourage suggests that it might or might not happen, whereas require and ensure will result in the desired outcome. These changes destroy the force and accountability of the plan and diminish its direction and certainty. Where is downtown, the central business district? The central area element boundaries embrace the area we have traditionally thought of as downtown. However, the amendments clearly contemplate expansion. There are 8 adjacent focus areas. The 2016 zoning rewrite tripled the area zoned as downtown, and the new land use element map of the central employment area sprawls across the river. None of the boundaries are the same, especially in light of the pandemic. There is considerable need to determine the appropriate boundaries of the central business district and to maintain its cohesiveness and viability. I see these amendments as turning a plan for residents into a plan for developers. Lest we sacrifice our quality of life to promote growth and density. Please do not rubber stamp these amendments. They are not in the best interest of our city and its residents. The DC Council must be the voice of the community that has essentially been ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayton. Rick Nash.
Mr. Chairman and council members, the Cleveland Park Historical Society worked to establish the Community Historic District to preserve the largest and most intact assemblage of Art Deco buildings in Washington, including the Uptown Theater and a commercial area which OP has called unique in scale, among all of DC's historic districts. Shortly afterward, the Zoning Commission conformed zoning to protect and backstop Cleveland Park's scale and historic character. However, the comp plan and FLUM amendments before you would fundamentally alter that balance, resulting in matter of right downtown height and density that would overwhelm, hollow out, and diminish the historic district, and which would be inappropriate for a residential neighborhood. Others have claimed today that historic preservation reviews somehow will protect against out-of-scale development, but that's just not so. First, if that's correct, then why increase height and density so substantially at all? The Zoning Commission recognized that historic review is necessary, but not sufficient without having compatible zoning. Second, developers routinely cite zoning before the HPRB to assert that projects even slightly below matter of right limits are therefore compatible with historic preservation. Increase those limits as proposed, and the result will be a fundamentally changed streetscape that so undermines and overwhelms the historic core that it will be almost unrecognizable in a few years. The amendments also disparately impact Cleveland Park. Others have spoken about this. Other neighborhoods near metro stations, including those with historic districts, are not proposed for significant increases in height and density. Indeed, there appears to be no low density DC neighborhood other than Cleveland Park where such dramatic change is proposed. No metro stop area outside downtown, and certainly no other historic district is proposed to jump as many density levels. Moreover, the amendments weaken existing provisions that provide protection to historic resources and take account of neighborhood scale and character in Cleveland Park, while actually strengthening such protection in other Washington neighborhoods. This is unnecessary particularly because the amendments prioritize market rate housing, and there are opportunities to add more infill without impacting historic resources. Currently, there are 3 infill projects along Connecticut Avenue going forward under existing zoning. There are, in fact, over 1,500 residential units under construction or ready to break ground in or adjacent to the historic district. This total is 120% of the mayor's net new 2025 housing target for Rock Creek West, and just from the Cleveland Park neighborhood alone. And steps from the metro, just outside the historic district itself, are vacant sites capable of substantial additional density without impacting a single contributing historic structure. In closing, consider the Uptown, the iconic movie palace and centerpiece of the historic district, which I mentioned at the beginning, and which starkly illustrates what's at stake. The Uptown shut down as COVID started to spread. So far, over 15,000 people from around the district have petitioned to protect the Uptown, and the Historical Society is working to do that. But nothing would destroy the opportunity to preserve the theater more than approving the comp plan and the FLUM amendments targeted at Cleveland Park, including the Uptown site. And I'll finish quickly. At today's height limit, our challenge, while considerable, stands a chance of success. Yet increasing height from 40 to 90 or 120 feet will create an irresistible economic incentive to develop the site as yet another dense upper market rate mixed use project looming above and behind the empty facade. To protect the Uptown and the integrity of the Cleveland Park Historic District, the council should reject these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Ms. Hepner.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Rosie Hepner, and I am a Ward 4 resident. I am testifying to support the Office of Planning's amendments to be passed intact by the end of this year and fully support the future land use map with increased density in Rock Creek West and any measures that reduce displacement. DC is an increasingly unaffordable city, and for those who do live here, a segregated city. We know how this came to be, from segregation and racial covenants to redlining and NIMBYism. The updated comp plan can begin to right these wrongs and make DC a more equitable and inclusive city. Now, I know this isn't a hearing on transportation, but as a cyclist, it infuriates me that the roads in the city are clogged with drivers from Maryland and Virginia, while I dodge potholes, car doors, and reckless drivers. Yet I know this is a symptom of a housing crisis. So many of those drivers exist because they have either been priced out of DC or can't find reasonably priced housing near transit. The built environment has failed them, and we pay for it in traffic, pedestrian deaths, and pollution. And especially now, in light of the ongoing pandemic, DC's essential workers, from our emergency responders to nurses and grocery store clerks, should be able to live in the communities they are so selflessly serving, not commuting to them. And I know this isn't a hearing on health, but it makes my blood boil that a recent Georgetown study showed the life expectancy difference between a Ward 3 resident and a Ward 8 resident is 15 years. There are many other studies that show the correlations between life expectancy and wealth generation by zip code, and that happens in large part because of our housing. The quality and location of housing, lack of stable housing and experience of evictions, access to schools, healthcare amenities, healthy foods, and proximity to polluting industries. On a personal note, last year, I unexpectedly went into labor 8 weeks early. My daughter was born not even 3.5 pounds and spent a month in the NICU. But we had access to an incredible hospital. After she was discharged, we were able to bring her home when we could afford in a safe neighborhood, near her neonatal specialists, a short bike ride from the daycare she'd come to attend, near parks and spaces for her to play. And for that, she's now a thriving 18-month-old. That is a result of our privilege. It is not the norm, and I hate that our premature birth experience could have been worse or even fatal if we lived in a different zip code or if the color of our skin was different. The statistics on preterm labor, infant deaths, and maternal deaths are all worse for Black families, and this is a result of our segregated built environment. It is the reason that one DC resident will likely live 15 years longer than another. All this was just to say I think the OP amendments are a step in the right direction and can improve DC's equity and inclusivity for our future generations because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hepner. Mr. Dale Bernard.
He'll be joining us in a few minutes. He's having trouble getting in.
All right, Peyton Chung.
Hello, my name is Peyton Chung. I am a resident of Ward 6, chair of the Smart Growth Committee at the Sierra Club's Washington, D.C. chapter. I'm also a lead accredited professional in neighborhood development with 20 years of experience in urban planning. Sierra Club's Washington, D.C. chapter applauds the work of the Mayor's Office of Planning, the Department of Environment and Energy, and the Department of Transportation have put into updating the 2006 Comprehensive Plan for 2020. We urge the Council to adopt the OP's amendment soon, as they will amplify the implementation of critical recent environmental victories. We also urge OP to begin laying the groundwork now for an all-new comprehensive plan, which will be necessary to guide the district's built environment towards its mid-century goal of net zero carbon emissions. These updates have strengthened the comprehensive plan to better reflect the club's mission, which is, quote, to enlist humanity to protect and restore the quality of the natural and human environment, end quote. Many policies that the chapter has championed are reflected in this document, including incorporating DC's carbon neutrality goal and implementation of a cleaner energy system, fishable and swimmable surface waters throughout the district, a zero waste goal for solid waste resource reduction, and reducing safety and health dangers in the transportation system. The club has worked with the council and other district agencies in improving legislation and plans, including the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Act, the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Amendment Act, and the Vision Zero Action Plan. And we are glad to see that the updated comp plan text reflects these policies and plans. We are also heartened to see new text addressing necessary climate adaptation and resilience measures, as these measures will only become more necessary in the years ahead as the climate changes and as the sea rises in places like the tidal basin where I'm sitting now. We also applaud suggested revisions to the housing element, such as policy H1.1, which seek to better balance jobs and housing in high opportunity parts of the district and region. This policy reflects the Sierra Club's urban infill policy, which is from the National Club, which states, quote, an essential strategy for reducing urban-related carbon emissions is supporting dense, mixed-use communities and land uses that prioritize walking, biking, or transit to meet daily transportation needs, as well as balancing jobs and housing within the region. All neighborhoods should be open to people of all income levels and backgrounds. We look forward to engaging soon with the district in the multi-year process that will shape the next comprehensive plan. That should begin over the next year or two with a public process to foster agreement on the core values and guiding vision that the upcoming plan will achieve.
I was going to say, does that complete your testimony, but you seem to have been frozen. Why don't we do this? Why don't we move on to Ms.
Formative new comprehensive plans, 25%.
Mr. Chung, I'm kind of lost. You froze and we lost you in the last paragraph on page 1 of your statement. Are you done with your testimony? We have your written statement.
Yes, you have the written statement, and I conclude the spoken testimony portion.
Thank you. Ms. Natalie Avery.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, or good afternoon, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a DC native and lifelong resident of Washington, DC, currently raising my family in Mount Pleasant. I'm here today to urge the council to pass an intact and without further delay the Office of Planning's amendments to the comprehensive plan. Passing the comprehensive plan is absolutely essential to building a more equitable DC with more abundant housing options, especially in the neighborhoods west of Rock Creek Park, where I grew up. I've been following this process for years and am deeply impressed with the level of engagement and the many ways in which the plan centers equity and reckons with the legacy of racism in our city's built environment. The plan incorporates thousands of community comments and reflects input from many, many community meetings. After the council adopted the framework element last year, council staff and community members from a variety of perspectives have really worked hard to bring forward ideas and solutions that both honor and expand upon the core values expressed during that process. I know you've heard concerns from constituents about the impact of allowing more density on their quality of life. I can tell you that as a resident of a very dense mixed-use neighborhood, that more density and more housing types, including multifamily buildings and duplexes and fourplexes, means a greater diversity of neighbors, more people to support great neighborhood amenities, and more variety. Unlocking the ability to build more housing in parts of the city that may have seen very little residential development will not only expand housing supply, it'll enable more people to live in amenity-rich neighborhoods. I truly believe it will bring new life and varieties to areas of the city that have seen little change over the decades. I've also heard the concerns that the plan does not do enough to stop displacement and to build a more equitable DC, and therefore should be further delayed. These comments resonate, and I strongly believe that passing the comp plan is an essential step in the right direction. The work of building a more just and equitable city is going to continue on so many fronts. There's so much work to be done. And I think that the plan is a good start. And that further delaying its passage will only thwart efforts to bring new housing online, including hundreds of affordable units. Chairman Mendelson and the rest of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Avery. Commissioner Bowles.
Yes, thank you. Greetings, council members. My name is Japer Bowles, and I'm the current chair of the ANC Rainbow Caucus. Since this past election, the ANC Rainbow Caucus has grown from 26 ANC commissioners to now 36 LGBTQ ANC commissioners. Our mission is to address issues impacting the LGBTQ residents of the District of Columbia, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity and expression. We represent the diversity of the LGBTQ community in race, gender, education, location, age, and income, and we have come together to be a voice for the LGBTQ people in DC. It's our mission as to why I'm speaking today. Like others have said previously and will continue to say, this document is extremely important and determines the direction of the city. Frankly speaking, the comprehensive plan isn't gay enough. DC has the largest LGBTQ population per capita in the nation, and we face real problems. 48% of youth experiencing homelessness are LGBTQ, our community faces record hate crimes, and housing and job discrimination is still rampant. My testimony today is to better educate the council on two past recommendations from Rainbow Caucus members from ANC 1A, 1C, 2A, and 2B. First, improving access to long-term supports and services for vulnerable populations and action and improving coordination and service delivery among district agencies. We must recognize that vulnerable populations may include members of the LGBTQ community, and their needs need to be included in any effort to create and implement a cross-agency case management system that can enhance coordination among relevant agencies to improve service delivery. For example, a healthcare and service LGBT patients are often overlooked as groups that face disparities. However, like other populations identified as at risk or disadvantaged, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community has faced stigma, lack cultural competence and sensitivity, and insensitivity to their unique needs. And second, the housing elements needs to address the following issues and oversight as it relates to LGBTQ youth, senior, and our transgender and gender nonconforming community. First, the LGBTQ seniors. LGBTQ adults, senior adults face unique circumstances such as fear of discrimination. Many do not have children to help them in their older age. And senior housing, transportation, legal services, support groups, and social events are all mostly common cited services needed in the LGBTQ community. LGBTQ older adults are generally an underserved and understudied population, yet by 2060, their numbers will exceed 5 million and will account for more than 20 million older adults, including those who do not publicly identify. Second is LGBTQ youth homelessness. LGBTQ youth people are 120% more likely to experience homelessness than non-LGBTQ youth. Right off the bat, these young people are presented with an uneven playing field. It is estimated that about 7% of the youth in the United States are LGBTQ, while 40% are experiencing homelessness. And I have just one more point to wrap up, and it's the most important, the transgender housing and homelessness. 1 in 5 transgender people in the United States has been discriminated when seeking a home, and more than 1 in 10 have been evicted from their homes. Because of this and their gender identity, HUD has issued guidance stating discrimination against transgender renters and homeowners based on gender identity. Our caucus encourages the council to dig in deep and be inclusive of all people in every section and every element. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your inclusivity. Please pass these amendments.
Thank you, Commissioner Bowles. John Nelson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is John Nelson, and I'm here to speak in support of a proposed amendment to the future land use map for 2 lots in the Union Market neighborhood at 500-520 Florida Avenue Northeast. For the council's reference, the amendment is being processed under tracking number 1358. The property at 500-520 Florida Avenue Northeast has been under our family's ownership over 5 decades and is currently being used for a gas station. However, over the past 10 years, the surrounding Union Market neighborhood has evolved from a former industrial area to a bustling mixed-use community with hundreds of housing units, restaurants, bars, and other commercial establishments. Many of the new developments were approved through the Zoning Commission's planned use development process. We believe our property on Florida Avenue Northeast can play an important role in the continued evolution of the Union Market neighborhood. Due to its location on Florida Avenue between 5th and 6th Streets Northeast, our highly visible property is a gateway to the neighborhood. Florida Avenue is 100 feet wide, so greater density is appropriate on that street. We therefore envision a high-density mixed-use development at the front of Union Market that will provide more housing, active retail, and commercial establishments. Unfortunately, our property's current designation in the flume limits the potential density for redevelopment. Our proposal requests a designation of medium-density residential, high-density commercial, and PDR. This designation would help achieve our goals for the family property by allowing for significantly more housing through greater density and flexibility in development standards. If granted, our flume designation would be the exact same as all the other properties in the Union Market neighborhood. Finally, I'd like to mention that ANC 5D has been very receptive to our proposal. In February 2020, ANC 5D unanimously passed a resolution supporting our proposed amendment to the flume. Commissioner Ryan Linehan's testimony in support urges you to recognize the property's potential as a community gateway and as a site to provide more housing, a much needed resource in the district. We are appreciative that the community has shown its support for this proposal, and that they recognize the property's potential. Despite all these factors, we were disappointed to learn the Office of Planning did not support our requested flume amendment. For all the reasons I've mentioned, this property is an excellent candidate for an amendment to the future land use map. Therefore, we encourage the council to incorporate the request under tracking number 1358 into the comprehensive plan legislation and amend the future land use map for 500-520 Florida Avenue Northeast to medium density residential, high density commercial, and PDR. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon and for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Gary Barnard.
Yes. Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, thank you very much for this opportunity to testify in support of the bill to approve the amended comprehensive plan. My name is Gary Pierce Barnhart. I was born at Doctors Hospital on I Street Northwest. I'm a fourth generation Washingtonian. I'm the managing member of the Barnhart Family LLC, which owns the only private property in Square 5 of the city, 2635 through 2639 I Street Northwest. Truth be told, my connection to building real estate is also not inconsequential. As a robotic space systems engineer, I had the honor and privilege of helping to build the most expensive and complex piece of real estate our species has ever constructed, the International Space Station. My concerns with respect to the district comprehensive plan and the planning process is that such efforts need to be focused on fostering and managing outcomes, not subsumed by interminable process. This concern likely can be best expressed by example. A long time ago, in a great city some think belongs in a galaxy far, far away, some of the most desirable land for development was offered up to the gods of freeway development with a fervent hope that traffic would flow and a plethora of benefits would befall the inhabitants. Alas, what reality and the passage of time has wrought has proven far less sanguine. What is known as Square 5 has for over 50 years languished as a set of 3 nondescript townhomes stranded in a sea of failed traffic intersections, bisected by a collection of freeway ramps, with effectively all the remaining ground rendered unusable and inaccessible. The magnitude of lost opportunity of the city comes into focus when the fate of Square 5 is put in the context of the available property in adjacent squares, the I Street terminus, part of Squares 6, 4, and 1. The combined total developable land area of the 7 parcels is in excess of 500,000 square feet. To put this in perspective, this aggregation of parcels is larger than the entire Watergate complex, which is approximately 435,000 square feet. This situation is offered not as a personal lament for resources wasted over many real estate cycles, rather as an example of a process failure and the need to fix how the city orchestrates opportunities for fine-grained development, particularly those at larger scales. To date, no reliable mechanism has been established that allows for large-scale development projects in the city to move forward on a deterministic timeline. Even the most coordinated planned urban developments seem to come to resolution based on court action rather than a negotiated confluence of interest that secures the best possible outcome for the city and its inhabitants. The amended district comprehensive plan seeks to architect and orchestrate multiple opportunities for fine-grained development. There are numerous mechanisms that are laid out in that, which are shown in my written testimony. A failure to achieve these objectives would result in ad hoc development, which is far less optimal for our stakeholders. So returning to our opening example, shall we wait for the future of whatever comes or lend our efforts to architecting the future we wish to see come to pass? I recommend the latter and request the council support the approval of the amended comprehensive plan and that the council provide support for the fine-grained planning efforts deemed necessary and appropriate to realize the objectives of the plan. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views on this district comprehensive plan, and I encourage the council to visit the website www.foggybottomfuture.org. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Ms. Emily Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the DC Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon. I'd like to make 3 points today. First, I encourage the council to pass the Office of Planning's amendment to the comprehensive plan this session. Second, I support a timely comprehensive plan rewrite that acknowledges it is not a valid purpose of public policy to prevent expensive neighborhoods from accommodating more residents over time. Chair Mendelson's point that a 2025 plan rewrite cannot be guaranteed is well taken, but I think that passing it as amended now is our best chance to support urgently needed housing and to achieve the Bowser administration's crucial housing goals. And third, I'd encourage the Office of Planning and the Council to adopt a less prescriptive approach to determining what type of housing may be built where in the future iteration of the comp plan. To my first point, the outdated plan and future land use map are holding up badly needed housing, and passing the amended plan today is the appropriate step toward remedying this problem. And rewrite. OP has suggested modest improvements by changing the plan's language from protecting neighborhood character to respecting neighborhood character, with the acknowledgement that rules intended to protect neighborhood character are currently one driver of racial segregation in housing markets. But changing the comp plan's language, it does not remedy the district's exclusionary land use policies, and a future comprehensive plan should reject exclusionary zoning rather than respect it. Current exclusionary zoning rules are not in the general interest of the DC's majority renter population. Finally, to my third point, the comp plan suggests implementing rules to discourage mansionization by limiting the size of new structures. However, these proposed restrictions could backfire. Minneapolis policymakers have replaced their single-family zoning with triplex zoning, but now restrictions on how large structures may be and where they may be sited are standing in the way of new missing middle housing. Thank you for considering my comments. I urge the council to adopt OP's amended comp plan now, and I hope to see a future comp plan that will make the city a more affordable and inclusive place.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Nolan DeFrancesco.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you to the council for having this open hearing. I will be submitting this written statement later today. My name is Nolan DeFrancesco, and I've lived in the district for 8 years. I'm working with others to found an organization called DC YIMBY. That's Yes in My Backyard. We support the construction of more housing, especially more affordable housing, equitably throughout the city. Like many others today, I strongly urge the council to pass the Office of Planning's amendments by the end of this year. The updated plan contains much needed provisions to increase housing options throughout the city, especially near transit. I want to talk about this. It's been brought up a number of times today, the uncertainty the district faces in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic. There's talk about a slowing growth rate and the possibility that OP's estimates for future population could be overcounted. I want to say that yes, there is uncertainty, but let's not lose focus on what's important here. The reality is that right now, today, there is substantially more demand for a too limited supply of housing in this city. That is a key driver in why prices for housing across the income spectrum, both for renters and would-be home buyers, are unaffordable and out of reach for too many. It's a reason why it's difficult to build adequate affordable housing that we badly need today. The updated comprehensive plan would immediately give clear guidance to affordable housing projects in the district that are currently stalled. This year especially, I think it's important we ask ourselves how we truly lean into our liberal progressive values. We need to address the dramatic racial disparities in this city and the long history of discriminatory housing policies that have led to this moment. It is not fair that the majority of new housing is currently built in rapidly developing and gentrifying neighborhoods. Wealthy neighborhoods in DC, of which I am a resident in DuPont, need to do their part to build new housing, including substantial affordable housing, in order to reduce disparities and push for racial justice. Passing these amendments will be a crucial step in allowing that to happen. Lastly, we need to empower the Office of Planning to rewrite the comprehensive plan to adequately capture the changing needs of the district. I support adding language to allow that rewrite process to begin by 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. DeFrancesco. Aiden Jones.
Chairman Mendelson and council members and staff as well, thank you very much for the opportunity for those of us who are here to testify. I'm a 49-year resident of the District of Columbia, first in DuPont Circle, and my wife and I have been married almost that length of time, now residing in the Tenleytown area. I've been a longtime observer and participant in neighborhood land use and development issues going back to the Friendship Neighborhood Coalition time in the mid-1970s, and observed how the process has worked. And I want to particularly emphasize today how flawed the process was, because the process for this amended comprehensive plan development was fatally flawed from the beginning. First of all, based on false assumptions about population growth in the district, which others have alluded to, and I don't need to repeat those. I made that point in my written statement. But the real problem with this process is that it was predetermined by the Office of Planning at the direction of the mayor to develop market rate housing in the District of Columbia, not affordable housing, not truly affordable housing. And I commend and refer you back to the testimony of Carissa Neruzzi and Mrs. Kasalova and Renee Bowser, specifically on the issues of how the development and the upzoning, particularly in my area of Upper Wisconsin Avenue, will not benefit the people in the District of Columbia who really need to have true affordable housing. And what has happened here is that the developers have really taken over the process. And so I encourage you as council members to, in your particular areas and your fellow council member areas, to look hard at what is taking place and who is driving this. It is not the developers that should be driving the process in the District of Columbia. It's us voters, it's us citizens, and you have both the ability and the responsibility to ride herd on the process and make sure that the voters and the citizens are heard. We don't have the money and the voice to speak out in the way that the millions of dollars have been spent by developers in recent years to finally hone and create straw person front organizations that are heavily subsidized by the developers that purportedly speak for the citizens. So I urge you to consider the true housing needs in the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. It's good to see you. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I don't believe I have statements from Ms. Hepner or Mr. Nelson. And Mr. Nelson was very specific about rezoning through the comprehensive plan property. So his testimony, his written statement would be helpful. And Mr. DeFrancesco, but I believe you said you'd be submitting later today. Let me turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Mr. McDuffie, Councilmember Tran-White, or Councilmember Che? I'm not seeing questions from any of them. From those of you,
Chairman, I did hear from Dale Williams Barnhart. Evidently, Safari is an incompatible browser, so he's going to an alternate computer and will join later on.
Okay. Again, I want to thank each of you and appreciate the time that you've taken to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You all are excused from this room, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. And the next group of witnesses Lisa Mallory, who's CEO of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association, Peter Farrell, who's managing partner with City Interests Development Partners, LLC, Latoya Thomas, who's Housing Association of Nonprofit Developers, John Moore, listed as a public witness, Angela Wilson Turnbull, who's with the Washington Interfaith Network, Terry Kemp, listed as a public witness, Paul Jones, who is board chair and CEO of the Columbia Heights Village Tenant Association, Coy McKinney with Southwest DC Action, Samuel Leone, who's listed as a public witness, Holly Muhammad, who's ANC 8A commissioner. I think I'll leave it at the 10. So Ms. Mallory, we'll begin with you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the
Good
committee and staff. My name is Lisa Mallory, and I'm the CEO of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association, representing real estate development in our city, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 4. DCBIA appreciates the opportunity to testify on this bill. The comprehensive plan is a critical document that will guide development in the district for the coming decade. DCBIA believes that the act as proposed by the mayor is a fair planning document that helps all district residents, supports economic growth, and provides decision makers with guidance so that multiple priorities can be addressed in a way that is more equitable and inclusive than ever before. In particular, we strongly support the proposed future land use map. The changes made reflect wise planning choices, including promoting transit-oriented development and affordable housing in areas that need it most. As our members review the comprehensive plan in detail, we set out to ensure that its guiding principles remained intact while reflecting the economic realities of the real estate development community. We have identified areas where the comprehensive plan should be enhanced to ensure that the district attracts investment needed to continue the economic growth necessary to carry out the document's guiding principles. I want to highlight three broad themes which can be developed and put into action through specific recommendations of our members. First, the comprehensive plan should require the district to consider the impact of new policies on affordable housing. There is no dispute that the district has a great need for more affordable housing. While the comprehensive plan describes the challenge, it lacks a robust discussion of the drivers of housing costs. The district's regulatory environment makes developing housing more expensive than it needs to be and slows housing production. We urge the council to address this by including in the comp plan a requirement of an affordable housing impact statement before adopting any new statute, regulation, or policy. This will give decision makers the information needed to balance multiple ambitious priorities against the essential priority, the need for affordable housing. Second, the comprehensive plan should include additional focus on incentivizing and increasing supply. The document throughout, and the housing element specifically, discusses at length the importance of producing affordable housing in family-size units, as well as the cost of housing. It should also give similar weight to incentivizing the market to meet demand for multiple types of housing at all income levels. These incentives can help overcome the high cost of producing housing in the district. Additionally, rather than prioritizing preservation over increasing supply, we think the focus should be on build first, on-site, or non-displacement approaches to allow for construction of additional units. Finally, the comprehensive plan should acknowledge the importance of the district continuing to remain economically competitive. For decades, the district struggled to attract investment, but it has been successfully recent due to supportive policy. This has enabled the city to weather the pandemic and launch a number of ambitious initiatives. But economic development cannot be taken for granted. The comprehensive plan should place greater emphasis on continuing to attract investment and grow inclusively and equitably for the benefit of all district residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We look forward to continue to engage with you and your staff and your colleagues on the council to work towards adopting the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. Mr. Farrell.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Peter Farrell, and I'm managing partner of City Interest Development Partners, LLC. City Interest is a certified business enterprise, a real estate firm focused on mixed-use, transit-oriented development in the district's East End neighborhoods. I'm testifying today to urge the council to include the Parkside development in Ward 7 in the central employment area as defined in the comprehensive plan. The inclusion of Parkside in the CEA, which has the strong support of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7D, would help make Parkside more competitive for locating federal government offices. This in turn will bring jobs and increased foot traffic to the benefit of residents and businesses in the East End. As many of you probably are aware, Ward 7 is the only ward without a federal office installation. The CEA is part of the point system that the U.S. General Services Administration uses to determine the placement of federal office leases. Its geographic boundaries reach wards 2, 5, 6, and 8. However, they do not encompass any portion of Ward 7. While OP's proposal recognizes Parkside as a federal employment area, the fact that it is located outside the CEA's boundaries puts Parkside at a disadvantage, and in fact, may exclude Parkside and Ward 7 from competing for federal government office space at all. As OP's proposal states, the CEA must include core federal facilities in areas of concentrated private office development. However, it also states that the CEA may include additional land necessary to support economic growth and federal expansion and to guide economic development initiatives. As the largest transit-oriented development project in the city, and the only site in Ward 7 that can contain large-scale federal government office needs, doesn't it make sense to provide Parkside with the tools necessary to attract this type of economic expansion? Parkside is currently planned, provides for up to 50,000 square feet of retail, 750,000 square feet of office space, 2,000 mixed income residential units for sale and for rent, a community park, a new pedestrian bridge to the Minnesota Avenue Metro Station, 4 schools, and a primary care clinic. Hundreds of these housing units are coming online right now as the direct result of the council's investment in Parkside. By ensuring that this community, with its prime location, can be competitive for locating a large number of quality jobs, the council can get even more value for district residents from investments it has already made. We appreciate the council's ongoing support for Parkside, and we urge you to include it in the CEA when it adopts the comprehensive plan. The future of Ward 7 will be directly affected by the decisions made here today as we strive to achieve greater economic prosperity and opportunity for all DC residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Latoya Thomas. Is Ms. Thomas here? I'm going to keep moving. John Moore. It's John Moore. John Moore, I see you. I see your name. Ms. Thomas, I see you've appeared. Why don't you proceed?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Latoya Thomas, principal and founder of Brick and Story, a Ward 7-based small business. I'm also a proud native Washingtonian. Today, however, I'm here in my capacity as the Housing Indicator Tool Policy Director with the Housing Association of Nonprofit Developers, better known as HAND. HAND is a nonprofit membership association comprised of over 450 organizations working across the private, public, and nonprofit sectors to collaborate in the production and preservation of affordable housing in the capital region of Baltimore, Washington, and Richmond. Through education, engagement, and regional advocacy, HAND builds the capacity of its diverse membership to support the development of sustainable communities for individuals and families at all income levels. HAND is also a member of the Housing Priorities Coalition, which includes organizations like the Coalition for Smarter Growth and Enterprise Community Partners that was formed to help guide the updates to the comprehensive plan. In early 2021, HAND will be releasing its Housing Indicator Tool, a digital platform of real-time data that will provide information on housing production and preservation throughout the capital region. Tracked against the housing targets established by the COG in 2019, The tool will tell us both at local and regional levels how we are doing and if the policies and programs we have in place to further housing opportunities are really working. The tool will look at a variety of indicators as inputs to help us understand the effectiveness of the work happening in each jurisdiction. The adoption of a strong and equitable comprehensive plan is one of the key indicators we are tracking. Housing affordability, something that is central to HAND's mission and also a critical issue for many residents in the district, can be addressed through the provisions in the updated comp plan. The district is already one of the most aggressive jurisdictions in the region with its goal to produce 36,000 units by 2025. Now we need the land use policies in place to ensure that those units are allocated in a way that creates opportunities across the economic spectrum. We also need to ensure that the entire city takes responsibility for housing affordability and that we are creating housing opportunities for those who will need it most in all 8 wards of the district. I would also be remiss not to mention the framework of racial equity that is crafted into the proposed amendments to the comp plan. At this point, most of us know the role that land use and planning has played in shaping American cities, resulting in segregated neighborhoods, displacement of people of color, and severe wealth, education, and health disparities that persist to this day. We are finding ourselves in the unique moment of reckoning as a country, and many cities along with the district are taking a second look at their land use policies and how those policies can be reshaped to create opportunity for those who, for generations, have been without. The policy recommendations outlined in the comp plan updates are key to preventing displacement and achieving the opportunity and equity that our city needs and that our people demand. In closing, I commend the Office of Planning and the Council for giving the proper time and attention to the development of the comprehensive plan, and I encourage you to adopt the comp plan so that we can finally have the foundation in place to build a more equitable DC. Thank you again for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. John Moore, who will be followed by Angela Wilson Turnbull. Mr. Moore.
This is John Moore. Could I be delayed by 6 or 7 speakers?
Maybe not that many, but I'll call you at the end.
Okay.
Ms. Wilson Turnbull.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Mendelson and council members, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support on more affordable housing in Washington, D.C. As contemplated by the proposed comprehensive plan changes before you, we urge council to act now to approve these changes. Delay will stall new housing development and inhibit investment needed for an equitable economic recovery. With density ensured in the comprehensive plan, we must, in strong language and implementation, ensure deeply affordable housing for all and accommodate families who need 3, 4, 5 rooms. And public housing residents should be at the table and supported to create strong, self-sustainable, self-sufficient solutions. I'm Angela Wilson Turnbull, a longstanding member of St. Augustine's Catholic Church, Ward 1. St. Augustine's is one of 38 member institutions of the Washington Interfaith Network. WIN is committed to training, developing, and working with neighborhood and community leaders to accomplish positive and lasting change. I, along with clergy and other lay leaders from WIN congregations, am a part of WIN's Public Housing Working Group and amplifying Bridget McDermott and Barbara Kraft's extraordinary work. Our work group also includes leaders from resident and tenant associations who represent public housing residents across DC. I'm here today because we in WIN are concerned about the impact of resolutions like 2020 in public housing residents. So we are recommending that the commissioners ask DCHA to act and accept a friendly amendment to 2020. We recommend that Resolution 2020 offer public housing residents representation as a seat at the table during the negotiations with development partners. Why not let public housing representatives comment on deliverables like the number of units, the size of units, location, and timing? And why not do this as the negotiations are ongoing rather than when operating agreements and master development agreements are already solidified? Does this recommendation sound surprising? It did to me at first, but I would like to recommend that it has been done before with great success Poor conditions forced Wolfero Jenkins and Cynthia Eaglin from their homes in Parkway Overlook in Ward 8. These two former residents fought successfully to have Parkway Overlook rebuilt as 220 units of affordable housing. During the development, Jenkins and Eaglin worked with DCHA, incorporating resident feedback in project decisions. We also recommend the commissioners study the redevelopment of public housing in San Francisco and build into it our process here in DC as a national model. The same protections and requirements, including consistent and transparent tenant involvement from start to finish. Having ironclad written protection of tenant involvement is essential. And as always, WIN continues to advocate for build first. The WIN Public Housing Working Group strongly recommends that Director Garrett and his team include resident representatives in the decisions and negotiations for the operating and master development agreements. This inclusion should be standard where DCHA is engaged in redevelopment, particularly in RAD or Section 8 negotiations.
Ms. Wilson,
thank you for your
Turnbull.
time and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Carrie Kemp.
Myself. Okay. You see me? Okay.
Yes, see you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Carrie Kemp and I'm a longtime resident of the DuPont Circle neighborhood in Ward 2 who cares deeply about the District of Columbia. I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to express my views regarding proposed amendments to the DC Comprehensive Plan. I do not believe that the comp plan amendments as proposed by Mayor Bowser and the DC Office of Planning are ready for adoption without significant changes. And I urge the council to postpone consideration of the plan until such changes are made. Some of my specific concerns include the following. One, the Office of Planning's amendments constitute a major rewrite of the comp plan, which exceeds the scope of the 5 to 10 year amendment cycle. Moreover, the process used to develop the proposed amendments has been a top-down, developer-led process that has not allowed for adequate public engagement. Two, Mayor Bowser has not complied with the DC law requiring the submission of data and progress reports in implementing the comp plan to the DC Council. Consequently, there are no data on housing needs or the impact of new development on other systems, transportation, education, and so forth. We should not proceed with the adoption of the amended plan until we have better information. Three, lack of mechanisms to ensure the creation of an equitable and inclusive city. This is one of my biggest concerns. The Office of Planning's vision is for an inclusive city, but committing to racial equity and inclusiveness is not enough. Without specific mechanisms to ensure equity and prevent displacement, the comp plan's commitment to an inclusive city is meaningless. The construction of new market rate housing, much of it consisting of smaller units in high-rise buildings, is destroying housing that is affordable to existing DC residents and leading to the displacement of African-American residents from communities in which their families have resided for generations. We need to develop, the comp plan should include specific strategies and mechanisms to ensure we are advancing the vision of an equitable and inclusive city. 4, Mayor Bowser frames the proposed changes in the comp plan as essential to achieving housing equity goals. As has been mentioned before, the population estimates on which these goals of building 36,000 units with 12,000 affordable units are questionable. Moreover, she has not defined at what levels affordability will be achieved. Is that the end? Okay. Finally, we should include the impacts of the COVID pandemic, which may be lasting. And I would urge creation of new parks and green space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. Coy McKinney.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Clay McKinney. I'm a high school teacher, community gardener, and member of the group Southwest DC Action. If the DC government is as serious about racial justice as they proclaim they are, then the comprehensive plan must reflect that clearly and unequivocally. The current write-up of the comp plan does not do this for a variety of reasons, which are pointed out in the Housing Justice Priorities document, which I support. The two issues I'd like to focus on are the hollow language that is used and the lack of priority given to shared equity models. Throughout the comp plan, elusive words are used that curtail the document's directives. Words like should be, perhaps, and encourage allow for ambiguous interpretations when clear and direct language is needed. Without explicit guidance, land use attorneys will spin the words into meaningless jargon. For example, the small area plan for the neighborhood where I live, Southwest DC, says residents want the area to be, quote, an exemplary model of equity and inclusion. Jeff Utz, a land use attorney for Golston and Storrs, interpreted inclusion as meaning gelling with the fabric that surrounds you in a more holistic way. I'm not sure what that means, but I do know that it doesn't address the socioeconomic diversity Southwest residents care about so deeply. To prevent such abstract interpretations, the comp plan must be indisputable. The comp plan must also prioritize the production of shared equity units. I was disappointed when I did not find a single reference to limited equity cooperatives or plans to further the work of the city's only community land trust. These are models that are well tested and known to be effective in permanently creating affordable home ownership opportunities. In October of 2019, the Limited Equity Cooperative Task Force created by the council released its report calling for 2,000 more limited equity units, yet there is no mention in the comp plan. A 2018 study by Grounded Solutions looked at over 4,000 units in 20 states over 3 decades and found that 99% of the shared equity units avoided foreclosure. Certainly, these are models that are worth pursuing. The city cannot rely on inclusionary zoning and market rate units to address the housing issue. Since its inception, the IZ program has only created about 200 quote unquote affordable units a year, most of which aren't actually affordable and definitely are not adequate for families. As of the third quarter of 2019, the number of market rate units increased 13% and averaged a monthly rent of over $2,600 a month. The mayor's 2019 housing equity report found that, quote, housing production has consisted mostly of small rental units targeted to households earning more than 120% MFI. That's over $100,000 a year. The median income for Black households in DC is around $40,000 a year, which means most of the housing that is being produced in the city is not for Black folks. So how many more of these units must be built before they become affordable for low and moderate income folks? How long will this take? Am I to believe for-profit developers will just build themselves out of their own profit margins? What are Black folks and low and moderate income folks supposed to do in the interim? Wait and hope? That's not justice. Justice dictates that those who have been historically underserved must be given priority. If the blacked out profile pictures and self-mutings from this summer are to mean anything, it must be that you can't just say build more without centering racial justice. Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, author of How to Be an Anti-Racist, says every policy in every institution, in every community, in every nation is producing or sustaining either racial inequity or equity between racial groups. The comp plan should strive to be anti-racist. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Samuel Leone.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sam Leone. I am an economics PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I'm a renter. I've come here to ask you to urgently pass a comprehensive plan that allows for an increase, not a decrease, in housing across the district. I believe that the Office of Planning's draft before you achieves that objective. I hope that you'll either pass it as written or pass it with pro-housing amendments that, for example, further upplumb the future land use map. Myself, my partner, and many of our family, friends, and colleagues, we've all wrestled with the difficulty of finding appropriate housing. And the fundamental cause of that difficulty is laws that block new construction. The economics literature is clear on this point. It shows that liberalizing land use policies has 3 clear benefits. First, increasing housing supply really does decrease housing rents. If we use zoning rules to force the number of units to remain fixed, then newcomers compete with existing residents for the same houses, bid up the prices, and cause displacement. But if instead we let the number of units grow, then we can reverse these forces and ensure long-term affordability. Evidence comes from decades of academic studies, including 3 recent working papers arguing that new housing can lower rents by as much as 7% and displacement by as much as 17%. Second, more housing gives a boost to the economy. folks across the country would love to move to the DC area and take jobs in our leading public, private, and social sector institutions. By making housing more affordable, we make it easier for them to do so. Importantly, that's not just good for the movers themselves. It's good for their new employers, for the local businesses and workers who get more customers, and for the district's tax revenues. Overall, an influential analysis estimated that land use reforms in our most productive cities could raise the average American's income by thousands of dollars. Third, infill development is a tool in the fight against climate change. Building new housing within dense, vibrant regions like the DC area lowers America's carbon footprint by allowing more people to take advantage of public transportation, short commutes, and energy-efficient architecture. Fortunately, elected officials like yourselves have the power to solve our affordable housing problem. Shortly before he left office, President Obama said that, quote, "We can work together to break down rules that stand in the way of building new housing and that keep families from moving to growing dynamic cities." By passing a pro-housing comprehensive plan, that's exactly what you'd be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leone. Mr. Leone, you make it sound like we haven't been producing any housing in the city. Is that your impression?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's not my impression. I just wanted to speak up on behalf of the new comprehensive plan, which I definitely think is a step in the right direction, and to express my view, not just coming as a resident of the city, but as an economist who has come to learn about the literature on housing affordability and to speak up in favor of what that literature and those studies call for.
Your testimony seemed to focus on the need to increase supply of housing.
Yes, I believe that's correct. That is what I'm calling for.
As if right now, because of regulation, the ability to increase the supply of housing is constrained.
I believe that is the case in much of the district, as it's the case in many other cities across the US. And I believe that by passing a comprehensive plan that has a future land use map that allows for...
Over the past decade, I believe, I looked at this a couple of years ago, I believe that we had somewhere about 15 to 20,000 new units over the past decade.
I'm not familiar with those particular numbers, Mr. Chairman, but I would say that that's a step in the right direction. But as rising affordability issues in the city, I think is evidence of the fact that we have to go further. And I would argue that the comprehensive plan before you is...
That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry.
Your testimony seemed to suggest that we were not allowing the construction, that we were not seeing an increase to supply. I just wanted to be clear.
I see. Yes, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. If that's your point, I would say that the 15 to 20,000 units that you've suggested is definitely a step in the right direction. And I don't mean for my testimony or my answers to your questions to suggest that there isn't being an increase in supply. I would just argue that we can and must do more, and that that's really the key to affordability. And by passing the comprehensive plan draft before you, we can continue to go in that direction.
Okay,
but thank you for your time
I had not
today.
heard that in your statement. I was in a little bit of a disadvantage, and this is my segue into reminding several of you that we don't have copies of your statements. Ms. Kemp, Mr. McKinney, Mr. Leone, we don't have copies of your statements.
I sent mine in earlier this afternoon by email to you and every council member.
Okay.
Likewise, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Sorry. No, I didn't. I meant to identify myself. You didn't know who I was.
Okay.
I sent my testimony as well, but I can resend it for your convenience.
Let me just check with staff. All right, if you've sent it in today, then great, we have it. I just don't have it at the moment. I forgot to call go back to Mr. Moore, John Moore.
Still need slight more delay in time.
Okay, we'll hold you over to the next panel. I did have a question or two for Mr. Farrell.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've not looked at this carefully, but my recollection is that Parkside is east of the Anacostia River, between Kenilworth and Anacostia Park. I'm finding it hard to understand how the central, and I'm going to emphasize central employment area, can be meaningfully the central, and I'll again say central employment area, if it stretches so broadly across the city. Can you help me with that?
Well, sir, my point is that the federal government uses the central employment area definition as a delineation for the areas in which they will consider placing federal agent office space. And by not having Ward 7, which is on the east side of the Anacostia River, included in the central employment area, you by definition are limiting the opportunity or chances that Ward 7 will ever be able to attract a federal installation. And that in fact has been the challenge to date with our project and others east of the river.
Well, but I don't think that's completely correct. I believe that there was an effort to get the Security and Exchange Commission east of the river over by Poplar Point.
Yes, sir. That's the point in Ward 8 where it connects.
And you're saying that's part of the central employment area?
It is, sir. It's in the definition. CEA connects to wards 2, 5, 6, and 8. It does not contain any portion of Ward 7.
And this development project which you have underway?
Oh, yes, sir. We've already constructed 575 affordable and workforce housing units. We've constructed 4 schools, a primary care clinic. We have another 230 workforce housing units we're going to break ground on next quarter. Yes, sir, this is very definitely an underway project. That is,
and it's not financially, it's
yes,
not
sir?
financially sustainable if we don't make this change to attract federal buildings?
Well, I wouldn't be able to rent the office component of the project to a federal agency if in fact we're not in the CEA designation, which is what's required by many of the agencies as the delineated area in which they would occupy. So by definition, Ward 7, because we're the only site in Ward 7 that can accommodate that, would never be able to attract that federal installation.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Let me turn and see if my colleagues are here. Councilmember McDuffie or Councilmember Trayon White or Councilmember Che, do you have any questions?
Wait, just one second.
Councilmember Che.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions, but there have been a number of things that were stated along the way that I hadn't actually considered. So I'm grateful that all of the people who came to participate have participated. And I just want to thank you for setting aside 2 days, to be able to hear from everybody. And so I just want to comment that I'm grateful for all the people who have participated. And as I said, I've been benefited by all of the different views that we've had. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for providing a thorough possibility for us to hear from everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. And I'm not hearing from Councilmember McDuffie or Councilmember Trayon White. So I'm going to excuse all of the witnesses. Mr. Moore, stick around. I'll call you again. You may have to speak up, but we'll try again with you. So let me continue with witnesses. Cynthia Thomas with Empower DC, Zachary Curtis, listed as a public witness. Lawrence Caudle, principal with Hickok Cole, which I believe is an architectural firm. Scott Parker, who's president of the Spring Valley West Homes Corporation. Karen Gall, listed as a public witness. Gordon Andrew Lee Fletcher, listed as Department of Commerce and American University. Grant Amadeus Giel, with the law offices of G. Macy Nelson. Barbara Kraft, who's with the Washington Interfaith Network, Ward 3 Affordable Housing Work Group. Nancy McWood, an ANC commissioner with ANC 3C09. Jeremiah Montague, who's an ANC commissioner with 5C07. Marty Wells, who's president pro tem of the Ward 2 Education Council. Ruth Grover, also with G. Macy Nelson law firm. Stephen Seelig, who's listed as a public witness, and Kate Gentoft-Her, I apologize, Kate Gentoft-Her, who's also listed as a public witness. I think we'll stop there in terms of the list. Let me see, and I don't think I have statements from many of you, but we'll see as we go along. So I'm told Miss Cynthia Thomas is not here, so we'll start with Zachary Curtis.
Greetings. I have sent my testimony an hour ago or so. So greetings and thank you for assembling this body to discuss the comprehensive plan. My name is Zachary Curtis. I'm a native Washingtonian living in the mid-city area element overlapping Ward 1 and CB, who also works in food security and economic justice issues in the far northeast, far southeast area element. For residents of those areas, every day is an uphill battle against the racialized economic and structural barriers codified in previous policy. This year, those barriers and the inherited disadvantages of caste have had deadly consequences, placing Black DC residents at a higher risk for death from COVID-19 because they have been redlined into the worst housing, denied the resources to develop their own communities, and segregated into the lowest paid and most precarious jobs or no jobs at all, with DC's Black unemployment rate being nearly 8 times the rate of white DC residents. The circumstance is by design, as many folks have said before, and no policy document should pass which does not center the role of government in creating the policies which undergird economic inequality and the responsibility of government in turning the tide. Additionally, what no one would say out loud is that there's a direct profit model inherent in this type of structural inequality, a relationship between their inherited disadvantage and the advantages hoarded by other groups. Contrary to what my ANC Commissioner Dan Winston has testified, economic losses on the U Street corridor, which have never benefited from intentional city planning level recovery focus after the '68 riots or urban renewal in Shaw, which has again been hit by COVID-19, can be characterized as extremely racially disparate and a result of DC's current legacy of moving forward without making Black DC residents whole. In the far southeast, northeast area, the existence of only one grocery store per 50,000 residents, the majority of whom are Black, is not simply a factor of market forces, but a consequence of interlocking policy decisions which do not secure the rights of DC Black residents to live as full citizens. The proposed changes will not make anything better, and passing the comp plan as written favors the short-sighted and false urgency promulgated by those who stand to benefit from increasing displacement and the maintenance of economic inequality. According to the Washington Post, DC lost 40,000 Black residents while experiencing a net increase in population. When the National Community Investment Coalition named DC's the nation's most intensely gentrifying city in 2019, they noted that 20,000 Black DC residents had been displaced specifically due to gentrification. These are the results of de jure policy decisions to intentionally target Black communities for disadvantage or to subject them to benign neglect. Today, I join the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition in testifying against the passage of the comp plan amendments as written, and will touch on the main points of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition housing justice priorities within my testimony. I also join the voices of witnesses who reject the smart growth and build more ideologies that all new high density development is to be regarded as an answer to the need for affordable housing. The assumption is based on a dishonest and self-serving equation about creating units for residents who are able to ascend into upper income brackets, freeing up extremely low income affordable housing for families in waiting. The reality is those opportunities do not currently exist for Black DC residents who make up the majority of low-income households and who have experienced a net loss in income over the past 20 years. In contrast, DC actually has a well-documented history of robust affirmative action benefiting white capital, especially as it relates to accountability-free wealth transfers to large developers who either under-deliver or never deliver actually affordable housing. Here are some examples.
Ms. Curtis, you're about a minute over your time, so I have your statement.
I submitted my complete statement via email. Again, I'm testifying in opposition to the comp plan passage as written.
Yes, and thank you, and I do have your statement. Mr. Cottle? Why am I not getting any response? Lawrence Cottle?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, the unmute button was a little sticky. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Lawrence Cottle. I'm an architect, principal, and director of housing with Hickok Cole Architects here in Washington, D.C. I'm here to urge the council to pass the Office of Planning's amendments to the comp plan intact and by the end of 2020. What I see in these amendments is the ability to create a more resilient and equitable city. And to accomplish this, we need to have more viable, diverse, and walkable neighborhoods, more housing and diversity of housing in all quadrants of the city. These amendments will increase the number of neighborhoods with a mix of densities, uses, including housing, shopping, and workplaces. These types of neighborhoods rely less on public infrastructure and energy, encourage walking, leading to a healthier and more cost-effective living. And the more that these types of neighborhoods are created, the more options there will be for people of all means and in all stages of life. I also believe and hope that these amendments will expand the city's housing supply and that the types of housing that will be available. A variety of housing types of various construction types will provide a broader spectrum of price points. More variety of housing will support different types of households, not just for single or dual household incomes, but also families, young and old, and even for multi-generational living. This cannot be achieved if we don't have the zoning in place to allow for a more varied type of housing. In the years that I've presented projects to the public, two examples come to mind of how positive an effect these amendments and this type of development may have. The first was a project proposed in a well-established Northeast neighborhood, middle-income neighborhood, that where during the process, adult children would come to me and say, I need this type of housing because I want to live near my aging parents. I can't afford the house that I grew up with. I hope this comes through. And true enough, it sure did. The low-rise project that delivered gave them that housing option as well as much needed retail and access to groceries. To this day, the building has succeeded in providing workforce housing, being occupied with many teachers, policemen, and firemen, a very important demographic for all of us. The second example is in the Northwest neighborhood with a project that was proposed on an avenue surrounded by single-family homes. There was clearly a public generational divide when it came to proving the density on the avenue itself. Those living in single-family homes, raising young families, clearly understood that the future and viability of their neighborhood needed the diversity and density of the proposed multifamily project that did propose affordable units in a neighborhood with very, very little affordable housing. In the end, we were successful, but the process was slow, inefficient, encumbered by the lack of teeth the current zoning had to support this right-sized development. The opportunity here is more timely than ever. Because of the pandemic, we're living in a moment where people are questioning the very viability of our cities, our relationship with our city and our surroundings. The pandemic, though, this event has been a catalyst for positive movements that have already been in place, with increased awareness of our climate, the importance of health and wellness of our residents, of providing more equitable housing options, all of which will create a more resilient city. I believe that the proposed changes to this comprehensive plan will provide us with the clay from which we can mold a better future for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cottle. Scott Parker?
As president of Spring Valley West, I represent the board and the 157 homeowners of our homeowners association. The purpose of my testimony is to cite important developmental constraints on the area shown in the proposed future land use map as 5009 and to oppose the potential rezoning recommended. Details provided in the written testimony I submitted yesterday. Our immediately adjacent community, as well as much of Spring Valley, would be affected by the proposed changes. The 5009 area is a square in Northwest DC, just south of Mass Avenue. The proposed changes requested by Council for Developer WCNA and Miller would add residential moderate density to the entire area, and the Office of Planning left commercial low density across the site as well. So what's currently on the site and what are the restrictions? There are 4 buildings. The 2 largest total 109,000 square feet, and for nearly 35 years, those buildings have provided 30 different medical and dental services to many residents in the surrounding population of Ward 3. Further development of 5009 is significantly restricted until the end of 2033, and perpetual restrictions affect development beyond 2033. Those restrictions are legally recorded, and they were the result of an agreement in 1983 between Miller and the community. Under that agreement, Miller was able to create additional commercial property, which contributed nearly 90% of the space for the larger medical building. And it allowed for the development of Spring Valley Rest in return for a 50-year limitation on any further residential development until after 2033, and perpetual restrictions, which mean that there would be no more than 100,000 additional square feet available for residential development unless the existing buildings were demolished. If the medical and dental practice buildings were raised after 2033 to accommodate the change that Miller seeks, the provision of medical and dental services to the surrounding community would be severely reduced. Earlier this year, the Zoning Commission approved the Lady Bird PUD, which will be built just across Massachusetts Avenue, presumably in the next few years. It will add over 220 dwelling units to the area, including over 20 affordable units. We'll know more about the effects on vehicular and pedestrian traffic in this greater neighborhood a few years after Lady Bird is actually occupied. What we do know is that the surrounding areas need service complements to offer a vibrant neighborhood mix. An important service complement has been and hopefully will continue to be medical and dental services, including to the Lady Bird residents. The proposed zoning change by Miller seems premature and potentially detrimental to the evolving neighborhood, given the restrictions on 5009. The proposed change would very likely reduce the total commercial space in the area, mostly the 30 diverse medical and dental services. Given the historical preservation constraints on both sides of Massachusetts Avenue, those services would be lost, while moderate density residential development would just further increase the demand for the lost services. That would be out of balance and not in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Ms. Gall?
Good afternoon, Chairman Phil Mendelson and fellow council members. My name is Karen Gall, the chair of ANC 1B04 Civic Association, and also I was the ANC 1B04 commissioner candidate. On behalf of ANC 1B04 Civic Association, I'm here today to offer testimony in favor of proposed changes to the DC's comprehensive plan and to request that these changes be implemented as an ongoing basis in the bill. Our civic association represents 9th Street, northwest of 16th Street, and V Street and Belmont Streets in Ward 1. However, we're here today to speak for those who are not often represented in these planning processes. We have over 51,000 households and thousands of unhoused residents and residents with mobility issues not represented in the language of this plan. As you can see around the city, we are experiencing a consistent growth of encampments. We're looking for the council to make changes for those affected by lack of housing and unaffordable housing, and also to help those affected by the bad design of the bike lanes, which are particularly people with mobility issues, who are also suffering because they have a shrinking access to needed parking, and they need a revamping of the workforce investment element. We are against the comp plan as it stands. However, we're requesting these amendments that we're bringing to you. The proposed changes that we're requesting to the act is threefold. They're correlated in housing, transportation, and workforce investment elements for the comprehensive plan. This unique legislation can help to improve the equity in Washington, D.C. We're interested in a positive ongoing vision for the physical development of Washington, D.C. We hope that our vision guides the council towards a positive future for the residents of the District of Columbia. The first proposed element change is to the transportation element. We, if you happen to have the photo that we supplied within our, do you happen to have that, council member?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This photo applies to suggested upgrades to the bike lanes under the transportation element. Our suggestion is to make the bike lanes much more inclusive for everyone in the city. This will help for everyone who rides their bikes and uses any type of mobility device, as well as scooters. This surface transfer will allow bicyclists to use the lanes without hazard of being hit by vehicles. It will also improve the surface transit for everyone in the city. By moving the lanes from the street and adding additional space to the sidewalks, it will allow there to be ample parking for the residents of Washington, D.C. The functionality is safer and will increase accessibility for the residents. The second change is for the housing element, the rezoning of commercial space and adding to the housing supply through acquisition of commercial space in all wards. We'll look to the district to utilize the commercial space that we currently have, specifically some unused space that we have that's over 899,000 square feet of space that can be used because it's been closed off before COVID. And we know that the people that are using the encampments can basically be repurposed and moved into those spaces. And the rest of my information is within the written proposal that we sent to you. So I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Gall.
Thank you.
Gordon Andrew Lee Fletcher.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Gordon Andrew Fletcher, and I'm a 3-term ANC commissioner and also professor at American University. I represent ANC 5808. I'm vice chair of ANC 5A, and on behalf of Ronnie Edwards, chair of ANC 5A, and all 5A commissioners, we would like to say thank you to the committee for conducting this important hearing on Bill 23-736, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. Moreover, ANC 5A, we would like to thank the entire 5A community, especially Trina Evans, Lorenz Wheatley, and David Cossett for their input and recommendations. We strongly urge the committee to take serious consideration to the recommendations that we submitted to Director Trueblood on February 12, 2020. I will speak to the most critical recommendations in turn. First, ANC 5A general comments and proposed amendments to the upper northeast element framework. We would like clarifying and strengthening. We like to clarify and strengthen by inserting definitive language, replacing should with shall, and removing all ambiguous language resulting in policies becoming discretionary. Next, all recommendations from the 2009 Area Development Plan should be included in the comprehensive plan. Second, the plan should include all of Ward 5, including the Rock Creek East chapter. Next, land use. ANC 5A sought to transfer the land on southwest corner of Riggs Road and South Dakota Avenue from DC DDOT to DC Department of Parks and Recreation. Originally supported via ANC 5A resolution dated September 27, 2017. Next, transportation. We would like to emphasize the importance of enhancing environmental and safety measures at the Fort Totten area due to its status as a transit village, and immediate implementation and execution of yet to be realized transit-oriented development. Next, for transportation, Riggs Park should be added to the list of communities potentially impacted by proposed improvements to the Fort Totten Metro Station, including stressing the importance of pedestrian access, bicycle and public safety, and infrastructure access, including docking stations, etc., and specifically designated areas with architectural landscaping and overall beautification if it's truly going to be considered a transit village. Next, in terms of housing, We support the mayor's goal for a multi-pronged approach for building new homes, including emphasis on preserving space for existing affordable to low-income residents. Next, for housing, ANC 5A supports aggressive programs making affordable housing the highest priority, mandating a minimum 30% or more below AMI and approximately 70% AMI. Next, in terms of economic development, we like to maintain on housing ownership and affordability, providing for equitable distribution of mixed income and seniors. So the areas addressed today is not an exhaustive list of the recommendations by ANC 5A. Thus, we urge this body to carefully review the recommendations sent to the DC Office of Planning on February 12, 2020. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I don't believe we have a copy of your statement. So I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage in being able to remember the specifics you discussed.
I will make sure to email that. And also, Chairman, the entire package was sent to the Office of Planning on February 12th. So, but again,
that may be, but the Office of Planning is in the executive branch. So whatever you want us to consider, you have to send to us.
Understood. So I'll give that over to you momentarily.
Great. Thank you. Grant Amadeus Giel. I believe you're muted.
I'm good now.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Awesome.
I don't know if you're good, but I can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name's Grant Giel from the law offices of G. Macy Nelson, LLC. I'm speaking on behalf of USCW Local 400, which has members throughout DC and across Maryland and Virginia. Local 400 supports Washington, DC substantial efforts to enact a new comprehensive plan. We further support the comprehensive plan's vision for creating a sense of community in the commercial and residential areas throughout DC. We aim to promote livable mixed-use communities with neighborhood-serving development and locally owned ground floor retail that activates streetscapes and promotes safe space for pedestrians and cyclists. Consequently, we aim to discourage monolithic architecture, limit automobile-dependent uses, and reduce the presence of large centralized and commercial or industrial uses in an area that self-evidently has limited real estate for new development. To this end, we submitted a series of comment letters to the Office of Planning in January of 2020 to improve on various areas throughout the comp plan by augmenting the words ground floor retail and or shopping district uses with clarifying language such as neighborhood serving, or small and or locally owned businesses, and by advocating for more ground floor retail language in the first place. We also wanted the comp plan to clarify that uses like big box stores and warehouses should be subject to heavy scrutiny because they run contrary to the comp plan's general goals. We are aware that warehouses already require special exceptions if they are to be approved in the mixed use group G, but we believe that these types of uses are allowed by right in the PDR zones, and adding in strong language to augment the zoning ordinance bolsters the general principle of discouraging intensive community clashing uses. The Office of Planning did not incorporate any of our changes to our knowledge, and we would like for the council to revisit those letters we had sent to Josh Kafari, which I had just sent via email a few hours ago. Additionally, we want to caution against a new type of joint use that has been arising in recent months around the greater DC area and throughout Maryland and Virginia. Due to increase of e-commerce purchases, retailers such as Amazon have been pushing for rapid development of 1 million+ square foot distribution centers, accompanied by 200,000+ square foot last mile hubs, in order to sort and distribute ordered products. 5 of each of these already exist or are currently being built in the immediate vicinity of Washington, DC. The stark issue with this is that these uses are novel in such a way that they are functionally distinct, if not flatly incongruent, with warehouse uses. But governmental bodies do not yet have the language and the regulatory tools to accurately define these uses. As such, e-commerce operators push these uses into broad warehouse categories to the detriment of local communities, as these uses operate 24/7 and create massive trip generations not historically associated with warehouse operations. Ideally, we believe that these uses should not be allowed at all, but if they are to be allowed, the comprehensive plan should strenuously discourage them. And DC should limit their developments to the higher intensity zoning categories of PDR 6 and PDR 7 to reflect their intense nature, permitted only then by special exceptions as opposed to by right development of warehouses generally. They are antagonistic to citizen-friendly ideals of walkability, local ownership, thriving mixed-use communities, and integrated ground floor retail, which are all goals already espoused by the comprehensive plan and supported by Local 400. And as such, they require substantial scrutiny in order to mitigate the profound offsite impacts. In conclusion, We would urge the council to review our previously submitted letters and use their discretion to bolster community-focused language throughout the comp plan, which we believe is moving in the right direction, but is not yet sufficiently robust to clearly enunciate our previously discussed goals of mixed-use, local retail, and community integration. We'd also urge for the comp plan to include cautionary language against last mile hubs, since we think that it's only a matter of time before retailers such as, particularly Amazon, endeavors to build one of those in the stretches of PDR zone language in the northeast area of the city. I'd note as an aside that Ruth Grover signed up before. We realized that only one speaker was allowed per organization, so she does not intend to speak. So that concludes the comments from my organization.
Thank you, Mr. Giel. Barbara Kraft.
Chairman Mendelson and council members, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of more affordable housing in Ward 3 as contemplated by proposed comprehensive plan changes. We urge council to act now to approve these changes. Delay will stall new housing development and inhibit investment needed for an equitable economic recovery. My name is Barbara Kraft and I co-chair the WIN Ward 3 Affordable Housing Work Group. I also chair Temple Sinai's WIN Washington Interfaith Network core team, and I've lived in Ward 3 for almost 10 years. Jamie Butler, a 36-year Ward 3 resident and social justice leader at Adas Israel Congregation, is also a co-chair of our WIN Ward 3 work group. Our group comprises activists from Adas Israel, Temple Sinai, and National United Methodist Church, and includes our clergy and social justice leaders. All our congregations are members of WIN, a group of about 40 congregations across the city who act together to accomplish positive change. Virtually all our Ward 3 work group members live in Northwest DC. Many of us have been members of our congregations and residents of Ward 3 for decades. Today, we live in neighborhoods whose rents and housing prices are out of reach for all but the most affluent. Our neighborhoods boast excellent libraries, schools, and other infrastructure, all presenting opportunities and conferring advantages to those of us living here. Affordable housing, meanwhile, is inequitably distributed across the city. The Office of Planning has identified 15,000 dedicated affordable units in the far southeast and southwest planning regions. In Rock Creek West, in contrast, there are only 500 dedicated affordable units. We are prepared now to take, and we want the council to take, what Ibram Kendi, and I was pleased to hear Mr. McKinney, who testified earlier, invoke also Ibram Kendi's name. What Ibram Kendi calls anti-racist action to rectify the long history of segregation in Northwest DC. Our ANCs have researched and reported on how restrictive covenants in Chevy Chase, DC, for example, prevented Black families from buying homes, and how a citizens association worked to drive Black families out of the neighborhood. Since then, exclusionary zoning laws that were explicitly racist in the early 20th century have continued to keep Black families out of suburbs and high opportunity neighborhoods like ours. Our WIN Ward 3 Affordable Housing Work Group is committed to creating more affordable housing units in Rock Creek West and other high opportunity areas, and to supporting mayor and council in making this happen. We want to see low and moderate income residents of color have access to the neighborhood services and social, educational, and economic opportunities we enjoy. We support the Office of Planning's recommendations for higher density and increased housing in Ward 3. In fact, we and WIN are asking for a higher proportion of deeply affordable and affordable new homes, 1/3 for people with income 0 to 30% of AMI, 1/3 for 30 to 60%, and 1/3 for incomes higher than 60% of AMI. We've made this demand to the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development in connection with Reservation 13 Hill East and future RFK Stadium site development. We will continue to press this ratio as comp plan discussions move forward. The comp plan provisions are not perfect, but they are a first step to address longstanding racial inequity in high opportunity neighborhoods like ours in Ward 3. We urge council to act on the comp plan without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kraft. Commissioner Nancy McWood. Commissioner McWood, you're muted, so can you start over?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, I'm Nancy McWood, an ANC commissioner from Cleveland Park. I'm stunned by the mayor and the Office of Planning's attempts to use the comprehensive plan amendment cycle to upend the stability of this community. Despite the fact that our area is adding scattered infill development and that the majority of the land is residential where no change is anticipated, the Office of Planning has included the Cathedral Heights, McLean Gardens, and parts of the Cleveland Park Historic District neighborhoods into the future planning analysis area for the Friendship Heights and Tenleytown metro station areas. The area element states that the focus area terminates at Van Ness Street. The most northern part of McLean Gardens is more than half a mile from the nearest metro station, and the other neighborhoods are farther away. Yet these neighborhood conservation areas are part of a planning effort to change the density and intensity of use or introduce major use groups not currently permitted into this area. There is little or no population growth. The city has a surplus of new expensive housing. More is being built right here. Our planned city has an intentional variety of housing types. So why would OP want to risk the stability of an area that is one of the few places with family-sized housing, the third most children of any ward, almost equal ownership and rentals, and an inventory of detached and attached housing, garden apartments, and small to large apartment buildings, many affordable due to rent control? I urge the council to reject it. We need housing for the lowest income residents in the city, not more expensive housing. The council should also reject the proposed future planning analysis area that includes all of Connecticut Avenue from Macomb Street to the Maryland border. What is this all about? Is the district no longer interested in neighborhoods with different scales and architecture? Is historic preservation no longer valued? What is the Office of Planning's vision? Is it intent on reshaping our neighborhoods without any guarantee of lower prices? The Office of Planning has also changed the designation of the Connecticut Avenue commercial area in Cleveland Park from neighborhood serving to Main Street. The former designation describes small town neighborhood serving character of the area. The Office of Planning followed this change on the policy map with a proposed change from low density commercial to high density residential on the future land use map. I can't find any other low density area where this dramatic change is proposed. No other metro station area is proposed to jump 3 density levels. In fact, I can't find any that would increase more than 1 level. The only metro station area outside of downtown where high density is proposed is at Ward 5's Rhode Island Metro Station, which is surrounded by industrial land and is already designated medium density. I will wrap up. What is going on? All the proposed changes are aimed at benefiting market rate housing developers who will build more of the expensive housing that low income and often middle income residents cannot afford, and they drive up property assessment and taxes for local businesses and homeowners. We have sought greater percentages of affordable housing at our infill developments without success. We would welcome comprehensive plan policies that flip the incentives to favor affordable housing, but that isn't what is being proposed. Please reject these map proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McWood. Jeremiah Montague, Commissioner, I believe.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, fellow participants, and observers. I am Jeremiah Montague Jr., Commissioner for ANC 5C07 in Ward 5. I believe today is a good day to be in the District of Columbia and the City of Washington, despite the ongoing public health emergency. Today before us is the matter of modifications to the comprehensive plan for the District of Columbia beyond the framework adopted. I applaud the effort undertaken and the voluminous results produced therefrom. However, I'm unable to fully embrace the work in total at this time. I hold, while well-intentioned, its messaging glosses over deficiencies remaining within and threaten in the longer term the very communities these amendments propose to cure. ANCs were engaged during the process, as were many community advocates, but pushback wafted in the air too often. Director Truba did an outstanding effort staying on message for the executive because he truly demonstrated he believes in the work and conveyed an openness for discussion. However, for the average resident, the comprehension of the plan remains unwaveringly personal. Most see it as a work as a step in the right direction. Nevertheless, many feel it needs everyday refinements, thereby creating a vision comprehensible to every person. It must be comfortably addressed those impacted by its outcomes to be fully accepted. There it falls short, creating an unnecessary tension relating to its implementation going forward. Now for the council, its acceptance should demand the plan answers the following questions. What does this mean to me? Does it clearly demonstrate everyday long-term benefits, meaning how life will get better for the community and myself, or will it run over, ultimately displacing me? Will the equitable mean unimpeded access to amenities, mobility, fair wage employment, and enjoyable where I am? Will it bring affordability to where I am and for whom? Will the march of progress and sustainability run over me or allow me to age in place free from threat? Maybe wrongly, I've come to realize that I believe the underlying 5 themes promoted are the overarching goal, which is to build a framework for a vibrant, equitable, sustainable city-state Douglas Commonwealth. It may stand to improve the general circumstances of the present District of Columbia. However, the benefits accruing to the District of Columbia appear as incidental in the march towards a sustainable statehood. I want to mention just really quickly 2 things. In a prior discussion from planning directors, there are 2 deficiencies that need to be addressed. The physical infrastructure necessary to support the proposed land use and the lack of incorporation of a robust transportation guidance for the areas not around transit hubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Marty Wells, President Pro Tem Ward 2 Education Council.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of council. Although this plan is comprehensive and there's a lot to talk about, I'm going to focus on specific provisions related to DPR, specifically section 805.12, which allows DPR to take over academics field space or athletic field space from DCPS. DPR has failed to demonstrate proper stewardship of our public parks by entering into long-term multi-year leases with private entities. For example, DPR has entered into a 55-year lease with a private corporation for Brentwood Hamilton Field, granting that private corporation priority access from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day for 55 years. Attachment A shows that to my testimony. Then this summer, DPR announced that they're renovating Brentwood Hamilton Field by installing Bermuda grass. But since one corporation literally has all of the daylight hours on the field, why is DPR spending resources on that field where there are other fields in dire need? Section 805.12 takes away fields from DCPS student athletes and auctions them off to the highest bidder or entities which can persuade DPR to enter into multi-year leases. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to move down to another section, section 804.5, which is really a figure in the comprehensive plan. And what's striking is that there are only 13 dog parks in the District of Columbia. One of the greatest sources of friction in any neighborhood is the dogs and the athletes using athletic fields. In order to get the dogs off the fields, we need parks for the dogs to use. So part of the problem is the regulations required to build a dog park are astronomically complicated. They require a minimum of 5,000 square feet. There has to be a big dog park and a small dog park next to each other. I also want to highlight Jefferson Field, corner of 7th Street and G Street in Southwest. DPR allowed Casey Trees to plant trees on the field. These trees are a 100-year investment. They will grow and encroach on the athletic playing field area. For the past 2 years, DPR has agreed to remove them, but they haven't been able to get their act together and cut them down or transplant them. Finally, the solution to all the problems is for DPR to build a multiplex similar to the Prince George's County and the St. James Athletic Complex in Springfield. There's space on between Benning Road and C Street Northeast, right across from the fields at RFK, that could hold 6 indoor football fields, 12 basketball courts. I'll finish real quickly. An indoor swimming pool and indoor track and hockey rinks. That's what is missing from this comprehensive plan, is the foresight and vision to compete with our neighboring counties and states and stick with the trends of having indoor facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Ruth Grover. Now, let me see. Mr. Giel said that you would not be making a statement, but I just want to double check since I believe you're online. So I'm going to keep moving.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm deferring to Mr. Giel. Grant Giel made our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Seelig. You are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Sorry I don't get to come down and visit with you in person and the other council members, but I do get to drink some hot tea while I'm speaking, so it's a benefit to that. I'm focused on Ward 3. Okay, it's good. It's not, there's no bourbon in there. I'm focused on Ward 3 and particularly on the Upper Wisconsin Avenue corridor that's under the jurisdiction of ANC 3E. I can see Friendship Heights, Maryland from my house, and it really saddens me, though, that our part of the city really doesn't reflect the diversity of the city, mostly because of the absence of housing choices up here. And it's important to know that it was not always so. Ms. Kraft spoke eloquently on these issues a few minutes ago, but when you look at the land use map from 100 years ago, there was a vibrant community of affordable housing that was available to African Americans at the Fort Reno location called Reno City. Check out the work that Neil Flanagan has done on this issue. I wasn't familiar with it before he had actually dug this up, but there was a huge cadre of folks who lived here, and those houses were taken out when Wilson High was built and when Fort Reno was taken out. So if anyone was to say that Ward 3 doesn't necessarily have a legacy of being includable, depends how far back you look. But certainly over the past several years, the past 50 years, we haven't really done our part. The Flume portion of the comp plan is going to revise the city zoning for the next decade. And when I speak to my financial advisor as to how I'm supposed to do my investments for my 401k plan, she tells me I need to be in there for the long haul and not really react to market forces that are temporary. And so we're hearing conversations about the whole impact here of COVID. The council really should embrace a long-term view as to what really is going to be happening within the city based on the forecast for the next 50 years. It's not a few small changes, a few blips in the economics, a few blips in the population changes, ought really not to change what the council's focus is. And a lot of folks are saying, well, just don't make any flume changes. But you know what? The way I look at this is the flume changes, the increase in density that are proposed in ANC 3E, those things are, it's like buying insurance. You're saying to yourself as a city, we have the space to build. We have the ability to do so. If it turns out that the growth is not charting what it is that OP has said, what's going to happen is builders aren't going to build. That's the reality. So I think it's really a specious argument to say that COVID really should make the council's focus be on not passing this thing. The other thing I want to talk about is the process issue. And I know, Phil, when we've spoken before, you've talked very eloquently about the council having to have access to and having to have its say on what these amendments are. But I would implore folks as politicians to really focus on the issue that 3E has looked at this stuff. They've voted on it. They've made recommendations. It's taken great weight by the OP. And as you look at the flume, you basically see what it is that the people of Upper Northwest in 3E really want to have happen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seelig. Kate Gentoft-Herr.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Kate Gentoft-Herr, and I am a lifelong resident of Ward 1. I'm here today to ask you to pass the Office of Planning's amendments to the Comprehensive Plan intact by the end of 2020 and to express my support for other amendments that address the racial inequalities embedded in the city's zoning laws. For far too long, the focus of the Comprehensive Plan has been to guide growth in a way that preserves neighborhood character, rather than building a city where all neighborhoods are accessible to residents of all income levels. We now have a city that has become unaffordable to people who have called it home for decades, some even for generations, and where our housing policy has ensured that neighborhoods with the highest opportunity have the least amount of affordable housing. This city can and must do better. I'm here today because I believe that cities will play an important role in our ability to mitigate climate change, but I refuse to accept a reality in which urbanization continues to result in displacement. We need to allow for and build more housing across the city so that new people can move here without displacing longer-term residents. Building more housing on its own is not a panacea, but is a necessary step to ensuring we are able to address the affordable housing crisis in the city. It is essential that new housing be prioritized in neighborhoods like Rock Creek West and Capitol Hill that have not built their fair share of housing, especially affordable housing. Lastly, I would also like to ask you to direct some attention to reforming this process. A long-term document like the Comprehensive Plan has utility, but is not well situated to meet the changing needs of people in a rapidly changing city. We need to have more flexibility to adapt and amend this plan as things change in real time. And it serves no one well to have a process in which it takes 3 years to make amendments. I love the city so much, and I want everyone who wants to live here to be able to live here, regardless of who they are and how much money they make. The current comprehensive plan makes that impossible. And so I'm asking you once again to pass the Office of Planning's amendments intact by the end of the year, so we can build a better future for all residents of the city. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. I do not have statements from you, Ms. Gentoft-Herr, or from Mr. Seelig, or from Mr. Fletcher, or from Mr. Cottle. And it would be helpful if I had them, particularly if there were specific changes being discussed. It's unhelpful if we can't see what you're proposing in writing. So if you would please submit those to us. Mr. Cottle, I think you said, even though I don't have a copy of your statement, I think you said that we should pass the Office of Planning's proposal this year without changes. Did I hear that correctly?
You did, and I agree that the proposal is not perfect, but I do believe, quite frankly, that a lot of people who are speaking for this and against it as well have very good points to make. I just know that it's going to take so much more than just the amendments itself to accomplish everything that everybody wants here today, and especially when it comes to affordable housing. So I believe it's a document that we can work with, and that's why I encourage this to happen as soon as possible.
Well, let me just, and I've said this with the first panel many, many hours ago. So I've heard testimony over the course of this hearing about how the Office of Planning mistakenly rejected some land use map changes on Florida Avenue or in Foggy Bottom, or that there are some changes proposed on the land use map that would substantially alter and for some people be unacceptable, let's say in Cleveland Park or I think Foggy Bottom, in some other neighborhoods. Now we can choose to ignore all that, or we can approve what the Office of Planning submitted But as I indicated before, and I think the very last witness testified about how cumbersome the amendment process is, except this is a plan. So a plan isn't something that ought to be changed every month or every year. The Office of Planning has said they will come back with a revision. In fact, they're going to come back with a brand new plan in 2025, but there's absolutely no guarantee of that. The amendments that we're looking at today were supposed to come to us 4 years ago. And although that was prescribed by law, we don't have the ability to require. That is, there's no enforceability behind the legal requirement that the mayor submit the plan or amendments to the plan according to any schedule. So in spite of the controversy, and I left this out too, I've heard testimony saying that we have to pass this plan today because it will facilitate the development of affordable housing. And I've also heard testimony that this plan will do actually nothing for affordable housing. Both sides can't be right. I suspect that there's probably some truth on both sides. So we could act. In fact, I'm going to hold this up just so that you all can see. This is the document that you want us to approve in 2 weeks. And then we would live with it for 5 years or longer, depending on what the Office of Planning does. Ms. McWood, Commissioner McWood, something you said in your testimony made me want to just pursue for a minute this issue of affordability. I think you made the point that there's nothing about the future land use map that would ensure affordability with regard to housing. Do you want to, can you elaborate?
And in Rock Creek West, Mr. Chairman, the affordability program, in fact, this is the affordability program pretty much around throughout the city for private development. Private development is required if they build more than 10 units of housing to create 1 unit of affordable housing. And I think that's not very much. Actually, it's even less than that in Rock Creek West because there's a percentage range, and actually in our part of the city, most developers are only required to produce 8%. We have tried other mechanisms to increase that percentage for these private developments with no success. So unless there are new amendments, which have not been proposed in the land use element that require the inclusionary zoning program or guide the inclusionary zoning program to set aside a much higher proportion of affordable units for market rate units, what we're going to get from these proposals is a lot more expensive housing and very little affordable housing. And the other issue with this is I think we're all talking about affordable housing using different definitions. When I talk about affordable housing, I am talking about people from 0 to 50% of the median family income. Those are all people who need subsidies, public subsidies for their housing. I think many people are under the impression that if we build all this market rate housing, it is going to provide all sorts of housing for the people who are the most housing burdened in the city. And it's not. It's just not. And it's a false narrative that I think is both disappointing and must be heartbreaking to people in the city who've been dealing with this for a long time. I would really urge the council to listen to the low-income residents, many of them residents of color who are testifying and who come and talk to you. Those are the people who are experiencing this. Those are the people who really understand what has been going on in the city and how private development is affecting them. There are many very well-intentioned people who I've been listening to all day, but I really think in many cases they are at odds with the people who are actually experiencing this, and I would really urge you to listen keenly to those people.
Thank you, and I've used up my time. Let me turn to my colleagues. Councilmember McDuffie, do you have any questions, or Councilmember Trayon White or Councilmember Che?
No questions.
Chairman, I don't have any questions for the panel at this time. I do appreciate everybody's testimony, and in particular, Ward 5 Commissioner Montague, who I know has been in communication with my office and has been really thoughtful about a number of these issues that have come up in and around his SMD. So thank you each for your contributions to this hearing. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Che?
I have no questions. I just thank the witnesses.
And I see Councilmember Trayon White. I'm not sure if he has any questions.
Chairman, I have no questions, just taking notes, listening. That's about it.
Thank you. So I neglected Mr. Moore. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dismiss everybody except Mr. Moore. I'm going to call Mr. Moore. Dale Barnhart, I believe, has joined us. You'll be the first two witnesses for the next panel. Let me call other folks. Robert Warren. So everybody can leave except Mr. Moore, and Mr. Barnhart should be let in. Robert Warren. J.C. Remick. Sabrina Rhodes, who's listed as Friends of Crummel. Paula Edwards with the Shepherd Park Christian Church. Michelle Hagans, who's president of Fort Lincoln Newtown Corporation. Richard Hines, who's with the Citizens Association of Georgetown. Jean Stewart. Ann Mladenov. Daniel Del Piago, I mispronounced that, Pilago, who's with Empower DC. I think we'll leave it there. As people are being let in, Mr. Moore, do you want to begin?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the committee and all those testifying. And I particularly applaud your position you said at the beginning of that we don't have to finish this by the end of this year, and that a proper process of taking in the information that's being provided and looking further at the amendments should be done in the beginning of the year in order to come up with a plan that works. And I particularly understand the pressures from all sides, from all different parties in this. I myself have been involved in affordable housing since the early 1990s. I live in Ward 4. I am affiliated, I have worked with Washington Interfaith Network and other groups, but I think the main thing is just to make sure that the proposals that would help in getting deeply affordable housing, not just 80% of AMI, but encourage that should be supported. And then also, there are places where the word has been changed to should. I think the proper places, the word shall, something that really is more forceful, and that is the benefit of a comprehensive plan. And I don't want to go into more details. I think you've been provided with quite a bit of information from a lot of groups in support of affordable housing and the need for it, and in support of racial justice, so preventing further gentralization all over, or at least making sure that those who have grown up here and lived here get to say. So again, I thank you very much, and I will be submitting a written comment later tonight. Appreciate it.
Great, and I was going to say I don't have a copy of your statement. Appreciate you said you'll be submitting.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Dale Barnhart.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hi, Chairman Mendelson. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. I don't know if you can turn your camera on. I know you had technical issues.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I don't want
Does
you to
that-
blow up your technology if turning on the camera does. Oh, there you are.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So, good afternoon to everyone. I've been involved with a lot of land use issues over my career in the real estate business for the last 40 years. I've also been an ANC commissioner in Foggy Bottom, ANC 2A. So I'm quite familiar with the sorts of development stalemates that have occurred over the years. And I see this plan, or the proposed comprehensive plan with the amendments, as a way to address some of those issues. Not all of them. You know, you don't want to make the good the enemy of the perfect. You know, this is a good plan, but it's not a perfect plan. Essentially, the drivers for development in the city have become an inside game between the developers and the neighborhood groups that seek to go and prevent any kind of increase in density. What has been ignored is a sane plan for the development and the use of the city's resources, its land, so that we can have some genuinely affordable housing along with other kinds of market rate and community-oriented types of uses as far as retail and recreation go. We've got an amazing resource in land, just to mention three: McMillan Reservoir, the Fort Reno Park, and also the area northwest Foggy Bottom, which is squares 4, 5, 1, 17, which should be reconnected to the city grid and developed. And since this is land that the city owns, it can use this asset to make it genuinely affordable. Essentially, land costs about 40% of the value of any development. With that kind of value, you can use this to make some genuinely affordable housing. And this plan, as it is written, will help. It doesn't get us all the way there, but it will help. I understand the equitable housing advocates not being happy about some of the things that are in here. On the other hand, we need additional amendments and other types, strengthening the city and the planning office's hand in terms of what they want, because we've ignored what the city needs in deference to the special interests of neighborhood groups that want to just keep things the way they were, and the developers that just want to go and maximize the profitability. So this
Mr.
kind
Barnhart.
of plan is a start.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off, but your time's expired. Robert Warren?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to testify today, Councilmember Mendelson, other council members. My name is Robert Warren. I'm a lifelong DC resident.
Okay.
I'm the current director of the organization, People for Fairness Coalition. And as a director of that organization, we truly believe that housing is a human rights, and that it is, there should be enough social housing for everyone in District of Columbia who needs it. The comprehensive plan as it stands, our organization engaged in all 8 wards presentations that the Office of Planning did. And what we found, that the plan was very vague in language when it came to housing and how land use would be used. I think it's a continuation of gentrification and displacement for most Black residents. I think it doesn't answer the question about equity, economic justice for long-term district residents. I think it continues with Mayor Williams, Fenty's, Gray's, and the current Mayor Bowser's plan to develop Black folks, low-income Black folks out of the city. I find it to be, just for me personally, I find it to be racist, discriminatory. I know I've talked to you many times, Mr. Minister, about the new community initiatives and the 13 public housing properties in this city. I think if we are seriously about addressing racial equity in this city and building wealth within communities of color and having some type of economic justice, that we would actually have a plan that addresses that land and how we can build social housing, because we have identified in our outreach efforts during this COVID-19 pandemic that we have 10,000 vacant rental units currently in the District of Columbia. And those are high-end units that's not available to a lot of needy residents in the District of Columbia. So I think it's disingenuous. And I think, like I said, I think it's criminal, you know, in some respects on the part of this city council and the former mayors, what has occurred. You know, the removal, all the data shows what has happened. And for you guys to continue with the menu and actually to pass this plan, you know, it kind of shows that where your priorities lie, and they don't lie with long-term residents or Black residents of the District of Columbia, or trying to bring about some economic justice or racial equity. And folks who don't live in certain communities and want to actually come out for these plans to build higher density housing, I mean, all that means is that you'll have white folks that can look down on Black folks and build bigger buildings in the city, because that's basically what we have. And you might get a few units of affordable units. I mean, take Noma as a point in case. I go through there and I see the huge apartment complexes going up. And I know that the residents who live in that industrial area and had to struggle through that year in, year out are not going to have an opportunity to live there. And so it's just, the injustice goes on. And, you know, I'm just hoping that it doesn't come to a point where the boards that you're seeing on businesses and places around the city are not going to be against this city council and the mayor, because public policy has been putting forward for too many years now. So it needs to stop, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you very much.
J.C. Remick. I believe J.C. Remick is not on, so I will turn to Sabrina Rhodes.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm a resident of Ivy City community in Ward 5, and I was recently elected to serve as the commissioner for ANC 5D01. I'm here today to testify against the passage of the comprehensive plan as amended by the DC Office of Planning, and to support the recommendations of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition to strengthen the plan towards serving the needs of low-income housing and community-led equitable development. I live within feet of Ivy City's cherished historic landmark, the Alexander Crummell School. Every day I see our neighborhood children playing in the street, dodging traffic, while the Crummell School and its 2-acre site is fenced off for public use. I know the kids pretty well because Monday through Friday, I serve them free meals at the Ivy City Clubhouse, which was opened by Empower DC this summer. We have also worked since April, since the pandemic started. Well, since we knew the pandemic started, to distribute free groceries and fresh produce to our families, seniors, and homebound residents each Saturday. I'm very active in the community. So it comes as a great surprise to learn that the Office of Planning has changed the future land use map for 3 properties, a full city block of land that sits in the middle of our community without any discussion or planning for the future of our neighborhood. Are we creating DC to reflect the developers or the people? This is a prime example of developer-driven planning. The developers had their attorney submit these amendments, and the Office of Planning approved it without any regard to the impact it will have on our community. We are not against development. DC is mixed with development, shops, history, government, art, music, and musicians, culture, and diversity. But we want community-led, equitable development. That's what we modeled when our community created a development proposal for the Cromell School. The mayor rejected our community proposal and selected something that does not respect our community's needs and wishes. Now, 4 years later, we are at a standstill. We oppose the flum changes for Cromell School and adjacent properties because doing so undermines our rights as residents to participate in the PUD process and negotiate community benefits. Instead of trying to cut us out of the process, OP should be advocating for a small area plan so that the Ivy City residents can work together to address future development and ensure we address longstanding community needs. Only the residents of our neighborhoods can identify issues and help provide solutions when given a chance. I'll be done in a minute. We all should be at the table. We all should be the decision makers. The residents that make up our communities know just what kind of conditions we want to live in, not the developer. The Cromell School and its 2-acre site are very sacred to the Ivy City community. The city harmed our community by closing the school in 1977 and then again by fencing it off to build a bus depot in 2013. Enough is enough. Please reverse these flum changes, recommend a small area plan for Ivy City, and strengthen policies that stop the displacement of residents, promote green space, and advance community-led
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
development before final passage of the comp plan.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off.
I understand. Do you have my testimony, Chairman Mills?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe I do. And I want to remind witnesses that to keep your remarks to 3 minutes. Paula Edwards, Shepherd Park Christian Church. Edwards, are you able to turn on your speaker and your camera? This isn't sounding, you're not sounding healthy at all. Ms. Edwards, let's come back to you in a minute. Let me go to Michelle Higgins and then I'll call you again. If you could try to straighten out. I'm told Ms. Higgins is not here. Richard Hines.
Hello.
Ms. Edwards, you want to try again?
Yes, let me try again.
I'm hearing you.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I thank the Office of Planning and the Council for all the work that has been put into this process and to ensuring that the public has an opportunity to comment. I'm Paula Edwards, a native Washingtonian residing in Ward 4 and member of Shepherd Park Christian Church, which is celebrating its 121st anniversary in the District of Columbia. I've worked with housing construction for lower income residents through Section 8 in urban areas and with the old USDA Farmers Home Program in rural areas. I have no connection with housing or development at present. I speak in opposition to the passage of the current Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act. I believe that a hopefully post-pandemic complete rewrite in 2025 is required. Pressure from the public and council can help make this more than an aspirational goal. I agree with previous witnesses that this document is flawed and that the Office of Planning has not met its burden of justifying the amendments and has not extensively examined the downstream effects of the proposed changes. Aside from not addressing the potential for displacement, as other witnesses have noted, I believe OP has also ignored the environmental effects of the changes. Our church is located, and I live across the street from Silver Spring, Maryland, slightly to the north of the parks at Walter Reed. I recently attended a meeting with Silver Spring's development team in which we discussed the projects that are planned for the Maryland side of our border. The current OP amendment proposes additional high-density development north of Walter Reed up to the district line. I see nothing in this amendment that acknowledges the effects on traffic, urban heat island effect, the wildlife and environment in proximate Rock Creek Park, air quality, water and sewage, electrical grid, water runoff and flooding, and other ramifications of simultaneous high-density development and loss of green space on both sides of the border. A previous witness addressed some of the mythologies that have been promulgated in promoting these amendments. I would like to push back on a few more. Developer profitability does not equal housing affordability. There is no trickle-down backdoor to creating affordable housing for very low-income residents in the short term. It has to be created intentionally. We cannot obtain statehood by cramming in as many people as possible in the city. Brick-and-mortar retail commercial will not rise again in the short term. Downtown office buildings will not be fully occupied in the near future. Planting more trees will not serve us from urban heat islands. Responsible city planning and 21st century construction requirements will. The COVID-19 pandemic has really happened and is still with us. Past pandemics have driven urban planning such as draining the swamp, installation of water and sewage systems, to creation of cool, well-ventilated green spaces where the public could gather safely to create pandemic-resistant cities. For example, our well-intentioned emphasis on energy efficiency and HVAC systems has proven a boon to the spread of COVID-19. The planning process cannot proceed apart from public health and other considerations. I believe this document is backward-looking to the 20th century, in a decade in which we will soon see driverless vehicles, robots, and drones doing delivery, security, cleaning, and other jobs, artificial intelligence sapping jobs, increasing work from home, new virtual educational medical protocols, new career options, and other changes. We deserve a document that's rooted in the 21st century. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will submit my expanded remarks and supporting documentation in writing.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Edwards. And I was going to remark that we don't have your statement, so I appreciate that you just said you'll be submitting it. Again, I called Michelle Higgins. I believe she's not here. And Richard Hines, I believe he's not here. Jean Stewart.
Okay, I'm trying to, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to start the video and it's not letting me do it. Let's see.
There you are.
Okay.
Oh, you there?
I'm here. Okay, yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for the opportunity to testify in opposition to the proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan. My name's Jean Stewart, and I've been a resident of Ward 1 for over 50 years. I have seen my neighborhood, Adams Morgan, gentrify rapidly, with so much of the vibrancy that attracted me to Adams Morgan in the first place being lost to so many, as so many of my Black, Latinx, and multinational neighbors have been displaced. Increasing density has not produced more affordable housing in Adams Morgan. It has resulted in one luxury hotel and a large and increasing number of small, not family size, and unaffordable apartments. As a retiree on a largely fixed income, I wouldn't still be here if I weren't fortunate enough to live in a rent-controlled apartment. I see the same pattern across DC, where all those big construction cranes mean more high-priced small apartments and businesses that largely serve the privileged. Rapid gentrification is spreading now towards 7 and 8, with the likelihood of similar displacement of many historic Black communities. Even though I'm white, I have over all these years enjoyed and been enriched by living in a city with richly varied communities and having neighbors and friends of every race and ethnicity. It breaks my heart to see this cultural and social diversity trampled by deep-pocketed developers and their advocates, and arguing that more density just automatically brings more affordability when experience shows that how false that is. The amendments are designed to hasten growing displacement and inequity. The proposed changes to the FLUM prescribe just a limited number of inclusionary zoning units, which other witnesses have pointed out are small in number and often remain out of reach of lower and even middle income residents. There is nothing there that will further racial equity and build the housing that this city really needs. DC very soon faces a tsunami of evictions of renters once the temporary moratorium on rent increases is lifted. Many of our public housing residents have already been displaced, with many facing new public housing projects in ways where they will not be able to move back in, and ways in which many of these developments will not accommodate families. The amendments do not address, I guess I am deeply disappointed that the Office of Planning decided to reject our requests for clear and directive language, as many other witnesses have pointed out, replacing mandatory language with vague and fuzzy terms, which do not allow holding agencies accountable. How do you hold people accountable to promoting or encouraging as opposed to shall, will, etc.? This means that the zoning commission is going to be largely fully empowered on housing decisions. The process should be restructured so that community residents can have meaningful input that OP will actually pay attention to. And I urge the council to incorporate strong language into the comp plan that supports the housing justice priorities that the Grassroots Planning Coalition has written up and which has been submitted to the council, as has my testimony. Thank you.
Yes, we have your statement. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Ann Mladenov?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Ann Mladenov. I've been participating with several citywide groups this year, working on achieving greater social equity and economic opportunities, including affordable housing. I am a master's in city and regional planning, as well as policy analysis and public administration, and I'm an ANC commissioner in 3B01, Glover Park, Cathedral Heights. Our ANC has been supporting affordable housing for years, including in our area. And I hear from almost all the witnesses a very deep and moving commitment to equity and affordability. The question is how to achieve it. As a planner, I know the comp plan is a foundation for all the planning in the district and a guide shaping the physical design and look and function of the entire city for now and into the future. But it also is a question of how plans and the market really work. As you said, we're now 4 years behind on our schedule. This was supposed to be a modest amendment cycle. You adopted the framework plan a year ago. The question is, do we go ahead with 1,000+ pages now? Some supporters contend all you need to do is approve the 1,000 pages, and here we go. But now we have questions. Are the forecasts anywhere close to correct? And do the provisions really allow for the goals that we're trying to achieve? Should we just accept what OP has put together, or do we leave an open field for developers to choose what they do with the land that is available, the precious land that's available in the district? And we spent a long time in planning looking at microeconomics, how individual projects work. The economics do not work for developers to be putting up lower rent housing when they have the option to put up higher rent housing. And that's what we're seeing in Ward 3. We're seeing it in Ward 7 and 8. We're seeing it all over the city. The only way to get affordable housing, as other witnesses have said just before me, is to make an intentional commitment with substantive city backing to use land that's available while we still have that opportunity, and put affordable housing at all levels, deeply affordable, 30% AMI, 60% AMI. We could use 12,000 affordable units a year, and we still wouldn't have housed all of the families and individuals who need affordable housing. And it's a little bit like the vote count. If you need to get a certain proportion of units in order to make your goal, and every new batch that comes in, you're falling short of that proportion, you are never going to make the goal. As others have said, IZ and the PUD agreements aim for 11 or 12%, 10% sometimes, affordable units, which aren't always multiple bedrooms and aren't always deeply affordable. Excuse me. And
finish up. Somebody else said there wasn't muted.
yes, Mr. Barnhart. And there's no way for us to get to the goal of having at least a third of the new units that are created in the district be affordable at that rate. You have a chance, you have an opportunity to get our city back on course. You can hear all of the goals and principles that people are supporting all day today and probably all day tomorrow. I think probably the best way to get OP to listen to these points is not to adopt the proposal right now, but ask them to go back and work with them to incorporate those goals right now. I agree totally with you that waiting for 2025 with this plan in place is no way to go. The changes will already have been made and decisions will be made, the land will be used, the opportunities will be gone. This is the time to be planning for what current residents need. Not future residents who may never materialize, but thousands of residents right now who do not have safe, quality housing. And it does not appear that the district has plans to assure that that adequate housing will be there for them in this plan. So I urge you not to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Daniel Del Pilago.
Hello, my name is Daniel Del Pilago. I'm an organizer with Empower DC. Part of my work has been focused in supporting the Berry Farm Tenant and Allies Association from the Berry Farm neighborhood. For years now, Berry Farm residents have been promised a redevelopment that will improve their quality of life. Because of this promise, the better part of the neighborhood has been demolished and all the residents have been displaced all over the city. To date, residents do not know when they'll return, what they'll return to, and if they'll have the right to actually return. Recently, we learned that the Office of Planning has introduced a plan with the Zoning Commission to create the Berry Farm Zone, an action that would circumvent the PUD process and further disengage Berry Farm residents and their neighbors. Now we see the proposed changes in the comp plan rewrite, which put Berry Farm residents in a further predicament. First, the plan makes quite a few accommodations for the failed New Communities Initiative, which for 15 years now has not delivered anything but the displacement of longtime Berry Farm residents. For that matter, NCI, New Communities, has not created or held on to much needed public housing, which can be seen in what's currently happening at Park Morton. Why is planning for the future of the city still making accommodations for a failed redevelopment program? One-for-one replacement should not be a goal, but a requirement. We need to hold on to all the public housing units we have and not lose any more. In any of these redevelopments, displaced residents need an actionable right of return. As it stands now, residents don't know if they will be able to return if and when a redevelopment happens. We feel the revitalization of Berry Farm must include additional opportunities for deeply affordable housing on subsidized units, limited equity cooperatives, and utilization of community land trusts to preserve housing affordability, new amenities such as new amenities such as community facilities, parks, subsidized child development centers, incubation of resident-owned businesses, and improved access to the Anacostia River and Metro Station. Honoring the significant history of Berry Farm, the community and its many residents who have contributed to DC's culture through academia, sports, music, and the struggle for liberation of African Americans through placement of historic markers, installations, memorials, exhibits, or through other means, lessening the adverse impact of rising rents and gentrification in the surrounding area by maintaining traditional public housing subsidized via federal or local subsidy on public owned and controlled land in perpetuity with no market rate or luxury housing units permitted, respecting the self-governance and leadership of subsidized tenants by recognizing and supporting resident-led organizations. In general, we are very concerned that the comp plan just further keeps Berry Farm residents away from their properties with no real right to return. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any questions for this panel. I appreciate each of you for your time and for your testimony. There were, I think, a couple of people who didn't have a statement, Mr. Warren and Ms. Edwards. I believe we did not have your statements, so if you would provide those, that would be very helpful. And again, thank each of you. You're excused from the witness room, but you can still attend in the other room, as I call it, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Detrice Belt, who's president of Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association, Paulette Matthews, Jeff Utz, who's director at Golston and Stores Law Firm, Emily Morris with EKM Law, Stefan Rodiger with I guess that's Senior Vice President of Development. Doesn't say development of what. Sandra Moscasco, who's listed as a public witness. Reverend Ruth Hamilton, co-pastor at Westminster Presbyterian Church. Thomas Hutchison, Miss Jerry McLean, who's listed as a member of Concerned Residents and Friends for Better Air Quality and Environmental Justice and for the fair treatment of Buzzard Point residents and the Old Southwest community. Barbara Curie, who's a Ward 6 resident. Shizuka Hazia, and I apologize for mispronouncing that, with academics in air quality and public health. Elan Sykes, who's listed as a public witness. Chuck Waters, who's a senior managing director at Hines. And I think I'll leave it there. Maybe I won't leave it there. Beth Wagner, who's listed as an organizer. Minnie Elliott, who's president of the Brookland Manor Brentwood Village Residents Association. Thelma D. Jones, who's chair of the Youth Activities Task Force, Southwest Neighborhood Assembly, and member of the Southwest Action Group. And I think I'll leave it there. Okay, so I'm going to need a little bit of help from my staff to figure out who's here and who isn't. So we'll begin with Ms. Belt, who's president of the Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association. I'm not sure we have copies of everybody's testimony. If you didn't send it, would you please, when you look at your screen, if you're in gallery view, you should see the clock. And everyone's asked to stick to 3 minutes, please. Ms. Belt?
Hi, yes, pulling up my thing now. Okay.
You have a camera?
Hello. Yes, can you see me on camera?
Nope, I just see a black box.
Okay. Uh-oh. I'm doing something. Okay, I thought I was on camera. Okay.
There you are.
Okay, now I just need to get my testimony. Okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Detrice Belt. I was displaced from my home because of the new communities initiative development there. And now going on 3 years now, I've been away from my neighborhood. I am also the president of the Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association, which has been working to ensure Berry Farm residents' rights are protected. We recently became aware through an Urban Turf article that the Office of Planning was planning to file for a rezoning of Berry Farm. Prior to this, we had not heard anything about these plans from DCHA, POA, the developers, or DEMPED, much less the Office of Planning. As we understand it, this move to create the Berry Farm zone is a way that the city plans on circumventing the PUD process. It gives us residents and community members no input on what will happen with this redevelopment that has been promised to us for 15 years now. When we appealed the Zoning Commission's Berry Farm PUD approval, we found a way to make our voices and concerns heard, and it was legitimized by the Court of Appeals. Shortly after the decision, the developers, DCHA, and the city withdrew their PUD, and since then, we did not get any information on what was going to happen. If not for the Urban Turf article I mentioned before, we would have no idea what the city was planning for my neighborhood. We are the most affected, but the least informed about what is happening. We are always last to know about plans that will greatly affect our future and ability to return to Berry Farm. We know that this move by the Office of Planning affects the comprehensive plan and its future land use map. As people who have experienced promises that have yet to be delivered, as people who have seen the new communities initiative fail whenever a redevelopment has been planned, we know how important it is to have more safeguards than less. We need to have the PUD process available so we have an avenue for redress and not a process that allows developers to do what they want without our input. Berry Farm residents need a guaranteed actionable right of return. We need all of the public housing on our property replaced. We need small business and home ownership opportunities. As I've mentioned, I've been away from Berry Farm for nearly 3 years now. Other residents have been away for a little longer. We need systems in place that take our voice into account and not use us to create more money for developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belt. Paulette Matthews. Excuse me. All right, I'm told that Ms. Matthews is not here. Jeff Utz.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon or evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Jeff Utz, and I'm a director with the law firm of Goulston and Storrs. I'm also the co-chair of the Public Policy and Regulations Committee and a board member of DCBIA. So I would associate myself with the DCBIA comments made previously. Goulston is deeply involved in a variety of land use efforts throughout the city, so the comprehensive plan amendment process is of great importance to us. We believe that the amendment is a timely opportunity for the city to reset a balanced set of goals that blend together concepts of growth and investment with equity and inclusiveness. We also want to mention our deep appreciation for the amount of time and effort that OP has put into this effort. Their work, engagement, and vision has been tremendous. Similar to comments made earlier today, we support an expedited review and implementation of the comprehensive plan. As for my specific comments, I would like to focus on 4 things. First, we believe that the city's focus on housing, and particularly affordable housing, is an essential civic priority, is wise policy. All decisions and further statutory initiatives should be made with that priority in mind. We must be purposeful in our actions to produce the universally shared goal for more affordable housing. We also must acknowledge that the impact of regulations and policies on housing costs and slowing or stopping the production of residential units exists. As such, the council should include a concept in the comp plan requiring a housing affordability impact statement prior to the passage or implementation of any new statute, regulation, or policy. This impact statement would assess the effect of such change on the production of affordable housing, similar to how a fiscal impact statement is required for any council legislation. Second, much of the language in the comp plan has been reframed in a manner that downplays the importance and benefits of growth and the positive impact of investment. For decades, the city struggled to obtain investment, and it has been successful more recently in part due to growth supportive policies. That success has led to fiscal strength and enhanced public resources, among other benefits. The city should not now assume that these investments will continue as a foregone conclusion. There is additional sensitivity on this point where we as a city must get back to where we were before this pandemic started. So the comp plan's language, particularly the land use element, should be enhanced to ensure that the economic development is not taken for granted and that growth and investment is fostered, specifically crafted to live alongside concepts of equity and inclusion. Third, we strongly support the proposed future land use map changes. These have been mindfully selected to be located close to metro stations and mass transit, along specific corridors and on larger sites that present meaningful infill opportunities. We specifically support the proposed FLUM changes in parts of the city that were identified as priority areas for more affordable housing in the Housing Equity Report. Fourth and final, we are aware that opponents to the proposed plan claim that there are too many language changes from musts to shoulds. We strongly disagree with the concept that these changes should be rolled back. The use of should or similar language in the plan is precisely the type of language that should be included. This language will mean that the strong preference of the plan is clear, and a concept that should be implemented likely will be, but the government decision makers, oftentimes the zoning commission, will have the ability to consider the plan holistically and determine if, based on case-specific evidence presented to it, conflicting provisions can be reconciled. With that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Ms. Morris.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And staff. My name is Emily Morris. I'm a solo attorney with EKM Law, PLLC. My practice focuses on real estate transaction, district government processes, and land use matters. I've been a resident of the district for 14 years, and I'm a current homeowner and resident of Ward 5. I've been an active member of DCBA since I founded my law firm in 2014. Prior to founding my law firm in 2014, I had the honor of serving at district residence as an assistant attorney general in the Office of the Attorney General's office. My last 6 years with the district were supporting the deputy mayor for planning economic development and large-scale economic real estate development transactions, including the early stage planning of some of the district's current redevelopments of St. Elizabeth and Hill East. I was also involved in the drafting of the initial affordable housing covenants in the early 2000s. I'm testifying today on behalf of the smaller developer clients. However, I represent larger scale clients on real estate transactional developments. I find that the district planning requirements disproportionately impact decision-making of my smaller developer clients. Specifically, I've observed that smaller scale developers shy away from seeking government approvals and entitlements that they could easily produce additional housing, especially recently given the governmental delays posed by COVID. For example, I have a current client who was looking to develop a large alley lot in Ward 5 that could easily support up to 4 more units if it were not for it being an alley lot that is restricted by a 20-foot 2-story height and single unit limitations. District policies, regulations, and timelines led my client to take the least risky option that produced 4 housing units. Just to note, it's not in my testimony, but that particular lot could have easily had been an additional family size unit that they did not go forward with because of the restrictions on alley lots that would be imposed by the BZA. Another client of mine elected not to seek entitlements to develop a 4th unit on a large lot within the existing accessory structure because the additional relief was expensive both in time and money and would have been frustrated by the being designated as an IZ unit. Had the district provided incentives through relief in the height, density, and lot occupancy and setbacks, rather than imposing frustration on costs in the building entitlement process, I am confident that my client would have elected to build a 4th unit. The categorical prohibition on IZ units being in the bottom unit also actively acts as a deterrent to building additional units on residential lots that could easily support 4 units. While I understand that the intent of the policy, the economics of the policy are creating an incentive to build less rather than more affordable housing, inclusive housing on smaller scale and less developmental areas. I have been fortunate to have an extensive legal experience both inside and outside the district government, and my experience empowering government officials and bodies with the facilities to support the private sector counterparts in reviewing the process and land use options is key to creating more housing, both affordable and market rate in the district. For that reason, I strongly support the district adopting language that encourages the use of a broad array of tools that make development more efficient to meet housing production goals and to give agencies more capability to facilitate the production. Specifically, the housing element needs to include language that creates flexibility with zoning requirements in height, density, lot occupancy, setbacks, entitlement and regulatory relief, and permissive design review, reduction or elimination of parking requirements, expedited development review process and permitting tracks, waivers of entitlement review, permitting and impact fees, tax credits and abatements, and other financing tools. In summary, if the district wants to meet its goal of producing inclusive housing, it should be focused on creating frameworks and policies that incentivize and reward developers for building more housing, including the use of should in appropriate manners within the framework itself. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Muskosko. And I mispronounced your name, and you've testified before me before, and I apologize. I've got your first name, Sandra.
You're amazing. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and Council members. I'm Sandra Moscoso, parent of 2 students at School Without Walls High School, where I serve as the PTA president. I'm also a former parent of Capitol Hill Montessori at Logan and Basis DC Charter. I'm here to discuss issues around education facilities in the comprehensive plan and express opposition to section 1203.4, which calls for co-location of public charter schools within significantly underused DCPS facilities. The comp plan is based on the Deputy Mayor for Education's 2018 Master Facility Plan, which is in turn based on recommendations from the DME's 2018 study. However, not the DME study nor the Master Facility Plan are supported by any kind of comprehensive education plan, inclusive of DCPS and charter sectors. While we can predict needs for seats via population projections, without a strategy or coordination about how to fill those needs, any facilities planning is nonsensical and reactive, just like the proposed co-location. I urge Council to insist that the DME work with DCPS and DC Public Charter School Board on a comprehensive education plan, and only after that is in place, address the role of facilities in supporting citywide education objectives. As stated in section 1200.24, the comp plan should ensure that investments in schools promote equity and excellence, serve the needs of all students, and provide access to educational skills and development opportunities across all 8 wards. Vulnerable schools should be adequately funded so they can support and grow their existing communities and programming. These schools should not be asked to bear the burden of lack of planning by our city. And on a personal note, my children were enrolled in a co-located school for 5 years. And I can share with you that co-location introduced difficulties around design of shared spaces and scheduling of its use, and in particular when the pedagogy across the programs were not aligned. So it's really not worth it. Please strike section 1203.4. A second concern I would like to raise with the comp plan is the risk of loss of access to green space by DCPS students. Under section 805.12, which encourages shared use agreements for green spaces owned by the district government and DCPS. We all saw how this played out last year with Jellifield, where a private school who can afford to pay received years of priority access to a public space during peak after school hours. And this also happened when Ellington Field was moved out of DCPS's control to be managed by DPR, introducing shared use agreements and creating a situation where public school students risk competing with private entities over the use of public school space. It's worth noting that DC charter outdoor spaces are not subject to these shared use agreements. Please also strike that section, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moscoso. Reverend Hamilton.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for this hearing and for your hard work and perseverance in behalf of our whole city. I'm Ruth Hamilton, co-pastor for 25 years of Westminster Presbyterian Church in Southwest DC. We're better known as the Jazz and the Blues Church. Our congregation is a good representation of Southwest today, about 50% white people and people of color, and a full range of income levels. Westminster has sought to serve the Southwest neighborhood as more than a church, with a strong commitment to putting our faith into action for social justice and equity. During the Southwest Small Area Plan process, we worked hard, along with all Southwest residents, to ensure the commitment to a build first, no displacement for the proposed redevelopment of Greenleaf public housing. And Southwest residents, we will always fight for that, regardless of what plan is in place. We also asked our neighbors to support Westminster's desire to rezone our lot from its current moderate density to medium density. In addition to district green space on our lot, we're the only building there. And the community agreed to this proposed change in the Southwest Small Area Plan. In 2015, the same year this council approved the Southwest Small Area Plan, Westminster sought and selected a team to help it create a redevelopment plan that will result in a new, larger community serving church building, 99 market rate residences, and 123 senior affordable residences for those earning under 60% of the MFI. We hope to include affordability at the 30 to 50% level of MFI if funding is available. Our new facility will also allow us to increase our work of preserving the district's great jazz and blues legacy. We will include art and recording studios, as we understand that equitable access to the arts is critical for the continued diversity of Southwest and the district. We are now in the PUD process. On this long road, we have learned how expensive and hard it is to build affordable housing in this city. It does not seem that you will be able to vote on this bill at whatever final form it will take before we come before the zoning commission. We do hope that the council members and all those who have testified today will be ready to support our project and willing to provide letters of support to the zoning commission, because our project brings the very affordable housing level that all testimony has professed to support today. Thank you for hearing, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Reverend Hamilton. Ms. McLean. You're still muted, Ms. McLean. Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Geraldine McLean, and I am a longtime resident of DC Ward 6 and am representing concerned residents and friends for better air quality and environmental justice for Buzzard Point residents and the Old Southwest community. I am here to share our concerns about the comp plan amendments to prevent injustices that our community is currently experiencing. For over a decade, we have had nonstop construction. I feel like a prisoner in my own home. I wake up in the morning to the sound of hammers banging and power drills. I can't open my windows because of clouds of dust and engine exhaust fumes from idling construction vehicles. Traffic is horrific with the construction vehicles and the normal everyday traffic. When the workers go home, I open my window and turn on my air filter machine, and the indicator goes directly to red. This indicates air pollution. When I look out of my window, there is a high rise under construction blocking out the skyline. Rodents are running through our yards because of the digging of the ground. Parking is impossible. If we leave to go anywhere, when we come back, we can't even find a space to unload our groceries. The construction workers come to work early to commandeer the residential parking spaces. High-rise buildings and hotel projects are a constant, with our homes being sandwiched in between. Through this process, some families have been forced out of their homes. The community is being suffocated and disenfranchised. Whenever plans are made, we as the community are the last to be notified. Developers and the city ask our opinion. They give the impression that residents have a choice, but in reality, the project is already a done deal when it's presented to the neighborhood. They make presentations of proposed projects and the neighborhood rejects them, but they get approved anyway. We have no say in those projects, but we are the people that are affected. The comprehensive plan needs to address these kinds of injustices. Our group will be submitting written comments with additional concerns and specific recommendations on environmental justice and affordable housing through the public comment period. I will now read some concerns as prepared by our group. Environmental justice should be integrated throughout the entire planning process and not as a separate issue. Current EMF and toxic industrial facility hazards need to be addressed. We would like for you to consider not changing land use maps in Southwest without public input. Changes should be responsive to the community needs, such as hospitals, schools, gas stations, and amenities that make communities livable. The housing elements fail to acknowledge that tens of thousands of Black residents have been displaced. We need stronger language to directly say to the zoning commission that equity should be as equally valued as land use. We support zero displacement of public and subsidizing houses residents, including those in Greenleaf. If the district can give away so much public land and tax subsidies to developers, then it can invest in providing affordability for Greenleaf redevelopment. Residents have ongoing concerns about the city's low level of engagement and lack of transparency with respect to redevelopment. The approval process has to be more responsive to community concerns.
Ms. McLean, your time is expired.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and we have your statement. Barbara Curie. Shizuka Hasia, and I apologize for mispronouncing that.
Fine. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm a chemistry professor at Trinity. My name is Shizuka Shea, and I'm here to represent environmental health academics from area universities. We include faculty at Georgetown, GW, Howard, University of Maryland. And today I'm just going to speak to the section on reducing air pollution, but we will be supplying comments on the entire environmental protection element. Our first point is that DC should strive for stricter air quality standards protective of human health, because federal standards are only as good as the administration. And the US acceptable level for PM10, that's particulate matter, is 3 times higher than the World Health Organization. DC doesn't need to limit itself to federal standards. Instead, it should be at the forefront of protecting human health. Second, many air pollutants from industry and traffic deposit within several hundred meters of their source so that they're concentrated, and they put those in proximity at the highest risk. The air quality section needs to address local pollution hotspots that pose health hazards. Now, it's true that DC's overall air quality has improved drastically, and it's so impressive, but not all neighborhoods feel that their air quality has improved. And it's because these neighborhoods are not represented when the monitors used to determine the district's air quality are not positioned in the areas with the worst pollution. Residents suffer localized truck engine emissions from bus parking, trash transfer stations, dust from concrete batching plants, and there are industrial facilities located in neighborhoods. Yet, my initial reading of the air quality section, I only found 2 places where neighborhood level sources were addressed. So sections 620.2 and 621 should be expanded to address industry and localized truck engine emissions that impact neighborhoods. And key to addressing neighborhood sources of pollution is air quality monitoring. Real-time monitoring is what alerts facility operators so that they can actually mitigate pollution. And publicly available fence line data is what informs residents and tells them whether or not compliance is being achieved. And finally, we urge you to use this opportunity to make air quality education responsive to residents' concerns. This section could outline how innovative technological outreaches can be used to address DC's disparities in air quality. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. Alon Sykes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. My name is Alon Sykes, speaking as a resident of Ward 2 for the past 2 years. I'm here to urge the council to pass the Office of Planning's amendments to the comp plan intact by the end of 2020. Like many young college graduates, in 2018, I moved to DC with the hope of working in public policy after finishing school. I was lucky enough to find a job in an apartment on a shoestring budget, and I know so many other people living here with similar stories. It's been a blessing for me personally to live in this city and in Ward 2. But it's too easy to think of DC as a place to come to fix the country or the world. It's too simple to think everyone in the city moved here for opportunities when many residents have lived here their whole lives, and these opportunities have never been available equitably to all the existing and potential residents of the district, especially longtime Black and Brown residents, immigrant communities, and first-generation or low-income college graduates. When local populations grow and newcomers move to a city that doesn't produce enough housing, these opportunities come at a cost. It's a very good thing that people want to live in DC, but development is too slow and spread unevenly throughout the city when current systems and structures make it much easier to build in communities with less time and resources to oppose development. When DC doesn't build enough housing and access to vital services and retail across the city, development that the city desperately needs is directed only to those areas with fewer resources, and not the wealthier and whiter areas of the city, especially Northwest. When DC doesn't build enough housing, we only let the most privileged and wealthy come to live here, and it displaces or disproportionately burdens the poorest and most disadvantaged residents. The Office of Planning's amendment to the comp plan helps solve these problems. The council has the power to adopt these amendments developed and supported by officials and communities across the city to address legacy structures that perpetuate the effects of old racist policies and outmoded planning frameworks to improve the lives of all residents and potential residents. The OP amendments to the comp plan can start to help address structural inequities with disparate impacts on different racial and ethnic groups, increasing rent burdens, especially on lower income and low wealth households, increasing greenhouse gas emissions by pushing people away from walkable neighborhoods with transit and mobility access, and damaging public health by encouraging overcrowding of existing units. Without having moved to DC, I would never have had the opportunities I've had to engage with world-class experts in my field, meet people from around the world, live in a neighborhood where I can observe Shabbat in a walkable Jewish community, and secure insurance and healthcare that saved my life in a bout of leukemia just a year ago at age 24. I don't know what my life would look like without everything DC has given me. So we who have the time and resources to dedicate effort to improving our city should spend those efforts making the district a more affordable, livable, and welcoming place for all who wish to live here. The most important part of DC to preserve is not single-family houses or the character of exclusive neighborhoods, but rather the broad community and opportunities DC offers to everyone who wants to live here. And the council can make these opportunities available to all of the district by adopting the Office of Planning's amendments intact as quickly as possible and taking future measures to increase affordable and market rate housing construction, allowing the whole city to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes. I believe Chuck Waters is not here. Beth Wagner, who's listed on the witness list as organizer, but I don't know organizer for what.
Hello?
Ms. Wagner?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, one moment. Oh, there we are. Can you see me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Beth Wagner. I've been a resident of DC for 6 years, and I am an organizer for the residents at Brooklyn Manor. There are a couple of things that I want to address before I dive into what the meat of this hearing has been about, which is, does building more density while removing protections for impacted communities alleviate the housing crisis? And you put that question very succinctly, Chairman Mendelson. So first of all, there's this idea that adding density is the answer. And this is a good example of how a little bit of information can be very dangerous. At Brooklyn Manor, which is a 535 affordable community in DC, there are 3, 4, and 5 bedroom family units, which is the rarest housing resource in the district. Brooklyn Manor is privately owned, and they have applied for a planned unit development. So this is an exception to zoning in order to tear down all of the housing here and build 3 times as high. So theoretically, tripling density would be good. And there are a lot of people who are testifying today that we should loosen up restrictions, open it up to new development, because increasing density is the answer. However, what is actually going on is that the developer is planning to triple density while removing nearly all of the family units at the property. So getting rid of affordable 4 bedrooms, getting rid of affordable 5 bedrooms, and getting rid of some of the affordable 3 bedrooms. So when we talk about tripling density without having protections in place, what we're often doing is just opening the door to development that is super harmful to these communities. The reason that the mayor wants to amend the comprehensive plan process mid-cycle is that impacted communities have been finding success using the protections in the comprehensive plan to fight back against damaging development. As has been spoken to very articulately by many people who have testified, what these amendments do is change, you must protect affordable housing, you must protect seniors, you must have an impact that's going to be racially just. It's taken those things out and made them optional, while at the same time upzoning huge swaths of DC. And when you upzone things, you remove the zoning process, which gives the public an opportunity to participate. The residents at Brooklyn Manor who I support have standing in court because the planned unit development program at Brooklyn Manor, which would displace hundreds of families, they have those protections because of the zoning process. So when we rip these things out and just allow development to continue unfettered, while at the same time removing explicit protections that protect impacted communities, we are tripling down on a project that's failed. There is an idea that building more is going to be the answer. You said it yourself, Chairman Mendelson. We have seen unprecedented levels of development in DC for the last 20 years. We've also displaced an estimated 60,000 people, 60,000 Black people from the city. So I really encourage everyone who testified today and said that they care about racial equity and they care about affordable housing. And that's why we should be building more, to get in touch with the people at the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition and get in touch with impacted community members who understand that development in DC, development is neutral, but development in DC, the way it has been done for the last 20 years, is incredibly damaging. And we can't just build our way blindly out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. You're an organizer with what organization?
The Brooklyn Manor Brentwood Village Residents Association.
Thank you. Minnie Elliott?
My name is Minnie Elliott. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can't see you though.
Okay.
Do you want to do video now?
Hi, my name is Minnie Elliott. I'm the president of Brooklyn Manor, Brentwood Village Resident Association. I am a lifelong Washingtonian. I've been here. I've raised my kids here. I've been at Brooklyn Manor over 20 plus years. You visit our property before Councilman Mendelson. I oppose this amendment and encourage the council to reject them because they weaken language protecting low-income residents and open up even more to developers who are displacing us. I am the president of Brooklyn Manor Resident Association. A former owner told us we would always have a home here for our children and their children. After we helped him years ago save the property, but that backed out when the new owner, which is the son, decided to redevelop the property, and we are not trying to stop them. Building 3+ is high now. We have been fighting against displacement for 6 years. It's not that we don't want them to build. We want them to build in a way where we can be included in the replacement. Not listening. It is obvious that the people of DC, the ones who voted you and other people into office, need to have more of a say about what's going on. These was not an effort to engage my community in that process. So who are you listening to? There is a crisis. You are not taking this housing crisis seriously. When you walk around DC, you see people sleeping in tents on sidewalks. You have New York Avenue filled with children and babies crying across the street. That shows you that the people of DC did not have an input in this. You have made decisions as far as our community and many others who I worked with, but you have never came out to see what was really happening. Threatened when we stand up. We have been fighting to be heard for years. We have threatened when we stand up. I've been harassed, bullied, bribed, and hit with lawsuits. Children are no longer allowed to play on the grass. Private police harass us and our young people, so we have to stay inside. This mistreatment is so luxury developers can continue without us. All of this so that Mid-City can develop the property. I should be resting, but instead I'm fighting for homes for our children, their children, so they can have a future in this city. People are crying out for help. While you focus on making it easier for developers, the people are crying out for you to protect us from them. Edgewood Management would manage Brooklyn Manor, Arthur Caper, Seniors, Abram Hall Senior Apartments have been neglecting us, by the way. Andy Albert, former director of the Office of Planning, work there now. At Arthur Caper, older people almost burned up. It ended up that a gentleman was in there for a week before Edgewood even sent anyone to check to see if everyone was out. At Abram Seniors Apartments, the seniors have cried out and reached out for me for help, and not the mayor. And Anita Barnes or anyone went to check on them. They reached out to me to see if I could help them with the mold, dangerous condition they're living with. Where are the leaders? Here at Brooklyn Manor, we have been dealing with harassment, dangerous condition while fighting for our homes at Brooklyn Manor without the support of our leaders. Anthony Hood, Kenny McDuffie, who we helped get elected, have turned their backs on us. Anita Bond even once lived at Brooklyn Manor at one time with her family.
Miss Elliott,
she's been out here.
Miss Elliott, you're about a minute and a half over your time.
Okay. Thank you for letting me talk.
No, thank you for taking the time to testify. Let me see. I don't have statements from Ms. Wagner, and I can't tell if she's still on. And Ms. Belt, I think I've mentioned that when you testified. It would help if you provided us with copies of your statements. I have a question for Mr. Sykes and then a question for Mr. Utz. Mr. Sykes, maybe it's a little unfair for me to single you out, but your testimony, you weren't the only one to say this today. I'm here to urge the council to pass the Office of Planning's amendments to the comprehensive plan intact by the end of 2020. So you've heard some of the testimony. Am I to disregard it? And do you really think it's possible to adopt this? I'm going to put it here. You can see how thick it is in 2 weeks.
Well, what I would say is that there's been a lot of input in this process already. And the important point about passing it is that passing these amendments to the comp plan will allow further amendments and feedback and community outreach to take place, but development that the city needs will proceed whether or not those amendments are passed. And it's important that development doesn't end up centered on communities that don't have the resources to oppose it, which is why I support development across the city in order to prevent development that is happening from disproportionately targeting people who have less time.
But if we adopt it intact, that means no amendments. That means disregard everything that the roughly 90 witnesses so far have said today, many of whom have disagreed, have taken 180-degree positions. It means our being able to prepare our report and the bill on this in 2 weeks, because that's what's required. And I don't know that I want to argue it more other than to say that, I mean, there's been a lot of testimony. I'm looking at Ms. Moscoso, who testified about the education element. Maybe you missed this, but we don't have another, once we pass this, we don't have another shot at it until the executive sends us amendments to the comprehensive plan, which the executive has said would be 2025.
Well, I would support further process reforms like some of the other people who have testified in order to ensure that there is proper outreach and community feedback opportunities for future amendments.
Well, understand that the Office of Planning was required to send us amendments 4 years ago. This is what we received in the end of April. So we didn't, even though we required it, and we don't have the ability to initiate amendments to the comprehensive plan on our own. They have to come from the mayor. Let me turn to Mr. Utz. There were a couple of things in your testimony. I think I'm going to start with the shoulds and shalls, because you are defending that. And that seems problematic to me. So let's have a little bit of a discussion.
Okay. Yeah, so the rationale behind that is the provisions where that occurs, primarily focusing in the land use element, still contain the language should. Should is intentionally focused language so that that's the kind of the burden of the consideration. Should is the direction that the determination by whatever body it is, probably the zoning commission, but potentially others, need to take the relevant case that they're considering at the time. Should sets the guardrails. There are multiple considerations. The comp plan has a wide variety of considerations, all of them important, all of them that need to be weighed together. When you focus on the word must, and you put in must in all of these provisions that potentially and often do conflict, that sets up a situation where this determination agency or body might be left without the ability to make that decision, or at least is hamstrung from all these considerations that should be a kind of societal balance. It should take notions of compatibility, equity, inclusiveness, affordability, all these things into one holistic consideration in a way that I think the use of must might.
Look, isn't what it really comes down to is that these language changes give more discretion to the zoning commission, and therefore, from your perspective, more flexibility to a developer?
It's not necessarily that it's even flexibility to the developer. It's that it allows for the consideration to happen in a public forum. The zoning commission isn't just unilaterally empowered to take the comp plan and enact it. There is a robust public process around whatever it is the zoning commission determines. So if it's a map amendment, or if it's more likely a PUD, there is a robust, or a PUD plus a map amendment, a robust process around that, where the ANC is automatically a party and they get great weight, The Office of Planning actually does get great weight as well. And
But at what point is the guide less of a guide? I'm trying to think here. We can have a guide that's fairly prescriptive, not as prescriptive as zoning, but it makes clear to you, a developer, what the guardrails are, if I can use that term, guardrails. Makes it clear as well to the community what the guardrails are. Or the plan can be a guide in the sense of, let's just say, a map, where I can pull out a AAA map of the state of Maryland and go anywhere I want to. Those would be the two extremes, although I don't know that even as a guide with guardrails, it's still not as explicit as or as prescriptive as zoning. So there's still a lot of flexibility.
Well, so I think, we would argue and be worried that there isn't that much flexibility baked into the term must used in every instance. And I should say also, we actually went through and looked at must versus shall and where it was changed and where it wasn't. Must was not unilaterally flipped to shall or should. It was kept in some places. Like an example is for code compliance, construction code and related compliance. There's a provision in there that says developers, owners, and such should stay in compliance with the construction codes. I'm sorry, must stay in compliance with the construction codes. It's not should. So there's kind of a purposeful carve out of those places that are intended to still be, basically it's like driving on a street versus driving on a railroad track. You're directing the zoning commission to go in very specific places with guardrails. They can only go so far. They have to consider the balance of going within that roadway, rather than being on a railroad track where they can't deviate at all, even though it might be the community that needs something, requests something slightly different, or maybe even a lot different than
I hate to say this, but when I drive down the street, I'm pretty sure that the DC municipal regulations require that I shall drive on the street, not that I should drive on the street. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think it's a question of degree of flexibility, but I would also throw out that I think that it's not necessarily in the interest of the development community or even the city that wants to encourage the development community to be less prescriptive or more vague with regard to the plan, because I think a lot of these changes that are before us are motivated by the amount of litigation that has occurred. And when I look at that litigation, I don't think it really comes down to shoulds and musts versus shalls and whatevers. I think it really comes down to poorly written orders, like the most recent one on Bruce Monroe, where the Court of Appeals criticized the quality of the order, not shoulds and musts. But if the plan is more general, you should have moderate density development, then I think you open yourself up to more litigation. The angry neighbors who say, well, our interpretation of this is that this was inappropriate. I mean, I think you think that the interpretation would be the zoning commission has latitude. I think that the less certainty, the more both sides can argue, and that's not a good thing.
that could be the result. I actually think that it does. To that point, I think the use of should opens up the dialogue. I think that's absolutely part of that point that will ring true. It will open it up even more for both sides, and I think that's an important point to correspond to what we're talking about, because almost everywhere, or at least in a large number of the instances where must was changed to should, it's accompanied by additional kind of thematic language changes, like consideration of equity and inclusion. So it's really kind of opening up an array of concepts that the zoning commission has to balance. So it's actually conducive to widening the scope of this kind of public discourse each and every time.
I'm looking at one of the other changes, to changing the word protect, a meaningful verb, to respect.
Yeah.
Is actually an attitude.
Yeah. To me, I still think the concept of respect is and I heard that before today. It still does afford some significant deference to whatever the property or consideration is that's being respected. I think the zoning commission would take a word like respect to heart. That's, to me, that's on par with compatible and probably even stronger than it.
So I'm way over my time, and I have one other question for you, and that is your second point in your testimony, Mr. Utz, was much of the language in the comprehensive plan has been reframed in a manner that downplays the importance and benefits of growth and the positive impact of investment.
Yeah.
But you don't have any specific changes. Can you get us some, and we'll look at them?
Yeah, that was just a function of me trying to cut that down to be 3 minutes. Sorry, I actually did cut that out because I didn't want to drone on. But I can absolutely provide that.
If you would, please. So my apologies. Thank you. My apologies to my colleagues. Mr. McDuffie, do you have any questions? Councilmember White, do you have any questions?
Assuming you're talking about me, Trayon White. No, I don't have any questions, but this has been some very interesting dialogue and analysis of the language, which my staff is equally concerned about as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Che, do you have any questions? Since I'm not hearing from her, Mr. McDuffie, I'll assume they don't. I want to again thank each of you, the witnesses, for your time and your testimony. You're excused from the witness room, but you're still welcome to attend in the attendance room. Let me continue with the witnesses. Thelma Jones, who's a chair, Youth Activities Task Force, Southwest Neighborhood Assembly, and member, Southwest Action Group. Ben Bergman, Commissioner-elect from ANC 3D. John Farrell, Managing Director at Cushman and Wakefield. Sheldon Clark, President of the Douglas Community Land Trust. James Shabazz, who's with the Brightwood Citizens Council. Charles Stodgehill, who's chair of the Board of Directors of Victory Village, I think it's Village Development Corporation. Tracy Haddon-Lowe. Moshe Pasternak, or it might be Mashi Pasternak, I apologize. Commissioner-elect with ANC 2B04. April Gaines Jernigan, who is president of the Xi Omega chapter of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and Derek Neese Williams, who's executive director, it says of Howard University. I think that means at Howard University. And we'll work our way through all of you. We're kind of near the end of the witness list, so I want to thank each of you for your patience. Is Ms. Jones with us? Ben Bergman?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're commissioner-elect. I want to make some really easy quip about how I thought in this country right now we don't recognize anybody as another.
True. I guess that's true. I guess I'm currently leading. I'm a member of the public currently leading in my race. We can say that.
Okay, well, I'll declare you the winner, even if I don't have the knowledge to do so. Why don't you?
Thank you. Great. So good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'll be brief. My name is Ben Bergman. I live in the Wesley Heights area in Ward 3 and was presumably elected 2 weeks ago to serve as an ANC commissioner on ANC 3D. Like many other Washingtonians concerned about rising demand for affordable housing, I'm testifying today generally in support of the Office of Planning's amendments to the district's comprehensive plan. More generally, I would simply like to underscore my support, which I believe to be shared by many in my community, for policies and investments aimed at encouraging development of additional housing of all types in Ward 3 specifically. For the past several months, as I campaigned for ANC commissioner, I've talked with many of my neighbors about the need for more housing, including more affordable housing in Ward 3. Residents at my community repeatedly affirmed that they want to see the district embrace smart growth policies and investments aimed at making our community more livable, dynamic, and affordable for all different kinds of people. DC is a diverse, vibrant, and wonderful place to call home. We should all be happy about and welcome continued growth of the district's population in the years to come. But it is essential that the council and other stakeholders, including ANC commissioners, citizen associations, and individual homeowners, grapple with the fact that we need development. In fact, we need a lot of it in certain places. The tendency, particularly in neighborhoods west of Rock Creek Park, to balk at projects or the potential for projects that might mildly densify an area must stop. It is my hope that amending the comprehensive plan with the proposed amendments will be an important step towards reducing the obstructionism and absolutism that can often define the conversation around development, reorienting the focus away from whether a project should be delayed or blocked towards how the community can maximize benefits or improve a proposed project for everyone, including future residents. I would just close with something that I discussed repeatedly with voters over the past few months. Neighborhoods are living things, they change, and they must change. Failure to streamline the development process, incentivize affordable housing, or promote densification where it makes sense near metro stops and along major thoroughways will not preserve neighborhoods. It will simply price out more and more Washingtonians, leading to less diverse and dynamic communities. I strongly urge the council to pass the proposed amendments. I'm not taking a view on the timetable, but I think the amendments are generally important and should be passed, and take other steps going forward in the coming years to ensure that the district can grow in a sustainable, inclusive manner, particularly in Ward 3, which has more to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner-elect. I don't believe John Farrell or Sheldon Clark oh, I do see Sheldon Clark. Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sheldon Clark, and I'm the president of the board of directors of the Douglas Community Land Trust. I'm a Ward 8 resident, architect, and small business owner here. The Douglas Community Land Trust, Douglas CLT, is a racial and economic equity membership nonprofit organized to secure permanent affordability for current and future generations of district residents. We feel an urgency to contribute solutions to address the intensity of displacement from gentrification. Our portfolio now includes 219 permanently affordable homes. A comp plan update is critical to help prevent the displacement of DC residents, particularly Black and Brown residents of low income. What we have now is not achieving that, and so we fully support the goal of the comp plan amendment to reflect strategies to achieve racial and economic equity. Structural, racial, economic barriers must be confronted and disassembled, and we must acknowledge and address the scope of the housing crisis and meet it with a commiserate response. First, exercise of community input and control is a key element of what it means to be equitable. Our DC comp plan should prioritize community-led, community-controlled development. Douglas CLT affirms having more equitably distributed affordable housing units across the district, but we also need to clearly define the income levels to be served and ensure deeper affordability. Some specific suggestions: we ask the council to reinsert supportive language about community land trusts, which was removed, section 504.24, which was stricken from the amendment, noting that previous planned goal of establishing a community land trust was completed. We can attest that this goal has not been completed. The presumed references to the significant funding of the local nonprofit provided by the district government to create permanent affordable housing. While commendable, it did not result in a community land trust. The operation is not community-based and has not met the stated goals. We request that this section be restored to state. Continue support for the newly created and existing community land trusts run by nonprofit membership organizations. A community land trust helps to neutralize the negative impacts of gentrification and is a specific equity lever the district can use. We will be happy to provide specific language for the inclusion in the comp plan. We also suggest a revision to section 510.9, long-term affordable restrictions, to better reflect current policy and practice and provide greater specificity, indicating that the property should be affordable as long as possible is not a feasible or responsible metric. With dutiful planning and ongoing stewardship and compliance, properties can remain affordable in perpetuity, and therefore we advocate for affordability in perpetuity from public land dispositions and prioritize for DHCD funded projects and for the improvement and expansion of inclusionary zoning. We strongly support other shared equity housing approaches, such as limited equity cooperatives, and believe that they should be paired with technical assistance and capacity support, items not mentioned in section 505.10, cooperatives and co-housing. Rather, it calls for them to be appropriately regulated to avoid adverse effects on surrounding residences and neighborhoods. We appreciate the time and effort that's gone into updating the comp plan, from the Office of Planning to the residents that have provided input and engaged in conversations thus far. We support passage of an updated comp plan as soon as it is feasible to incorporate enhancements that have been and will be submitted. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. And I'll be submitting our testimony over via email to you.
Great, because I was about to say we don't have your statement. That would be helpful, especially since you had some very specific suggestions. Mr. Farrell?
Yes. Can you hear me, Chairman Mendelson?
Yes, I can.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee and staff. My name is John Farrell. I'm a DC licensed commercial real estate appraiser, an MAI designated member of the Appraisal Institute, and I've been a managing director in Cushman & Wakefield's Evaluation and Advisory Group here in DC since 2016. There's no place in the country that I'd rather live. It is for this reason and others, it is a great privilege to come before the committee again, this time on the subject of the comp plan amendment. I come today to offer my expert opinion on the potential impact on real estate generally and on the availability of affordable housing specifically, and not to lobby on CNW's behalf. To the extent that there is a lack of affordable housing in the area, it is by definition a shortage, and the most straightforward remedy to any shortage is increased supply. As such, while there are no doubt benefits to preserving existing affordable housing stock, a more holistic approach that seeks to stimulate and encourage construction of new housing units is likely to achieve even greater results. DC is one of the most expensive and bureaucratically difficult jurisdictions in which to develop real estate. The residents of DC might be better served by the use of a broad array of tools to encourage housing construction. The inclusion of supply and production incentives, such as flexible zoning requirements and expedited entitlement review, could go a long way toward making development more efficient and responsive to meeting housing production goals. Over the last few years, the district has increased some regulations, policies, and processes, including increased commercial property transfer and recordation taxes. I've actually testified in front of this committee, among others, on several of such issues. These measures, though well-intentioned, nevertheless serve to make DC not only less competitive vis-a-vis other metro areas, but also DC's own suburban markets. While the full effects and duration of the COVID-19 pandemic are as yet still unknown, one thing is certain, and that is it has rekindled interest in the suburbs. It's in the face of this competitive headwind that DC might well be advised to refocus on competitiveness if it's going to attract its share of real estate investment dollars. One of the greatest disincentives to housing investment is regulatory uncertainty. A notable example is the potential expansion of rent stabilization or rent control. Investors prefer stability, and investment dollars gravitate towards business-friendly environments that have a history of a consistent regulatory climate. When developers and owners are concerned about new regulatory mandates and restrictions, it may discourage investment in both new and existing housing stock, which over an extended period of time can reduce available supply considerably and can therefore impact availability and affordability. I would just like to close by saying investment is a choice, and the city's economic growth is increasingly no longer a foregone conclusion. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Shabazz.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Or afternoon. I'm not going to concede it's evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I said I'm not going to concede that it's evening. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We are here to state our opposition to the current form of the DC Comprehensive Plan. It cannot be amended or reformed. The current plan is a continuation of the Negro Removal Comprehensive Plan of the 1940s, created by the Federal City Council. 90% of DC's Black citizen consumer voter taxpayers know nothing about the DC Comprehensive Plan. while nonprofits with their limited resources have made their best efforts. And in this regard, and while a handful of Black advisory neighborhood commissioners have done their best to educate and organize their communities, the DC government itself made only token efforts in this regard. Had Robert White, Trayon White, and Eleanor Holmes Norton and all of the Black DC ANC commissioners campaigned in Black DC on the DC Comprehensive Plan as hard as they did to be reconnected to their salaries and their titles, we would not have 90% of Black DC absent from the process. Where are our Black DC City Council members at today's hearing? Where are their questions? These 3-minute testimonies are insufficient to create a revolution in DC to stop gentrification and reverse its effects. The current DC Comprehensive Plan is no plan for the creation of generational wealth growth and an economic development renaissance in Black DC. The current DC Comprehensive Plan endorses Negro removal projects such as developed by the New Communities Initiative business models that has threatened Barry Farm, Park Morton, Garfield Terrace, and the remaining of the public housing colonies in Washington, DC. 2 years ago, scores of Black people submitted hundreds of amendments to the DC Comprehensive Plan. These amendments address education, economic development, housing and empowerment of the homeless, returning citizens and veterans, and citizens. And the citizens who submitted these amendments were told that all submitters would be contacted to negotiate the principles contained in these amendments. The DC government reneged on this pledge and chose amendments that agreed with the agenda of the political donors. And the COVID virus plague has not stopped the cranes or stopped the gentrifying decisions of the Office of Planning. The mayor and city council are not gods or oligarchs. You are our public servants. Who empowered you to ignore our goals and our aspirations and follow exclusively the agenda of the federal city council? How can you create a development plan called a DC Comprehensive Plan that eliminates 46% of the District of Columbia population? Gentrification in Washington, DC did not occur under a Republican mayor or a Republican DC City Council. You are all Democrats. Our Black vote in the recent election nationally and in DC should encourage the DC government to join us in partnership to preserve Black interests. And we encourage the Black DC citizen, consumer, voter, taxpayer to stand up and organize and encourage our public servants to honor their contract with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shabazz. Mr. Stadghill? And you're muted.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes,
Good
yes.
afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and the council staff. My name is Charles Stadghill, and I am, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can. I was muted, so I had to unmute.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure. Let me start again. Good afternoon. I'm Charles Stadghill, and I'm chairman of the Victory Village Development Corporation, a subsidiary of the Shiloh Baptist Church and a long-term District of Columbia resident. I thank you for this opportunity to appear today. I'm here to express Shiloh's strong support for Bill 23-736, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. As some of you know, Shiloh Baptist Church is located at 1500 9th Street Northwest in Ward 6. It was founded in 1863 and has become one of the most highly regarded religious institutions in this city. Since its inception, Shiloh has been an integral part of the surrounding community. The church works to provide effective community outreach with a focus on educational and social enrichment programs. Shiloh has played an important role in the life of the city and has been a catalyst for racial equality, upward mobility, and achievement for all. Shiloh has always been at the forefront of improving the economic plight of the Shaw community and the greater Washington region. It's now time for Shiloh to reposition its property for the 21st century. As such, I am here testifying to urge the council to pass the Office of Planning's amendments to the comp plan, and specifically to include an amendment to the future land use map designation for the Shiloh property to mixed-use medium-density commercial and medium-density residential. The proposed amendment is critical for Shiloh to implement its redevelopment plans for its property and to ensure Shiloh's long-term viability and ability to continue its ministry and community service mission in the Shaw neighborhood and the district as a whole. The proposed future land map amendment is consistent with several district planning principles and policies. Given the limited time for my testimony today, I won't seek to identify all of the benefits of the amendment because they're too lengthy to detail. But the full discussion of the amendment request is attached to my written testimony. Most importantly, the proposed amendment will help to generate quality housing that will ensure that the Shaw community remains demographically diverse and will support future development of high quality housing, including senior housing at the site. The amendment will also enable development that support 9th Street being a true main street and will allow for the historic properties to be upgraded and restored through sensitive renovation and development. Finally, the amendment will reinforce the importance of 9th Street as a walkable, community-oriented corridor through its ability to construct higher density mixed-use projects at the site. In closing, I urge the council to act favorably on this bill, including a change to the land use designation for Shiloh's property to mixed-use medium-density commercial and medium-density residential. Approval of the legislation will allow Shiloh to create new housing opportunities and to expand its reach and better serve the community where it has been located for many decades. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stachel. Ms. Lowe?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
But I can't see you. If you could turn on your camera.
I'm sorry. I thought it was
Yes,
on.
it was, and it's a back.
Okay. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you've heard from over 100 people, so I'm going to keep this quick. I am hiding in my car from my kids so that I can testify right now, because it is really important to me and my family that the council pass the amended comprehensive plan. I was born in DC. I was born in the 20015 zip code, which is Chevy Chase and Friendship Heights. And that's where I grew up. I went to DC public schools, and I went away from the city for college and grad school and for a couple of years for my husband's career. But I recently moved back to DC, and I wanted to move back to my home neighborhood. My parents are in their 70s now, and I rely on them for childcare. And I wanted to be really close to them so that I could take care of them as they're getting older, and so that they could take care of my baby. And that's it. This is a financial, an emotional, a cultural necessity for my family. When we moved back in October of 2019, I went looking for a place for my family to rent. And our budget was $3,000 for a place. We were looking for a 3-bedroom place for myself, my husband, and my 2 children. And there were exactly 1 3-bedroom unit and 4 2-bedroom units available in the entire area covered by the 20015 and 20016 zip codes. That was the total inventory that was available. So there was 1 3-bedroom unit. And if there's only 1 unit, that's not a choice. And this is an insane way for us to have to live. I had a reasonable budget, and I should have had some kind of an option for what landlord I was going to have to live with and exactly where I was going to live. I think that we need a comprehensive plan that is going to allow for the production of the building of more rental housing in Ward 3, especially at the edges of Ward 3, like 20015 and 20016. And, I think that we also need to take a look at the process, by which we are keeping the comprehensive plan up to date and maintaining it. Because my children are literally being born and growing up in the time that this is taking. And it puts material stress on families when we don't manage our land use and our land use change in a way that is on a timeline that actually corresponds to the growth of DC families. So I hope that the council will pass the comprehensive plan as amended, and that they'll take a look at the process and include additional amendments to keep both the document and our city alive.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Mr. Pasternak?
Hello, my name is Moshe Pasternak. Most people just call me Mo, because as you saw Chairman Mendelson, sometimes it's a struggle on that first name there. I am the commissioner-elect in ANC 2B04. I understand that that's a loaded term these days, but my opponent has graciously conceded, so I feel comfortable sharing that. I ran and won on the platform explicitly promoting Mo housing in DuPont Circle. And I'd like to note that in the entirety of ANC 2B, there are only 34 affordable housing units. This is quite simply unacceptable, and the comprehensive plan should promote increased construction of affordable housing with a particular focus on areas where there is currently a shortage, such as ANC 2B. And the DC Fiscal Policy Institute helps explain that connection between higher density and expanded access to affordable housing, and that's included in my written testimony. I'm urging you to pass the Office of Planning's amendments before the end of the calendar year. Increased density will help confront climate change by reducing car dependency. However, density alone is insufficient if it does not promote equity. As you consider other amendments, I hope you will evaluate them on the basis of creating more housing in wealthier, whiter areas, especially those west of Rock Creek Park. Lastly, I would encourage you to add language to improve the regularity of updates to the comprehensive plan. I know we heard some concerns about the process earlier, and I hope these can be addressed so we do not have such a long gap between iterations. There are many advocates. There have been more than 100 people to testify today, more to come tomorrow. So I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I would again like to urge you to pass those amendments that promote greater density in wealthier areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner-elect. April Gaines-Jernigan?
Yes, I'm here.
You're up.
I'm up. Yes. Good afternoon.
Can you turn your camera on?
I can't get it. It's not cooperating. I don't want to waste your time. Can I continue to speak?
Sure.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the council, and council staff. My name is April Gaines-Jernigan, and I am president of the Xi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority and a long-term DC resident. I appear today to express Xi Omega chapter's strong support of Bill 23-736, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Act of 2020. Xi Omega was chartered in 1923 and has provided almost 100 years of significant community service to the residents of the District of Columbia. The chapter has operated our headquarters, the Xi Omega Center, at 4411 14th Street Northwest since 1981, with membership in our chapter totaling more than 500. Xi Omega cares for the Washington, D.C. community through our successful programs and activities provided to the community and the district residents. Our chapter is trying to redevelop our underutilized one-story storefront property in order to expand our mission and the service that we provide to the community and the low-income residents of the District of Columbia. As such, I am testifying today to urge the council to act favorably in approving the Office of Planning amendment to the comprehensive plan. Specifically, to request that the full land use map designation for the Zalmega headquarter property be modified from low density commercial to mixed use moderate density commercial, medium density residential, in order to facilitate the redevelopment of our property into a new mixed use senior affordable housing and the Zalmega Center. This amendment is critical for our chapter to be able to implement our redevelopment plan to ensure our long-term visibility and ability to continue and expand our programs and community service in the central 14th Street corridor neighborhood and the district as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines Jernigan. Mr. Neese Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members and staff. My name is Derek Neese Williams. I'm currently the Executive Director for Campus Planning, Architecture, and Development at my beloved alma mater, Howard University, a private, congressionally chartered institution of higher education, which has called the District of Columbia home since its birth here 153 years ago. I'm here today on behalf of Howard to offer testimony in support of the Office of Planning's proposed revisions to the comprehensive plan pertaining to the university's central, east, and west campuses, and to applaud the district for its ongoing management of this crucial and Herculean planning effort. My specific comments this evening are twofold and are targeted at items 23, 53.1, and .2 of the FLUM map, which are germane to Howard University's West Campus, 19 acres of private property located at 2900 Van Ness Street Northwest, which is currently home to the university's law and divinity programs. While many know the university best for our central campus in Shaw, our institutional presence at the former Dunbarton College in Van Ness has endured for decades and will continue to contribute to the character of the neighborhood and the district as a whole for decades to come. So the 2 points. First, we believe that the proposed generalized policy map and future land use map amendments will benefit the neighborhood and the District of Columbia in general by retaining institutional use of the campus while also supporting new residential development within a safe, stable neighborhood that is located in close proximity to public transportation and neighborhood serving amenities. The opportunity for residential development on this campus has the potential also to substantially assist the district in meeting the continuing demand for additional housing, particularly the growing demand for affordable housing. In the proposed configuration, future development at the campus with institutional and residential uses can be achieved while also providing appropriate buffering on the north side of the campus along Rock Creek Park and Soapstone Valley Creek in order to advance the protection of these important natural resources, which is an interest shared by the university, the district government, and its citizens alike. Given the size of the campus, proximity to transit and other amenities, and the high density residential and commercial adjacencies to the west, the park buffer to the north, and the proposal to provide a low density residential buffer along the south of the campus, we believe that any impacts of the proposed GPM and FLUM amendments will be minimal or capable of being mitigated. Secondly, it is our firm belief that any potential impacts related to the physical development of the West Campus are most appropriately identified, addressed, and mitigated through the underlying West Campus Master Plan. In my personal experience, nationally, the District of Columbia has one of the best regulatory processes set in place regarding educational campus master plans. The Zoning Commission process ensures community input and engagement on future campus development plans, requires follow-up hearings for further processing of new construction, all the while maintaining provisions for as-needed amendments and modifications. The Office of Planning's proposed changes to the comp plan will provide the university with the ability to move Howard forward. It will provide us the opportunity and flexibility to creatively approach our long-term campus master plan for the West Campus while addressing a citywide need for increased housing. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and we wish you all a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Neese Williams. So I kind of want to, because I'm a little a little confused. I'll emphasize little, just to kind of go through the testimony from this panel. Clark, I believe, if I understood your testimony, you feel there needs to be some language added to the plan. Am I correct in understanding that? Mr. Clark, are you here? Looks like he dropped off. And Mr. Stodhill, with regard to Shiloh, was your testimony saying that the amendment you want is in the proposal or needs to be added to the proposal? You're muted.
It needs to be added. We're working with Councilmember Allen on that.
Okay, well, you should work with our office as well, because we're the ones who put together the print. No,
Sure.
You're working with Mr. Allen, but work with us as well. And Ms. Gaines-Jernigan, was your testimony that the change you want is in the proposal or needs to be added to the proposal? Ms. Gaines-Jernigan? Alpha Kappa Alpha? I see your box, but I don't hear you. We'll try again in a moment. Mr. Nice Williams, is what you want in the OP's proposal, or we need to add it to the proposal?
No, we're supportive of the proposal as is.
Okay. Ms. Gaines-Jernigan, have you come back? So there are a lot of advantages and disadvantages to virtual hearings, but this is not one of the advantages. All right, I'm not going to get an answer to that question. I do not have other questions for you. I believe we got statements from everybody in this panel except for Mr. Shabazz. It would be great if you provided that. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. And that's going to end today's hearing. We have 2 days of hearings scheduled. I'm going to treat this as a recess to go into tomorrow's hearing. And we will pick up tomorrow, I believe, at 9 o'clock. We will continue, it will be the same format as today, virtual and available over several platforms, including Zoom, I say platforms, Council Channel, Cable 13, Council's website, and so forth. The record in this matter is open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020. I want to thank each of you who are before me. I want to thank the 93 individuals who actually testified today. I appreciate the time that you've put into this. With that, this hearing is recessed until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.